what are what are the viewers missing from ghost hunting? And is it becoming more entertainment than scientific? And what do you think the viewers are missing from it?
They're missing the reality of it.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and I'm trying to find out the answer to the question, what are spirits? Along with my nephew, John Santa, from @Santa Paranormal, who communicates with ghosts regularly. Today we're joined by someone who takes ghost hunting in a very different direction than what you see on your television screen or in those viral TikTok clips. Stephen Parsons is a UK-based paranormal investigator, researcher, and the author of Ghostology, The Art of the Ghost Hunter. You can find the link to this book in our link tree in our bio. Unlike the high-drama, gadget-heavy hunts that fill our feeds, Stephen's work is grounded in the scientific method, critical thinking, and a deep understanding of how technology and the human mind can shape ghostly experiences. As a co-founder of Para.Science, Stephen has spent decades cutting through the noise, literally and figuratively, examining sound, audio anomalies, environmental factors, and the psychology of witness testimony. His books, Ghostology and Para-Acoustics, have become essential guides for anyone who wants to understand the difference between chasing shadows and actually studying the unexplained. We'll dive into how he approaches the paranormal with science, what he thinks of those flashy TV investigations, and how social media is changing the way people think about ghosts. Let's dive into the conversation. All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us on Splintered Spirits.
Thank you, Steve. Definitely.
Pleasure.
Steve, you've been doing this a long time, man. Are you getting sick and tired of talking about ghosts, or do you ever feel...
I don't think you ever can. I mean, I've been passionate about this subject for over 50 years. I don't like saying that part out loud, but, it's been a long time. And I think, you don't do something for that length of time unless there is a passion, a desire, something that keeps you hooked.
So I ask all of our guests this question at the start, and you in particular, I want to ask this just so we sort of have a base of what when we sort of get into it and where the state of the industry is, if you will. Steve, what do you think spirits are?
I have no corporate or personal view on that. I'm aware of lots of theories and beliefs that people bring to the table, but I've kind of learned not to have any or color any bring any personal beliefs into it to color my judgment. So no, I don't think that they're anything, because at the moment we simply, from my perspective, we don't know enough to make an informed decision.
Would you be able to make just for your own self, is there anything that you would say that they aren't?
No, because I think that would be restricting and limiting in giving me the opportunity to consider every possibility and every eventuality.
Okay.
I mean, we could look at individual cases and say, what is it about that particular case or example? But generally, I think in order to be objective and open-minded to every possibility, I think that you have to discipline yourself not to allow your personal beliefs to sort of pull you off the fence in any particular direction.
Is there one? That's fair, and you know what? It's an answer I expect nothing less from everything I've read of yours to have. In your perspective, it really, true to form. What is there any one particular case that comes to mind though, where maybe you almost got an answer to that question? It was so intense of an experience or evidentially clear that you're like, well, this is taking me a step closer to solving this puzzle.
Yes, for sure. There have been more than one occasion where I felt that I have been truly challenged in my purview of the the paranormal realm. One that I've cited before, which is probably one of the most outstanding for me personally. In a former life, I was a registered nurse and in charge of an elder person's home with 30 something residents, patients who lived there. And of course, I knew most of them quite well, intimately well. And on one occasion, I'd had a number of days off. It had been rostered days off. And there had been an agency nurse who was in my place. I came in and it was first shift back was a night shift, an evening shift. So it was about 8 p.m. And clearly the agency nurse was a temporary, didn't know anybody. So I said, look, you head home. I'll sort of hand over to myself. I know them all. And as part of that process, I started up on the top floor. It was over 3 floors. And I wandered down, checking on each of the residents in turn to make sure everything was where it should be, that people were comfortable and happy and doing what, was expected. And when I got down to, now I've got to remember that the American system of first floor is ground floor, and ground floor we have first floor. So I was on the second floor, which was our first floor. And on that floor was, in adjacent rooms, was a husband and wife. And it was custom and practice every evening to take one or other into the other's room.
And these are very elderly people, I'm assuming.
Yeah, very frail.
Okay.
Neither of them were particularly mobile. So we would take one or other in a wheelchair through to their partner's room, and they would have cocoa and hold hands and say goodnight to one another. So, but if we were late sometimes, if we, for whatever reason, there was a delay, the husband, let's call him Ernie, would sometimes get up to go to see his wife in the adjacent room. Let's call her Elsie. And on this particular occasion, I came down the stairs, walked onto the landing, and Ernie was in the corridor with his back to me. And this was not an unusual situation. He was completely, the lighting was good. He was completely normal. There was nothing unusual about the scene as it was playing out. I said, Ernie, go back to your room. I'll send somebody up. They'll be up in a minute. He half turned and said to me, I'm just going to say goodbye to Elsie. And I continued on my way down. When I got to the main ground floor staff level, staff room, where the shift handover had taken place, I said, the first thing before we do anything, can someone pop up and put Ernie in with Elsie, because he's wandering in the corridor and we don't want him to fall or hurt himself. And they looked at me slightly puzzled. And I said, no, he needs to be put in with Elsie, because he's in the corridor. Well, and they looked at me again, and one of them said, are you making a joke? I went, no, look, you see these things on my shoulder? They mean I'm in charge. Go put Ernie in with Elsie. I mean, it was all light-hearted sort of banter that we had with the staff. And they went, but Ernie died 2 days ago. And I went, well, somebody better tell Ernie, because he's walking around in the corridor. Now, I think, at this point, I thought they were playing a prank on me. So I went to the...
Wow, I just got chills. Look, I got chills, dude, for real. This is a good...
Well, I go to the...
wild.
And I look in the patient register, and he had died the first morning of my first day off, so 48 hours prior. Now there was a kind of confusion that reigned for the next 3 or 4 hours, because neither side fully I'm in charge, and we've got 4 other members of staff, and Nobody quite trusted anybody. They all thought there was some sort of prank being played. They thought I'd played a trick on them. I thought that, I didn't know what was happening. So we continued the normal pattern of work. And then one of the routines was every hour, it was one person would visit each of the floors and check on the residents on each floor. So we get to about 1 a.m. and we're just about to go and do the hourly walk around. And one person went up to the first floor and immediately there was a commotion. And the person who, female care assistant, came down the stairs so fast, I thought she'd fallen at first, grabbing her coat from the rail as she went and making for the door. And I got between and said, whoa, what's the matter? Where are you going? You can't just up and go in the middle of the night. I'm not staying another minute longer. And he is walking around in the corridor up there.
So now you got a corroborating witness.
Now we've got a corroborating witness. And then it never happened again. There was no subsequent appearances or activities. But it struck me afterwards. And we did check the CCTV, and there's unfortunately, the camera is, aren't they always, not looking in quite the right direction. So it catches me talking to, or it caught me talking to Ernie, but there's no audio on the camera. So there was no independent machine corroboration of what took place. Sadly.
So what did this experience tell you? Like, we started the question, like what has happened where it's brought you either closer or farther away from, closer to what you think it might be, or change your perspective on something? What did this story tell you personally about with spirits?
It taught me that you can never take anything for granted. Now, I can't explain what took place, but I have to accept what took place as a real event. I experienced it. Somebody else independently, semi-independently experienced it, because I'd already, if you're going to be a hard-nosed skeptic, you could argue that I'd kind of sowed the seeds by coming down earlier and asking them to, but I don't believe that was the case. If you take that alongside other events, they have formulated my view that you do not dismiss anything, however bizarre and unusual it might at first appear, and that you also have to only seek the plausible explanations. And I think this is where a lot of skeptics go wrong, because they have a tendency to a skeptic can always explain something away. And they can turn and say, when all else fails, oh, it was a hoax. Oh, it was make-believe. You imagined it. But I think that a real objective investigator should know when to shut up and just accept what just took place as a matter of fact and deal and process it. Unfortunately, we can't often, paranormal events are often spontaneous, single events that take place that you could stand there for the next 100 years perhaps, and the event will never repeat itself. So you can't ever hope to, like scientists love to do in laboratories, endlessly replay, endlessly test it, endlessly tinker with things. In real field research, you have a single opportunity. And often it comes when you're least prepared for it.
Was this event one of your first, before you started really studying or getting into or investigating?
No, not really. This was...
You're already in it.
I was already... I wasn't involved in it to the extent I am now. But I was, at a personal level... You've got to remember that back in the UK 25, 30 years ago, there were not very many paranormal teams or organizations. So people tended to pursue this rather fringe activity quietly, and you didn't make it because it was considered to be a bit weird. You were a bit odd.
It still is. Yeah. It's still weird.
Well, Let's be real. It kind of isn't anymore. You know, 25 years ago, we would occasionally get asked to do an after dinner talk to some small group of people. And we'd always start with the same questions. Anybody here seen a ghost? And there would always be a nervous sort of shuffling of feet and glancing from side to side. And then, like, nobody would put a hand up, nobody would volunteer any information. And then at the end of the talk, as soon as, once you'd finished and you were clearing up, they would start to, well, I had an experience a few years ago, but I don't know what it, and then you would get lots and lots of accounts. Now, if you ask that question at the start of a talk, you are inundated with people clamoring to me. This happened to me. I had this, and I believe. And
Fair.
We are in a much more because of the media, the social media. Programs like Most Haunted, Ghost Hunters, Ghost Adventures, they've all contributed to this more open approach. I mean, who isn't a paranormal investigator?
Well, this is a good segue, Steve. Let me sorry to cut you off, but let me ask you this because it's this is really one of the main things I wanted to talk to you about. Obviously, look, I used to work at Discovery for many years. We made some of those shows. My nephew here, John, is one of TikTok's top paranormal creators and influencers. John can tell you himself, he's not an investigator. He just documents. He likes to go out and he has his spirit boxes and apps and just has conversations and just keeps a record of and checks consistency and but nothing, and it's about the community and it's about building. For all of your years doing this, as we talk about the media, I mean, what are the viewers missing from ghost hunting? And is it becoming more entertainment than scientific? And what do you think the viewers are missing from it?
They're missing the reality of it. Because it is first and foremost, if we take, with the exception of a very small number of documentaries, which I've worked on over the years with Discovery and other channels, the vast majority of programs that I've worked on have been, well, they're for entertainment, they're for selling advertising, and so they have to appeal to the viewers. They have to encourage more viewers. They have to be entertaining. I know that that's the reality of television. If a show doesn't get the ratings, it doesn't sell the advertising, it very quickly disappears. And
it's also the reality of science when you think about it.
Sadly, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. If you take a series that I know well because I worked on, Most Haunted, in the very first series, they took an investigative approach. They went to locations that were described as haunted. They spent time there. They had very simple equipment, cameras and audio recorders, and the viewers were hooked. Then in the second series, there was a nudge from the broadcast because the production.
Yeah, they got network notes.
Yeah, network notes, right. Exactly. Saying it went really well, and we'd love you to go for season 2, but can you, And so, by series 3, we had the white ladies drifting noise silently down corridors was so passé. So you see the first introduction of the murderers or the victims of murderers, the more edgy types of storyline. By series 5, it was malevolent. There was an element of malevolence. And the famous, you must know the series and Derek Scouse, the Scouse medium. He's a bad and ivy was his catchphrase for a long time. And then it went beyond demons. It went into what was almost shock horror. They were burying people on the lives in coffins, The producers were buried alive with psychic in a coffin. Everything was demonic. And if we look at Ghost Adventures too, what week doesn't Zach do battle? It's confrontational. Right. It's not the reality of real field investigating, which is, frankly, it wouldn't get past half a series. It wouldn't. It's boring.
It'd be right.
Listen,
it's not very visual.
He's got a great point. When I'm documenting, I'm dealing with the same thing. People want evil. People want demons. People want. Meanwhile, I'm talking to Peter, who's a factory worker. He's not a demon. He's not evil. He's a guy who's working back and forth fixing machines. And that's what he's doing. And you're right. People want, they don't like the mundane, but when it comes to spirits and ghosts and everything, we're people. They're people. We're gonna run it across mundane situations, and to me, that's the beauty of it.
And speaking of mundane, it's with these shows, right? They'll show every noise or every flicker of an EMF as a proof of a spirit, right? So what is your process, Steve, for testing or reading an anomaly from what might be from a mundane explanation before considering it's paranormal?
Well, what we don't do is ever go in mob-handed with truckloads of equipment. That is the world of the media. The black vans parked outside with the team logos and the combat SWAT gear and all that. Is the first stage is to talk to and develop a rapport with the witness, the person who had the original experience. Develop a rapport with them, a relationship with them, and find out what they want. What is their chosen outcome? Because their expectations may not be the same as what we can deliver. We want it. We want rid of it. That's incredibly rare. So we work with and we develop a plan with the client. That plan will include a detailed interview, so that we can get the most information about their experiences, where they happened, when they happened, what were they thinking, what were they doing, because that gives us some insight into their psyche, into their lifestyle, because they are there 24/7. We're only sort of popping in and out.
It sounds like you value the human experience more than the tech, or is it an equal balance at some point?
It has to be the human experience. The tech is there as a supportive. It can objectify an experience. It can verify an experience. It can allow us to document experiences when perhaps that we would ordinarily miss. So it is a supporting. It's used in a supporting role.
Sure.
Because what you're dealing with is you have this human experience which is subjective. It is coloured by that person's beliefs, their expectations, what their friends may have told them, what they may have picked up from the television or other media channels. And what you seek to do with equipment is you look at their experiences. I heard a sound. The room felt like it had changed temperature. I saw something. Well, we have the technology to be able to, can we verify and objectify? If you can hear it, can we record it? Because if we can record it, it's a real event. If you can hear it and we can't record it, we have other possibilities. It could be an internalized event that perhaps their brain is creating. We're not, these are very real experiences to people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're paranormal. So we use equipment to support the investigation.
Where do you find is the balance between what the media is doing in shows versus the sort of the how do I want to ask this question? I apologize. I'm mumbling through it. Do you think that these TV ghost hunters are, intentionally making people accept poor methodology then to a legitimate investigation? Is it ruining the field, or is it? But because they're growing in attention, is that a good thing for the field? Where is does that make sense?
Yeah. It is
because people are everyone. Yeah, is it a double-edged sword? I mean, it's like we're teaching people the wrong way, but at the same time, at least it's calling attention to the field. Where do you think how would you like to see it?
Well, what's very much happened is there is a much more openness, you can have open discussion with people. They are not afraid to share their experiences, unlike the situation that existed 30 years ago, before the media explosion. So that is advantageous. And that people, where it falls down is the media, the ghost hunting shows, the YouTube channels, the podcasts. They set a level of expectation within the client, within the witness, that can often color their own interpretation of events. So it's kind of like if I use the nursing medical analogy, you would often get somebody going to see the doctor who has just read a medical encyclopedia and now they have end-stage cancer. Everything was always really, really bad, and we now get quite a lot. Yeah, most people.
I look at if I look at WebMD, if I have a symptom of something and I go online, I'm doomed. I'll be dead in 24 hours. And I've clearly got something horrific.
It's much the same now with some of, not all, but some of the paranormal reach outs that you get from people where weird stuff has happened. Whereas, and it's also the way that they look at things and consider things. They don't dismiss the weird stuff that happens every day to everybody. The misplaced keys. And a very good analogy is that it comes from a case. There was you go out for 8 hours, you come back in at the end of the day, and you notice the refrigerator door is slightly open, and the food's gone off. And most people would, I forgot to shut the fridge before I went out, or it bounced open again. If they believe that the house is haunted, the person will intrinsically remember distinctly closing the refrigerator door. Now, remembering something with, something as mundane as closing a refrigerator door with that level of detail is actually not normal human behavior. But
that's absolutely right. Nobody ever thinks about the time they close their refrigerator door.
we do things automatically, but if they believe that their house is haunted, or that they believe that there is some manifestation taking place, some paranormal activity, they change their perspective, and they can start to remember with fine, high level of accuracy and certainty events that clearly they probably didn't remember. So it changes right. That. Also, and it happened to me just a year or so ago, I was called to visit a family. And it was, so I went to speak to them. I've been speaking to them by telephone and email initially. And when I rocked up in a, small saloon car, wearing a normal jacket and normal clothes, no Ghostbuster logos or anything else. And we were talking, and they said, "Well, but are you a real ghost scientist?" And I said, "Well, yes." Well, where's all the equipment, and where's all the I wasn't meeting their expectations of what they perceived a ghost hunter should look like. I wasn't wearing, I wasn't clad from head to toe in black. I didn't have a mean and moody sort of expression that ghost hunters.
Oh yeah.
On,
All of the posters have to have your arms crossed for sure.
and side onto the camera. You know, so they have an expectation from the media, and then when you start to sit down and talk about, well, what do you want, and what can we do together as a team, the team being us and the client, to reach that endpoint, because it has to be a process of informed consent throughout. And when
oh, sorry, go ahead.
All right, no, I was just going to say, when they realise that you're not carrying flight cases full of equipment and trampling all over the lawn with.
Yeah, then it's, you have to. So essentially, if just to paraphrase it a little bit, it's like the what's been happening with the media is sort of, you have to now re-explain your job to understand, right? In that sense, it is a hindrance, because you have to walk into a scene and reinvent yourself to them to prove your worth, as opposed to, do you ever just think like, I'm just going to bring all this shit with me just so that they don't think I'm you know what I mean?
Yeah, bring a bunch of empty suitcases.
Just bring a bunch of Pelican cases and just keep them in a van. Like, why go through that hassle? Why don't you just have that stuff and just keep, no, I got all my stuff back here, but first we have to do this interview.
Well, we don't always do the interview. I mean, by the point in time when somebody rocks up at the person's house, we will have already started to develop a relationship with the client. So we will have some idea of what they're expecting. And occasionally, I mean, if we know beforehand that they are hearing noises all of the time, then of course, I mean, we'll have a recorder. We do carry like an EDC grab bag of equipment all of the time. It's a very small, inside there's a video camera, there's a sound recorder, there's a thermometer, very, very basic, simple
basic
stuff.
So your go-to gear is very basic for that sense, the initial sense.
A year or so ago, I was asked by a couple of years ago, I was asked by the SPR to put together some go kits for their investigators. And we built a kit that just consisted of a really simple video camera, because they record sound and vision, a basic Zoom audio recorder, a thermometer, and that was pretty much it.
I love it. I love that.
That's all because
it's like, why go crazy?
If
that makes a lot of sense.
You don't forget, you've also got your smartphone. Now, your smartphone has also got a sound recorder, a camera, a video camera. You can simply quite quickly plug in a thermometer module. So, you don't even need the grab bags anymore. And smartphones are ubiquitous, so they don't cause the level of disturbance, or they don't draw attention to themselves, because often if you start putting equipment out, people's behavior starts to change because they're aware.
But now, let me ask you this though: would a smartphone, if I hired a professional ghost hunter to come investigate my place and they whipped out their phone, I would probably think like, that's not real equipment. I got one of those.
Exactly.
It's almost like, it's that same problem, right? Did you ever come across something like that where it's just, that's why you sort of have to have?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've never, I say never, there's no such thing as never. On one occasion we did have to use hocus pocus in the form of, hiding behind equipment to give ourselves sufficient credibility in order to continue with doing what we were doing. And on that occasion, we made it obvious that the equipment wasn't doing anything by our choice of equipment. It was very much a smoke screen to hide behind, and to give the client on that occasion some degree of meeting their expectations.
I feel like you have to do it, like totally non-paranormal related. I just had a plumber come to my house. My toilet was acting up, right? And The guy shows up. He is here literally for 7 minutes. He just comes in. I know it was 7 minutes because that's when he rang my Ring doorbell, and that's when he left. He walked out to go get the invoice, and it was for us. It was for me. It was $250 for 7 minutes. And when he left, he did the job, did a great job, fast. Normally, he showed up on time. You'd love it. At the same time, I wish he was in there and just like clanking the wrenches around for a while to make me think it was like it took some time to really fix it. Because when he walked out in 7 minutes, I feel like, well, why didn't I just look this up on YouTube and figure this out myself or something? But it's a real weird balance of, you're the expert to do this. This is how I do it versus what, the perception of the cost to work should be, or something similar, right?
We used to when I used to do construction, we used to do that. We used to, if we knew it was a quick fix, the golden rule is you go in there and you do the bang bang. And what you do is you either grab your hand tools and start, clinking them together, not in some sort of rhythm, but just randomly, especially if the customer wasn't around. Even though it's already fixed, you're done. You got done in 2 minutes. You can't just, go in there, fix it. That's what we were told to do. So
I don't believe you. Like, I wouldn't believe it was fixed, right? It's sort of a weird.
At least literally, at least 20 minutes of nothingness, but taking two tools together, and
And now imagine we're dealing with ghosts, and spirits. So how do you?
Well, the thing is,
it's crazy.
There are occasions where the expectation is, and it kind of boils down to what is it that the client wants. If they want and the most common one is, I just want reassurance that I'm not imagining this and that I'm not mad. That is by far the most common. Next is, I just want to share my experience with somebody else who can verify that I'm having this experience. And in all of the years, I've only been asked to do, can you get rid of it, on 2 occasions. It's phenomenal.
Speaking of, like, are people mad? Do you have like a psychologist or psychiatrist on your team? Do you do like a mental health sort of check before you walk in the door?
We have a trained psychologist. We have the team consists of there is a trained qualified psychologist, parapsychologist, PhD level parapsychologist, who is there on site all of the time. They're not just studying the case or the witness or the client or the family. They're also continually reviewing the team, because you have another group of people there who are also in a location, and part of the process of trying to understand is documenting your team's experiences whilst there. So there's that. We have the inevitable tech experts, the people who understand sound and vision, and the other, physical variables that we might want to document or measure or observe. And then we have the majority of we always try to take the minimum number of people, because the minimum number of people is the least invasive, is the least disruptive in the environment. We don't want to go and start changing things. We want to see it in the raw without us being in the way. But we're aware of that you bring a group of 3 or 4 people along and you are changing things. So yeah, we very much take all of the broadest picture we can.
Right. Do you see, knowing this process of yours and reading it, do you see a role for look, we're from TV, now we're going into social media, right? This is where, John and then the copycats from, Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters had a lot of babies that became ghost hunters. And now we're in the social media world where, things that John has started has spawned numerous, people doing it and other people walking in his lane. Do you see a role in social media. I don't even know if you follow any of it on social media to sort of educate people on the actual science of ghost hunting.
Yeah.
Or is the medium just too much of a deterrent for it?
Social media gives us access to interested people. I'm involved with an organization here called ASAP, the Association for the Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena. That organization it's a broad church of people with a wide range of paranormal interests and beliefs. And it exists primarily as a social media organization. Its main communication methods, its main interaction with the members is via social media. And we use that to draw people's attention to good methods. And we also use it for encouraging and promoting training for people who are interested in developing it. When I do some public access events from time to time, you know,
Okay.
It's the Ghost Hunter off TV, or it's the, you know, come along and
Sure.
oh, your
Yeah,
mission,
that's your version of bringing the empty cases.
yeah, but
Just
your
like,
mission
you know, you got to do it.
is very different. Your mission brief is people are paying money to have, well, let's be honest, they're having to have the bejesus scared out of them. They want a spooky night out. They want to, you know, be terrified, scared, frightened, and then go home happy. So you have to create those experiences for them, and you can do it, but you don't need to do the jump scare. You don't need to dress up. You don't need to artificially create things, because the people themselves will always do that. But you have to have that environment in order to inform. So I do a thing I call it infotainment. So you take a situation. A quick example is you will allow something to take place that give them the opportunity to chatter to an EMF meter or can carry out an EVP experiment and see what the results are. Then you challenge the results and say, well, could anything else have been happening? Could it be the fact that there's a walkie-talkie nearby that's caused, or your mobile phone nearby? And they go, oh, I never thought of that.
So this is something you're doing? Like this is?
Yeah, I do it. Well,
do you regularly produce this?
Yeah. You take a group of people, and you put them into a situation, and you get them to explore the paranormal, but you have certain things that you expect to happen, you know will happen, and then you use that as a way of saying, challenging the person and saying, well, do you think that's really what took place? And then you can hopefully show them what really took place, what the real cause was.
That's a fun idea. Is that sort of the picture? Is that your picture of what a perfect like ghost hunting show would look like?
I think so.
In terms of if you were going to create something new?
I mean, you've got to allow for people to be, you know, endlessly doing what they will always do, what you least expect. But when I've come over to New England, which I did for about 12 years, every year, we used to do these events, and it was one of the most popular at the time was the mag light, where you would take a mini mag light and then they would the light would flicker on and off, and they would chat. They would, you know, ask questions, and
I learned about that in this book.
Yeah. So we set up an experiment whereby we had a mag light with a red filter and a mag light with a blue filter. And well, you know, you all hear from seances that ghosts prefer red light, but tonight we've got a blue light and a red light, so we're going to find out which the ghosts prefer, red or blue. Now, of course, both lights are going to flicker, and then you allow them to experience this, and then you put the mag lights up and you say, well, actually, if I just loosen the tail cap on the mag light a little bit, and you know, you take it apart and show them, you put the tail cap and you say, if I just leave it there for a minute and wait a few seconds for the wires to warm up, oh look, there it goes, it'll flash, or it won't, you know, oh, it's gone off now, and they go, oh, what?
Right.
So that's what happened. We did it with famously. We were able to get a hold of the exact SLS camera that Zach used on Ghost Adventures. Not a similar one, but the exact one that Zach was using on Ghost Adventures. And this is where people can endlessly surprise you. And over the course of an evening in groups, we invited them into a part of the building, and we showed them how the SLS camera, when pointed at certain objects, certain parts of the room, it would unerringly always create a stick figure, because that's all it could ever do. So it was looking for certain things. Once the camera and the software recognized what it was looking for, it would create a stick figure. And we demonstrated it. We showed them, they were making stick figures. Point it over there, raise it up. Oh my God, the stick figures appeared. And we explained why. And we thought that we had successfully not debunked, but challenged the SLS camera. And we went back for coffee and donuts. And we overheard two people talking, saying that was absolutely brilliant. I had a chance to use it. It was Zach's SLS camera. And Steve showed us how it could make stick figures. But that's not the same as how Zach does it. Zach was, making ghosts with his.
So you can't win. You can't. There's
how similar this is to something that I've experienced. So, Gary was talking about how, I started some trends. A lot of people started copying what I was doing. One thing I was doing, I was using a TikTok filter. Mm-hmm. What the TikTok filter does is it recognizes a human and it lights up, right? I would continuously, when I mean continuously, Steve, I cannot express how much I would say, this is just a representation. This is not really a spirit. This is just to catch your eye. That is all this is. And people ran with it. No matter what I said to them, hey, that's not a spirit doing that. This is just a representation. That is not really a spirit. It's just to catch your eye. Social media, make you stop and go, oh, what's going on here? And to clarify, this is not a spirit. It didn't make a difference. People wanted to believe what they wanted to believe, and they ran with it. Yep. And to the point where I stopped doing it. I had to stop using it. I was like, it's it. I'm done. And then of course, in fashion, everybody stopped using it. Once I stopped using it. So it's pretty good. It's the same thing with the SLS camera. It's all the, so I hear what you're saying.
It's an interesting dynamic when you're trying to really investigate why people get latched onto these things. And I'm wondering, is it because, Steve, do you believe that, young ghost hunters or young ghost investigators just aren't bothering to really, as you like to say, read the fucking manual, and they're just using this stuff because they saw it used once, so I'm going to use it without really diving? Is it just education?
It's not just the young people. It's the majority of people. And it's the majority of people who sell themselves as expert ghost investigators. If you talk to these people, I remember speaking to a group who were portraying themselves as strictly scientific, and they had all of the equipment that you expect, and I was they didn't know who I was, and I spoke to one of them. I said, the EMF meter, what does that actually do? I said, what is it you're measuring? He said, well, it measures ghost energy. I said, well, yeah, it's an EMF meter, so it's electromagnetic field. Is that right? What it stands for? Yeah. I said, well, why is it you're measuring it? And after the answer was, we do it because everybody else does. And then a few minutes later, they were giving a presentation about their ghost hunting equipment. Now, the leader of the group sold themselves as, we are one of the country's leading skeptical scientific paranormal groups. We use hard science. And then In the next breath, on the screen appeared a slide of, it was a K2. And he then said the following. When the lights go amber, the measurement of 3 milligrams means that there is a presence. Now, I always thought that mg meant milligauss, but they were that scientific.
It was like,
they didn't
like
know,
weight, or it seems.
They didn't know a unit of weight from a unit of field density.
Light, right, or sound, or energy. It's
Were they dosing a child here?
Yeah, it's a very. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at any of or go online and follow John at all. So John, he all of his stuff is live, and the way I got into this because I'm a show developer, right? I create shows. That's what I've always done, and he's gotten so big and popular, and it's like, all right, well, let's see if there's a format around what you do. And then I just wanted to dive in, and I started learning about this world and what he does, and I've seen questionable things. I mean, John predominantly uses phone apps these days, and he'll go out and he'll clean headstones. He leaves them running, and he'll start getting conversations. And now, I just tell people all the time, like, I downloaded all these apps, and what I find interesting. Look, I get it. We get how they work. We get what's going on. But when I use it, I don't get the same specificity that he does when he uses it. It's very strange. And we've had situations like what we did with one of your colleagues with Cal Cooper, where a friend of his got a phone call from his dead mother, left a voice message. We played it for Cal in an episode. Yes, are there reasons why phone messages come through? The phone still? Of course. There's a slew of them that we understand. What I find interesting about the field and about this field in this context is they were live together about a half an hour before that phone call came in. On the app said, "Mom's on the phone." And then this guy gets a phone call. We get it. And it's like, okay, why does it always happen to this guy? And why does it always happen a lot more often when this guy's around my nephew here? And that to me is the questionable thing. I think John's a witch. That's just me. I don't know. He's got something going on with his own magnetic field that I don't understand.
And my argument towards that, because I don't believe there's anything special about me. I don't label myself a scientist. Okay, I think there are a lot of people in this field that do that like the scientific way, and I even correct people in my live stream when they say, "Oh, John does this from a scientific lens," and it's like, no, I don't do this from a scientific lens. I do this from a logical lens. Right? An example of that, Steve, just so we're on the same page, is while I'm using these phone apps, I will not say the name of the spirit. I will not. I personally believe that all these apps, it doesn't matter who makes it, puts in code where, it has triggers. You say a name, it'll spit it back out to you, things like that, right? So to ensure that that doesn't happen, this is a small example of how I run my operation. I won't say the spirit's name until the spirit says the name. So that
you won't say a gravestone name. You mean when he's walking around a cemetery, a headstone name. He won't read the headstones.
Or even like, so for example, I won't bring up. We have a very prominent spirit here named Peter, who's a factory worker. I won't mention him in my live streams until we hear his name again. I won't even if it comes up in the chat, I won't say his name. I'll be like, oh yeah, he works here. Oh yeah, things like that. I won't say the name. So that's just one of the small things. So it's
and we've done things here, Steve, that I think. Well, here's a question for you before I tell you this story. What is your take on mediums?
I think any.
Or do you find them credible?
I think my perspective is, and how I work with mediums is that if they want to describe themselves as sensitive, mediumistic, whatever language they choose to use, I will accept that. They also accept that I'm not out to test them. I'm not out to challenge them. I'm not out to debunk or to unravel. But it would be incredibly naive of me and stupid of me and closed-minded of me not to take on board the experiences, the view of proceedings. I think you have to take account of all of the possibilities. So if somebody says, I'm psychically getting this information, then it is important that that is documented. Now, one of the things that with mediums is that the medium or the psychic or the sensitive, how they describe themselves and their abilities is their choice. I don't believe that the information that they provide should be given any greater weight than the information provided by any other person who's involved, because I don't know if somebody else might have similar abilities. So I always, and I think it says in Ghostology, take note of what the person is saying, document it, record it, keep it on record, but do not. You see so many people going on investigations and being guided or led around by the group psychic or a visiting psychic, and I think that's counterproductive, because you are relying or giving one person, whereas you are then basically saying this person is so important, we're putting them on a pedestal and we're disregarding the information that's coming from anybody else and any other item of equipment that might be being used.
We used it as a corroborating witness. Like we saw it as a piece of a puzzle, right? As a piece of solving the puzzle. So for us,
what's really interesting in my documentation, I don't use mediums at all. And that's just because of the realm in which my documentation takes place. I'm doing it on social media in front of a live audience. A lot of people will come into the chat, claim to be this, claim to be that. I just flat out say nicely, hey, listen, I'm going by what we can all see and hear, for the simple fact that I don't know you, right? It's a different, but I get exactly what you're saying, Steve.
I don't know enough about mediumship. I know I've studied mediums. I've worked with them for a long time, and the one thing I've learned is it would be incredibly stupid of me just to, oh well, you're psychic, you don't matter, or you're psychic, I'm not going to listen to you because I am a scientist or I am a materialist. That would be utterly wrong, because weird stuff happens. And I'll give you a quick story. I was in New England. I was at the, I can't remember, in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, big lighthouse there. And it's got a long history of paranormal activity. It's also an active US Coast Guard base. And as part of the, we were there on a public thing. So we were doing the public stuff, the EVPs and all the other crazy stuff with the mag lights. And one of the sessions was the use of, I think it was an SD7, the little noisy, horrible little.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I got one.
Yeah. Yep. After about 5 minutes, it's like mind control. It drives you mad. Listen. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I don't use it. It is.
Yeah, I
can't stand the sound.
You got to put a noise gate on it.
Yeah.
We set one up.
Yeah, I can't stand the sound. That's why mine doesn't have any batteries.
We had one of these, and as part of EVP is usually it's like, I always say, it's a bit like crack cocaine for ghost hunters. So we set one of these up on it. We were in the Admiral's office, the US Coast Guard Admiral's office, and as part of the arrangement for us being there, we had a senior Coast Guard officer who was with us, escorting us and making sure that we were on a US Coast Guard base, and make sure that we, abided by the rules. Now, this thing started to, is there anybody there? Can you hear my voice? And all the usual nonsense that people, anybody got a question? Oh, do you know your dad? And something then changed about the tone and the timbre, and for about 2 or 3 minutes, there was a period where the utterances seemed to be interacting with the questions. in a way that I've never experienced before. And at the end of the session, which, I mean, we were very close to the end of the session anyway. And at the end of the session, I spoke to the Coast Guard officer and said, well, what did you make of that? He'd already made me aware. He was a senior communications officer. He'd been in maritime radio as a radio operator for the best part of 30 years. What this guy didn't know about radio communications. And he said, if you just, played me a recording of what just took place, you were having a radio conversation with another person who was interacting with and responding intelligently to your questions. That blew me away for a while afterwards, because there is the possibility that, I've dismissed these annoying radio hacks, and all my interactions with them, I've taken them apart, I've studied them, I've messed about with them, and then here is one on one occasion in one location where it might just have been a communications bridge. And that's of the
wild.
That's why you don't dismiss stuff just because well, of course, it could be another.
Well, look, listen, I hear you. I get it. It's for me. Look, if you asked me a year ago, I would have been like, everyone's crazy that follows him online. Mediums are full of shit. All this stuff. Like, I wouldn't have bought any of it. But then as I'm getting into it, it's like, all right, let me do an interview, but let me deep dive in it. So it wasn't just we're going to bring a medium in off the street and see if he or she is hearing the same thing that John is communicating with. Is there a thing there? I talked to a teacher at the Arthur Finley School. I talked to the head of the Forever Family Foundation. I want someone who's been there. What is their process? We find a medium that fits that bill, that comes referred. I did a reading, my first reading ever on this for this podcast, that actually freaked me out on a couple things. Was she 100%? Did she tell me 100% everything that made sense? No, but there were a couple things that were so specific. There's no way that I still can't figure it out. Believe me, I've been trying to figure out, could she have figured that out? There's no way. And then we bring her in to sit with John, and there were stories that she was pulling, spirits that she's pulling of spirits that he has had communication with via the apps that were wildly the same. Not similar, not close, the same. And there's no way, again, he's live. He drops videos from his live streams, but he's been doing it for 5 years. There's over 2,000 videos. There's no way from the moment I met her and first met her and said, oh, hey, I want you to meet this guy, that she doesn't have a team of people that have gone through to scour and let me bring this one up.
And what's crazy about what Gary's talking about is she was basically bringing up spots that I document. She thought that it was connected to my childhood, but in reality, she was talking about all these places I go and document, because I document the same place over and over. I don't do one-offs, right? If I have access to a place, I assert my access. I make sure I constantly have access, and I go. So she brought up a spot that I did not release any videos from, because I do that for some spots. The data just isn't there for me yet before I put something out there. I want it to come through a couple of times, and then I can go, okay, yeah, this has come through a bunch of times. Here's an example of it. So it was a spot that I have not yet released a video from. And that's the spot that she kept talking about the most, which is wild. And I had a crazy experience there too.
And it's, for me, Stephen, I don't know if you've experienced this with what I've come to discover, or what I now sort of believe is in intuition, right? I feel we all have it. We all have intuition. We all have some vibe, whether you're walking to a bar or somebody walks in, you get a bad vibe of that person and you don't want to, there's something about it that we don't like, right?
Yeah, for sure.
That creates a fight or flight sort of scenario thing in us. We have it. And I am starting to believe that maybe some people, that is amped up. I use the baseball example, right? Like, some people can throw a pitch at 98 miles an hour. You can't teach it. You just got it. Some people can't. And I think this might be the same.
That's why I said earlier, it is wrong when we work with mediums, we take account of what they're saying, we document what they're saying, but we don't do it to the point where we document what anybody is feeling, or because, as you say, we just don't know. They might have. My personal belief regarding mediums is kind of like, well, I think it's something that maybe we can all do sometimes. I don't know if it's controllable.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Suggested is, and there have been, I've had enough experiences in my life to know that, maybe weird stuff happens. But equally, we talk about mediums in a positive way, but there are an awful lot of people who will tell you that they're mediumistic, and then they clearly are spouting rubbish, and they're just rambling off, oblivion.
Yes,
that's what I deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah, the term that I heard that I loved was
clairvagueness.
Right,
yeah,
the clairvagueness people who just sort of say things that probably you fit in somehow.
Yeah,
Right.
You see, the thing is that, if certainly over here in the UK, you get teams. It's not something I see in the States very often, but you get a team where the psychic is the lead individual in the team. They form the team around them, so that the psychic is kind of a messiah-like figure. And the rest of the team there are ego massaging, and the psychic will, because they're often mental psychics, and so they can. I've had people, I've stood there while people say I can see an entire legion of Roman soldiers standing there, who have come up to stand behind me to fight this demonic spirit, and you clearly there's something gone there. They are in it for the ego. It is an ego massaging for them.
Steve, have you done any studying on like consciousness and sort of that side of this field in terms of like remote viewing and where that comes into play with parapsychology? Or
obviously I've read about it and I'm aware of the research, but I decided a very long time ago that if I was ever going to, I became a ghost hunter because as a youngster, I was 5 or 6 at the time, that I'd read some ghost books and I wanted to see a ghost. I was desperate to see a ghost. I thought ghosts, and of course, the ghost hunters of the day then, they went to old buildings, they sat on the stairs with a flask of brandy and a loaded pistol, and they just waited for and then the headless ghost would, it was like something from Harry Potter. The ghost would silently walk down the stairs and then disappear through a wall. And I thought, well, that's got to be, a dead easy thing to achieve. I'll go to all of these places and I'll look for ghosts. And then you realize actually it's not like that at all. And you become much more interested in, but I was also interested in ufology, cryptozoology, all that weird stuff, but realized that was, that is a vast sort of panoply of phenomena. And the big question for me was ghosts. That has been what drew me in. I wanted to see a ghost, and I wanted to know why I didn't see a ghost. And so I decided I would be a master, jack of all trades, master of none. I would focus on hauntings and similar phenomena rather than all of the other vast questions. Do we survive death? How much does consciousness play into it? There is people have been studying consciousness, thought transference. People like Cal Cooper. I leave that to them. Yeah. And I focus on what my primary, because if I don't, I will never achieve my ambition. Maybe, I mean, I may have already have seen a ghost, but I want to know.
That's right. You may have started it. And listen, John knows those old people and children are the worst ghosts They're the scariest to me. Listen, you've given us a wonderful amount of time here. I got one more question for you, if I can, and John, I don't know if you have anything to add, but I would like to know, just on a basic level, if as someone, what we're trying to do here in Splintered Spirits is sort of we want a fun way. We want to be educational. We want to inform the audience, but we also are trying to paint a picture of what potentially a spirit is through this, based on what we know John has been doing for many years. If you were going to go out there as a pure, as the purist that you are and as a scientist that you are, and he's like, he has having these conversations with these apps, what's like the next 6 steps you would do to see if what he's talking to is really this spirit?
Gosh.
What's the process?
Well, hold on.
Well,
Can I rephrase that question?
Well, let me paint a better picture.
Hold on.
Yes,
I got to rephrase it because I know you got to let me rephrase this one. Steve, what would you do to test out that I'm actually talking to something, not necessarily the spirit that I think I'm talking to? So I had to rephrase that a little bit because I don't even trust what I think I'm talking to. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I'm glad for that clarification, because what I would do is I would first of all take your word for it that you are doing what you say you are doing, and I would watch what you're doing and I would just observe what you're doing. Then I would formulate, well, what could be happening? Could it be interaction with the device? Could the device be interacting with its environment? And so I would look at what controls can be put in place. Can we isolate the device from the environment, for example? So can we close down the device from any contact with the outside world? The use of a Faraday cage, for example, would simply do that. And we've done experiments like that. Then I would look
Faraday cage, you called that?
Yeah, it's
basically.
I know.
Okay.
You turn the device into, you just isolate it from the world. It can't communicate. It can't do anything. It can run its internal software, but it can't do anything beyond that. Then I would look at the software itself. What is the software doing? And we've done this. We've back engineered apps to see how they work. How is the coding? What's the coding doing? Is it geospatially aware? Is it using the GPS system and figuring out where it is and then changing the dictionary that's carrying or using in order to suit the location it's at? So by a process of small steps, putting a control in, seeing what happened, did that change anything? If not, did the communications continue? And you come down to, ultimately, you hopefully have looked at as many possibilities that you reasonably can. And then at the end, you try to, can you offer a plausible explanation? I stress plausible because, you have to say sometimes, I don't know what's happening. I can't offer any explanation other than this is not normal. I can't give you an explanation as to what's taking place. Now, I can't say that's paranormal because there might still be things, systems that we don't yet fully understand. For example, John's brain might be, because it's an electromagnetic emitter, it might be directly interfering with the device. The old
I believe that's true. I believe it's definitely affecting something in that brain. That's for sure.
Call it the ghost in the machine. Is the EVP being created by the individual and then transferred to the device? Those are things that we can't. We're not in a position to test. So we accept that there are things that we can't test, but we don't put that forward as you would see with some of the skeptical scientists saying, "Oh, well, it's just thought transference," which is, I've seen, I've seen some of these scientists struggling to try to remain in a position of skepticism when clearly, everything around them is gone to hell in a handbasket. But there's an interesting paradox with parapsychology versus I inhabit a world of physics, but there's an interesting difference between physics and psychology, parapsychology. If I were to if a parapsychologist designs the greatest experiment, a triple blind, fully controlled experiment, and they've got close, and then the results challenge them, they don't go to expectations, they still get the spirit voice, they still get the temperature anomaly, they still get the weird stuff taking place. Now, in physics, when you do an experiment with that level of control, you get a result. It may not be the result you're expecting, but you then take that result and go, okay, that was the result. What can I use to move forward with my understanding? But this is where psychology and parapsychology stumble, because they go, well, there must have been something wrong with the experiment. We'll have to go back and look at the experiment again. And this is why I've lost count how many Ganzfeld experiments have been done. And they just keep repeating the experiment because they can't accept the fact that weird stuff is taking place.
We met with a guy, Dan Sturgis, who pointed out, which I thought was really a great example of what we're doing here, which is we didn't even really know how lightning worked, except until we had high-speed cameras, which was just a couple, relatively a few years ago. When you think about it, in the space of time, right? Within the past 50 years, we had a high-speed camera. Until then, we had no idea what lightning did, really. Well, and that's this, right? We may not have it yet to really.
Well, and Gary, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's another reason why I don't consider myself an investigator. That's 100% why I call myself a documenter. All these tools, these EMF readers, the REM pods, even EVP recordings, we're basing that off of physics and science in our reality. When we know with quantum mechanics, that doesn't follow the laws of physics the way regular physics does. Well, we've already learned that there's something different going on there. So,
well,
it does, but physics isn't the perfect science that people think. For example, if you talk to you raise quantum mechanics, you ask a quantum physicist to explain quantum physics, and if he can, he's lying, because the greatest of them will go, we don't know, because weird. Now there are two. You're over in America. You're near Elon Musk's SpaceX launch sites and NASA and all that cool stuff. We're just a little rock in the Atlantic. NASA know how to put a probe onto a fast-moving asteroid as it zips through the solar system, because they know what gravity is doing, but they can't explain what gravity is. Same with magnetism. You can take a magnet and a steel plate, you can stick them together, and you can observe what it's doing, but science still can't properly explain magnetism.
That's absolutely right. That's a great analogy for sure.
If you extend that, so there you have two phenomena that we can use and manipulate. So gravity does stuff that we can use to put probes onto asteroids, satellites into space, and catch rockets as they come falling back through the atmosphere. Imagine if there was another force of nature, like gravity or magnetism, but the primary thing it acted on was the human mind. Now, the human mind varies. I'm different than Gary. I'm different. My mind is different than John's, because it's grown up. It's developed its own set of, rules and conditions and expectations. And
you could have stopped at developed. Your mind is developed. Than John's. That's.
So
Sorry, I'm just teasing my nephew a bit.
that unknown force that we still don't understand, let's give it a title. Let's call it psi. We can't.
Okay, sure.
We can figure out gravity because we can observe what it's doing, but not what it is. We can figure out magnetism because we can observe what it's doing, not what it is. We can't figure out psi because we can't see what it's doing, because every time we try and observe it with Gary or John or the man down the road or the person having a ghost encounter, it's doing something different in every eventuality, but it's still a force of nature. It's still a standard force of physics. It's how we can understand by observation, but there might be stuff that we still can't understand because we don't have the tools to observe and measure and document it accurately.
Steve, I got to tell you, I really appreciate your perspective. On this, we've gotten we go after all points of views. We've had parapsychologists like Cal or Lloyd Auerbach and and other teachers and authors. We've also had mediums and witches and it's nice to get grounded with someone who's got the years of experience as you have, who looks at things very granularly in terms of how the tech works and how this is what you're really seeing and what you're really hearing, and just and also the foundation perspective of talk to the person, make sure understand the experience. It's a really wonderful thing that, look, when we drop, I really hope people that when they listen and they read your books and all of the ghost hunters and investigators that are out there are going to be out there or starting up, take a crash course in Steve Parsons to, let's find some balance in what you're doing. Yeah, man, have fun doing it. That's what gets the eyes. That's what gets the viewers. But let's get back to sort of what is your goal? What is their end goal? What is our end goal? What are you trying to figure out? Or are you just trying to get likes?
When I'm doing the training courses, I always say to people, the most important lesson is to challenge everything. Challenge your beliefs, challenge what the witness is saying, but in a pleasant way. Don't take as fact anything that you are told, not even by me or Lloyd Auerbach or Cal Cooper. Just because somebody tells you they're an expert doesn't necessarily mean that they're right. And if people say, well, I've been studying the paranormal for 50 years, they may have just been doing it wrong for 50 years.
Yeah, right. Right.
Steve, you're going after my heart, Steve. That's
a good one. Leslie,
Hey, Steve, real quick, I have one question.
You can't top that one.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh,
Steve,
go.
If you had to direct somebody to one of your books, if they were going to get into ghost hunting, and you had to direct somebody to one of your books, which book would it be?
It would be Ghostology, because it was. I was asked years ago, and I said, I would never write a book because it wouldn't be. What could I tell people? But eventually, I did, and I tried to put into it everything that I think is important. And if you follow Ghostology, it won't make you a great investigator. It won't, but it will give you the foundations of being a good, competent investigator. But don't take my word.
I think
awesome.
Yeah, read it. I mean, honestly, I would read that. That book is a key one for sure. Then I read it and I loved it. I love where it went. It was reading your guidance notes. That's sort of to me like the guidance notes for investigators of spontaneous cases that you wrote. Feels like this should be your rule book.
Well,
right. This is the rule book. Like this is the.
That was a condensed. There are two of the blue one and the red one, but they are just a condensed version of Ghostology in kind of bullet points. There's no bullet points, but right. But don't just read Ghostology. Read the amount of ghost hunters. If you look on the bookshelf, there's two books. One by Zach, for dummies, and one by maybe Troy Taylor. read everything. Read books by mediums. Read books by parapsychologists. Read books by ghost hunters, and form your own opinion. Challenge what you are reading, what you are being told. Don't sit there mindlessly watching YouTube and considering it's fact. Test it. Challenge it. Could that really have happened like that? Or is that just, go with your gut. It's like when you talk to a witness the first time, you get that sort of gut sense that, well, maybe they're just slightly mad.
A kook. Yeah.
It happens.
Makes a lot of sense.
But
Steve, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. This has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your wisdom and experience. Appreciate it.
I just
love
have
it.
Years of experience of sitting in the dark, getting bored.
Yep.
I can see.
I
love it, Steve.
I just want to see a ghost. I know I've seen a ghost.
I just want to see a ghost. Well, don't we all? I don't know. You know what? I'm going to scratch that. I do not want to see a ghost. I don't want to see one. I don't want to have to move. I just want to.
I'm going to say this. Go ahead, Steve.
I was once asked, do you believe in life after death? And the answer I gave, I think, kind of sums things up, because I said, I hope death is not final, because if I wake up and find I'm dead and that's the end of it, I will be mightily pissed off, because I want to come back, and I want to find out what happened. Did SpaceX get to Mars? Did my great grandchildren, do this? I'm so eternally curious. I want to, and if somebody said, well, that's it, you die and blackness, nothing, I'd come back and haunt people, because I'd be that cross.
But curiosity is a key for us here, right? Stay curious is it's just sort of a motto what we're trying to
everything
to keep it going.
As Tony Cornell, the great British ghost hunter, from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, once said, it's mostly common sense.
Right on. All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you again. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Hello.
I just had the greatest idea, right? So we're going to do a promo intro for Splintered Spirits. That's going to be me just moving my head to the music as it kicks on. And then we're going to AI some spirits in back of me doing the same thing,
Now, John, I'm trying to see if we are... I'm trying to see. We're trying to add our friends on TikTok today, but it doesn't look like it's going through for some reason.
Uh-oh.
Which is a bummer. I just set that up.
Yeah.
I don't know what it looks like. People are joining, even though I went through hell and high water to figure this out last week and do a whole thing.
Yeah, you were on.
I was on.
Just chilling.
Hey, TikTok folks, are you seeing anything or no?
I don't know.
I'm looking at their chat. I could see their chat. And I want to see if they could see you. No, they just see like the thing. So why isn't the... Here we go. Booyah! Now it's up. I see what I have to do. John, we're live everywhere now. Now we are everywhere.
Everywhere.
And in the TikTok, can you hear me as well? Do you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes and yes.
There you go.
All right, let's hope this doesn't get totally effed up straight in the A.
Let's hope it just holds.
Let's hope that this holds. Welcome, everybody, to Splintered Spirits Live podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa, where we try to figure out what are spirits. And we've got a fun one because I want to, those apps don't work for me to talk to spirits. So I want to go old school on it. And you're going to help me do it today. And you know what's great is, dude, I had all this shit around the house, because from the band days, from like all my stuff from the band days. So I'm going to build.
So you have an understanding as well of how you're going to hook all this up.
Yeah. Exactly. So
but we got to stress to them that you're doing what he's essentially doing is building a portal box. That is what he's essentially doing. This is a very simple one. Now like he said,
okay. Let me show you what I got. I'm going to show you what I got before we dive in. Let me show you all the bits, and then we'll see how it does. All right. So here, let me turn on. I'm going to show you on my desk as I pull it all up, so you guys can see it, and you guys should be able to see it. All right. Okay. Let me shut that off because then I think all the speakers came back on.
Okay, so that's the amplifier.
Okay.
Using.
Yes. All right. You can still hear me, right? No echo? Okay, perfect. Nope. Here's an amp. I got this little amp, right?
Okay.
Put that up here. I got a reverb.
Reverb pedal. Yep.
Noise gate.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Power.
Okay.
See that?
Yep.
Then I got, this is ancillary power, little battery packs.
Okay.
Right? And dude, I got cables shooting out of my butt. So it's like I got a quarter to an eighth. I've got, these are for the batteries to go into the pedals if I need those, right?
Okay.
I don't think I need that one. I don't know what that one is. That's a USB. I don't know what that is either. Oh, these are like for the pedals, right? To go in and out to each, right? Quarter inch. I got a bunch.
Yeah, you need.
I got a bunch of these, dude. I got a bunch. I got a bunch of these, bro. Yeah. I'm ready to go with those.
Yeah.
And then here's what's great. So then I've got, this is how funny is this? This is what this thing is called. I just got a pedal board, but how funny is it that they're called, like for a guitar pedal board, a Ghost Fire pedal board, right? So it's a little one.
I'm curious to see what the
right.
Okay.
So it's just a little bit of it's a little pedal board. So look, all right, let's throw this shit out of the way. Okay. Now, and of course, the classic. Did it freeze?
The SB7. Yep.
The SB7. All right. Here we go. All right, and then, I modded this up a little bit. See this little screw here?
Okay.
I put this here because I had how many of these do you have, by the way? Like little phone holders. Tons of them, right?
Tons.
So then I'm going to put this here like this. I'm going to screw this one on to the corner because this is what's going to hold the SB7.
Nice. Cool.
Right?
Yeah, perfect.
Let me tighten this up.
Now,
I might have to put a washer on it.
On a normal, just so people don't get confused, on
Tell them.
A normal one that someone would, be using, you would have it Velcroed to the back.
Yeah, I'm going to Velcro some of this stuff.
Yeah. Same thing with like the battery, the 9 volts.
Right. Yeah. I got Velcro for all that shit, dude. There's Velcro everywhere.
Velcro, baby, it's the best.
We're Velcroing everything up, yo. But I wanted it like this because I didn't have enough space to stick it. I didn't get a big enough like little amp.
See, the pedal board though, dude, the pedal board would be great at a spot that you're always at, where you can literally mount it to the wall.
But like, look, see, I can move this. I can close this.
Yeah.
I can put it right, and then I can do this here like this.
Yep.
Right. So boom. So that's set. Right.
Set. Yep.
Now, so then we're gonna go what? We go first from there to the noise gate, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
All right.
Yep. The SB7 is gonna be connected to
the noise.
The noise.
All right. So then we got to stick this on.
So what's interesting with my setup is I can go through both the noise and the reverb, and I have it split because there's different ways to set them up. But you could technically just go in through one.
All right, so I'm going to stick some Velcro up on this mother right now.
Velcro!
See, I got Velcro, guys. We're set.
Yeah, Velcro excites the shit out of me.
Does it? What a genius invention that is.
Ah, it's the best. It's the best.
What do you guys
I've got
saying?
rolls of the tape of it.
What are you folks saying in the
stick
chat?
something.
There's so many chats, dude.
I can't see any of them.
I've got so
I feel
many.
disconnected. I gotta get once I get the setup, I'll be able to see the chats as well.
Yeah, it's like we got so many chats. Let's see.
So many chats going. 2 people
Well,
per chat.
We got a lot. We got people rocking and rolling here. All right, look, guys, we got
2 people on Twitch.
Maybe right, but TikTok, welcome. I like that we can play in this space, which is really John's home.
Yeah.
And all right. So let's see here. All right, so we're just. Do we think we're gonna get any spirits, John? That's the real question.
I don't know. Listen, everywhere's haunted. It's just the amount. It's just how haunted, and the amount. Maybe you'll get one that's floating by. It's like, hey, what's this guy doing in his garage? Oh shit! This is more than just a garage. What is this?
It's a garage slash Equinox slash podcast studio slash storage center. The one thing this garage does not do is hold cars.
Imagine there's the spirit of a car in there.
All right, so we got one Velcro on there. This is my reverb.
Okay.
Let's make sure I put the right Velcro on. Okay, yeah. All right, so we'll slap this on the back of this shit. You guys can see all this. All right, guys. Anybody have anything fun to say? Am I doing anything wrong? No, you guys are cool. What's up? Welcome. You're watching Splintered Spirits as we build a spirit box.
Yep.
Thing. All right, so I'm going to throw this down. Oh, look at that. Sticks. Now I can... Okay, so I'm going to use this, which is my 1/8 to 1/4, to go out of this.
Out of the SP7.
Yeah. So this would be the speaker out. Right?
Yep.
Right? And that's going to get jacked into here.
Into there.
Oh, it's like magic, dude. Are you ready? Are you guys ready to hear some ghosts? I don't think they're ready. All right. So then I'm going to jack it. Then it goes out from here into the verb, right?
Yep.
This is so easy. Everybody can do it.
Yep.
Guys, everybody can do it. Let's get it right up close. All right. Then, see, I don't need to stick my amp. I can just rest it in here.
You can just rest it, yeah.
Right? Oh, but
you can always do something if you ever, like for that.
So then,
just rest
so
it,
then look, this is the power box, right? So then this can go anywhere. Let's just stick it here. I can put it underneath.
Yeah.
All right, and then that's going to need juice. So then we're going to have to plug in. It comes with a bunch of power. I got more cords. Just what I needed in my life, by the way. More cords. You can never have enough cords, I guess. Yep. All right, guys. So then we're going to go. I can't see this shit down here, but I guess it's all the same. So I'll tighten these. I'll like zip line these cords up so they don't hang. Keep it neat.
Keep it nice and neat.
Nice and neat.
You don't want a ghost pulling on the wires.
We don't want ghosts pull. Right. We don't need ghosts pulling on wires, John.
You don't need spirits pulling on wires.
We don't need spirits pulling on wires. All right.
Nah.
All right. So that's plugged in. All right. So then we got to go out from here and into the amp, right?
Into the, yep.
Into the mini amp.
All right. Amp.
All right. What do we turn on first? I guess we turn on.
Make
you don't
sure
want the amp
volume is. Make sure
the
volume
amp would be last, right? The amp should be last. Speakers last.
Yeah, amp is last, but make sure volume is low on that amp, because you don't want to kick that on and then destroy everyone's eardrums.
Right.
So
you see what I'll tilt this forward so you guys can see it. Look at that setup, guys. Dude, we're ready for ghost shit. I'll stick the battery things under here in a minute.
Yeah.
All right. So then
That's
first,
you don't even need the battery things. It's only if you're on the go.
Yeah. If I run out, right? So this thing's rechargeable. This plug I got. Okay, so I'm turning this. Oh wait, we want to do this last. Okay, yeah.
Just make sure the volume's low.
Let me plug it. Okay, so it's all right. It's off. All right, so I'll turn that on last. Okay, so it's ready to go. The volume's on. Low. Let's see. The gain just in the middle, I guess, and we'll just do the rest flat.
Yeah, so
okay.
We're going to play around with stuff in a bit.
Okay. All right. Then. All right. So let's turn on this first.
You got batteries in the SP7?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Could you imagine if I didn't? All right, guys. So this is on. All right. Now, where do I want this set, John? Like, which kind of speed do I want?
Oh, let's start at a low cycle. A low cycle through.
What is that? Low 50?
The lowest. I can't remember the numbers. Is it
50?
1100?
It goes like 50 to 100. It goes no. It goes 50 milliseconds to like 350 milliseconds.
We want bring it to $1.50.
$1.50. Okay, so let's see.
Bring it to 150.
All right, so that would be.
Let's start in the middle.
Hold on, I can't see shit. First of all, guys, I'm old and I gotta get my readers on. Can't see this thing. This makes me look more like a scientist.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. All right, sweep rate. So 250, 300, 350, 50, 100. You think 150 is where we want to start? Do we want 150. Do we want AM or FM?
Let's go with FM for this. We could try. I mean, listen, you try whatever you want, whatever.
Okay. All right, that's on. I haven't started scanning forward yet. So now I'm going to turn on these. Oh, wait. I got to turn the power on. Okay, power's on. I'm going to turn the noise gate on.
Yeah.
Turn my verb on.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn the amp on. All right. So we got sound.
Okay, so now you want to hit sweep.
Hold on. Well,
sounds like it's just picking up one station.
Yeah. I haven't started scanning yet. I'm just playing with the. I'm playing with the noise filter and the reverb to find a.
Gotcha.
To find.
Gotcha.
Like, what kind of reverb do we want? We don't want something too heavy, right? Let's see.
Well, we're gonna have to play around when once it starts scanning. We'll be able to hear what it sounds like.
All right. Now I'm gonna start to scan. I'm gonna start going forward. You ready for this? All right, we're scanning.
There you go.
So now I just turn the noise gate on. Oh. What?
Ask if anybody's there.
Are there any spirits here? Let me put this straight up so the antenna is better. Spirits! Are there any Los Angeles spirits? What if let's tinker.
Gary's sitting there with a thing of gasoline and a lighter ready to light his garage on fire.
I am. It's like, dude, we're going to have to move.
Gary.
I'll have to find a new office. Spirits. Maybe there's no death here. Welcome, TikTok. Welcome, everybody, to Splintered Spirits.
I just heard what sounded like a little high, but maybe it's just the audio coming through.
Spirits. Now, this is the gate, right? I have the gate right on the edge of... See, that's noise. And that's right, taking the noise out. Now, what does the scan speed do, and how does that affect spirits, do we think?
So basically, if I remember correctly, the whole theory behind it is the scanning as it's scanning through the radio waves, it's trying to catch up a spirit in that process. So the slower you're scanning is the slower you're trying to pick up on them, and the faster is the faster it's going through the channels in order to catch what spirits it can on that frequency. I believe that's how it goes.
So should we try a different speed and see what happens?
We could.
All right, let's go fast. Let's go super fast, 300. And we're still on FM. Oh, this is slow, I guess. 300 milliseconds. So it's longer. It's a longer hold.
Okay. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a longer period of time. Spirits, I dare you to say something. The power of Christ compels you. Spirits are pussies, bro. It's pretty
Gary,
wild. Yes.
Ask him what musical instrument is in your garage.
What musical instrument do I have in my garage? I've got a couple, but what are the two big ones?
Ask him for the biggest one.
What's the biggest musical instrument in my garage? Spirits, I'm asking you a question. I am your leader. You must answer me. Spirits! I demand that you tell me what instrument is in my garage. All right, let's try super fast speed. There's a temperature reading on this thing. Can this overheat?
I think the temperature reading is supposed to be like for like if the spirits are changing the temperature. But I've never liked those, especially in places that aren't insulated or outside.
Now, see, this is super fast. You can hear it when I lower the gate.
Yep.
But if I turn the gate up just to where it blocks out. Spirits? I could also be in maybe I just don't have good ghosts, dude. Maybe my ghosts suck.
Yeah.
Like, ghosts can suck. Right? Like, we know this. They cannot be very forthcoming in their information.
Yeah, even when there's a lot of them.
Right? Even when there's a lot of them.
Even when there's a lot of them. It's a pain in the ass.
What do you guys think? How we doing in this chat? We got some eyeballs. Guys, what do you think? What do you think of this setup? Are you like, am I making you want to become a ghost person?
Dude, I love the idea of the pedal board
Pedal board's dope.
mounted. Like, I think, because I have this spirit box that's literally just been sitting here. I think I am going to take this apart and get a pedal board and literally just mount it to the wall here.
Yeah, man, right? It's so easy to do.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's so
All right,
easy.
let's try. Look, we're not getting like squat on. We're not getting squat on the old AM stations. So why don't we try? Hold on. And that 50 speed is real bad. It's like we're not hearing anything on that. Let's go up to 150 where we started. Or maybe we'll go to 200. And then let's try AM. All right, we're on AM. Now we're going to sweep forward. Spirits? I demand that you answer my questions about what instruments I have. I want a very straightforward answer. Laney, I think Vox uses digital radio, right? Because there's no radio in a phone.
What's real interesting, and I can never really get into the details about that, but I always say Vox scans through digital radio, right?
No, I think it has to.
That's completely wrong. It's the short answer. It's the only thing I can say while I'm on live. The actuality behind it is Vox takes digital radio, puts it into a sound bank, and then it cycles through the sound bank, and the spirits have to manipulate the digital radio. So it's not coming straight from digital radio through the device.
Oh, that's interesting.
It literally goes into a sound bank and then goes through a cycle, which is why we hear things like "level up my business," and shit like that, because
Right.
it's literally cycling through. And if you're not connected to the internet, what Vox does is it never updates the sound bank.
Right.
So it just cycles through the same. Doesn't mean the spirits can't manipulate it. It just means that you're not going to get any new radio for them to, which is good because they constantly have a bunch of things that they can, mess with.
Jesse thinks that maybe the ghosts are not used to having anybody talk to them in my place. So they're like, I don't know what this thing is. It looks rinky-dink. Why don't you've got a nice iPhone there? Why aren't we talking through that? Why are you using this MacGyvered spirit box? Maybe that's what the ghosts are thinking. Maybe they're being bougie.
So I haven't heard anything.
I haven't heard anything on AM. Let's see if we sweep in reverse. Besides, AM radio sucks. Let's go back to FM. Then we'll go backwards.
Now, how sick would it be? And I've consulted great minds on this. And they told me the technology would have to be built from scratch. Which I don't even know where to start with that. But how crazy would it be is instead of going through radio waves, we were able to manipulate the same setup, but go through old analog TV. So analog TV is gone, right? But not the waves. That shit is still it's still all over the place. It's coming from outer space, being sent back to Earth. There's bursts coming from outer space.
It's just you want it to be able to pick up broadcast.
Yeah, and because we're not using them anymore, we wouldn't pick up any local shit. It would be all, it almost on the theory of principle that, these things are coming from outer space, coming through the earth, and the spirits are hitching a ride. We might be able to, let alone see them, but let alone hear them, maybe even see them. And I've inquired about this. I got close, Gary.
Well, I
did it once. I set up an old antenna into the TV. The only thing that I couldn't do is cycle through to do it and for the images. But I had the static white noise. I had the TV.
You mean also show imagery, not just the audio?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So.
Well, what you got to think? What's broadcasting? What's still broadcasts, right?
Nothing.
Everything does. Well, first of all, everything does.
All your major on that old school. You can't, for example, PBS 13. It ain't on 13 anymore. It's not on channel 13.
But let's start. Why don't we start? But what I'm saying to you is, before you start trying to get old TV, which you'd have to probably somehow lock in with Tubi and use fast channels, where all the old shows are running 24/7.
Yeah, but no, you missed it.
I'm talking about broadcast. Look, CBS is running. All your local stations are running.
Yeah, you're missing the whole thing. Forget all of that. Let's go. Let's transport back in time.
Okay.
To when there was only 1 through 13, right? And channel 3 and 4 were reserved for video games. Okay. Let's go back to that time. Imagine we were able to jack into those TV waves. I forgot what they're called. Okay, they're not being used. Nobody broadcasts on those anymore. That's why that's why antennas don't work. The old school rabbit antennas and whatnot, none of that works anymore. It's all dead. But the waves are still out there. And some of them are from Earth. Some of them are coming from outer space. They're literally still out there. And how cool would it be is if we could see if we could get the spirit to talk through that and also show us imagery.
Now, Mama Lisa's asking, first of all, yes, that would be wild. That would be wild to figure out how to do that. I don't know if we...
Maybe now that I have
we should talk to AI about it to figure out what that's called.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Now that I have access to all that. Because when I first came up with all this idea, there wasn't, AI to run all this by. Now AI might be able to be like, hey, well, if you take the components from this and you combine them with this, let's just take a little,
right.
just knowledge of the circuit boards and whatnot, and
I just slowed the sweep rate to 250. Let me just lower the noise gate a little. I like the. What was that bit?
Oh, I just heard thank you.
Now, Mama Lisa was saying maybe let John ask, but this in a weird way, because they can't hear John right now because of the way my setup is, right? We would get reverb. So in some odd fashion, they would have to they're just going to have to go through me. I was going to say something stupid there, like it was a weird sort of Estes thing, but it's still, Estes is so confusing, it still doesn't make sense to me to do it. Night. Spirits, what instrument do I have in my garage? Maybe I got to lower the reverb because it's a little too hard to hear. I don't know how to lower the reverb on this. Let's just go room and see what that says. Spirits, what instrument do I have in this room? Can you see it?
Could you put the volume up on the amplifier?
Yeah, well.
Or is it up all the way?
No, it's not even close.
Okay. Crank it up a bit.
I can move my mic down a little too.
There you go. Much better.
Spirits! I dare you to enter me, spirits. No, I don't want to do that. I take that back. I don't want to do it. But you can talk to this machine. Talk to... I take it back. I don't want to be possessed.
You can't possess me, but you can talk to the machine.
Talk to the machine. What do I have in this room? Tell me something I got. Point it out. I said my name earlier. Do you know it? Can you say my name?
Dude, I just heard drum kit.
No, you didn't.
I shit you not. There's no way that didn't say drum kit. There's no way.
Spirits,
Someone
what do I
who's
have
watching on the YTs, rewind it. Tell me if you heard drum kit.
I'll check it when I upload it.
Because only YT people right now can go back and fast forward, rewind, I believe.
How they get in there? How they get in where? What? The spirits?
Or the garage. Well, the garage, we came up with a crystallized quartz infusion on the cords and the springs. So as soon as that fucking door goes down, that is it, baby. Them spirits are trapped. They ain't going nowhere.
Listen, there's nothing in my house that would prevent spirits from coming in, so it's like I don't really give a shit. There are tiny ghosts that are box size. That'd be funny.
Box-sized spirits.
Box-sized spirits. But does everybody know what this is? If you're just joining us, right? So we've got this SP7 that people rave about as like the go-to sort of thing, right? But people do. People dig it, man. They like this radio scanner. Then...
Dude, anybody who digs the SP7, you can tell when someone's like, oh, I love the SP7. Either they're a naturalist where they can't accept any other form of spirit communication, or they did not live through the old, let's take a radio, crack it open, pull the tab, get it so it scans and listen to it like crazy while you're going nuts back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Now, look, here's what... Now, just so, right, I just want to point out any new people. So what all this shit here does... Whoa. So if I shut off the noise filter, right, here's what it's going to sound like. It's going to be a mess.
It actually sounded like it said, can you help me, please?
So the noise gate, so you don't have to hear that static, right? Because it's just scanning. And
that
the
literally
reverb
sounded like it said, can you help me, please?
And this is just to make it cool. Right? Reverb is really just to make it like...
That's all it is. It's supposed to... So the reverb, and again, people who swear by portal boxes won't tell you this, but all the reverb does is it makes it sound cool.
Makes it sound cool.
It's to give it a spectral and spatial effects.
Yeah. Why else?
Literally what it's for.
Well, who would say different?
Yeah. Oh, people do. People say it's needed so the spirits can communicate. And it's
No.
like, no, it's not.
No.
No, it's not.
It's for coolness.
Yes, that's it.
Everybody sounds better in reverb.
Yeah.
Let's go, Spirits.
Yes.
Spirits, I want you to tell me what else should I ask, John? You're the expert. Like, what are some initial questions we want to ask Spirits?
Well, first you want to find out if there's actually something there. So you want to, dude, I wish, Binding, you don't have any sort of, like, how close are you to your garage door? Are you on the opposite side of the room?
Yeah, it's on the other side of it.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to hook up to, I wish you could make that antenna better. Yeah, that's the other issue with the SP7s and 11s. Like, too bad you didn't have, like, a couple clothes hangers lying around and we bring something up real quick, you know?
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything.
Just
if
jack
not,
it
that's
into
fine.
turn this whole room into some sort of super antenna.
Yes.
A lightning rod of some kind.
Yes. Yes. If we had spare copper wire, you could run it to your garage door holder.
Right. Just stick it out. I'm close to my window. I could just stick it out the window.
Oh yeah, or stick it out the window. Yeah.
I'm very close to that, but I just need Okay, wait. What do I?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go too crazy. We could always play around with it another day, you know?
Yeah.
We could really make something crazy for that. I actually have a CB radio antenna. We might be able to hook up to that too.
All right. So this is a regular station. I managed to stop it.
Pretty amazed my dog pepperminted.
That was Alice in Chains. That was Man in the Box.
So I managed to stop it right on a station.
Of course, take a shot. The alcohol of your choice, unless you're driving. Wait till you get home. Or if you're under 21.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, that's
right.
good advice.
So now I'm going to go forward now. I'm going to change it because I don't know if I'm allowed to rebroadcast. So let's see. Is there a spirit here? Can there a spirit take control of this box? I'm glad I didn't spend a lot of money on this shit either, but it's like, which I didn't do. I had a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, the only thing you didn't have was the SP7.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was here, you know?
And I bought it for like $20 less because it had like a mark on it.
Yeah, perfect. I found one of those in the dirt once.
I'm most proud of myself for this little bit, putting this clamp on here.
Dude, that is awesome.
I could just fold it down.
Yeah.
And then I could just put it up.
Dude, I'm telling you, that'd be amazing for like, I mean, whether you're traveling or you set it up stationary somewhere.
Yeah, it comes in a box that says Ghost Fire. I mean, dude, what's more impressive than that? I'm fucking Mr. Ghost. Dude, I don't even want to hear. Who's more ghost than me now? I'm Mr. Ghost guy.
I don't know. The dead people? The dead.
I'm like Ghost guy. It's just like,
guy.
I'm Ghost guy, dude. John, we got some good stuff coming up, by the way, for these guys who don't realize that Tuesday we drop an episode about Buckout Road.
Yes.
Splintered Spirits, episode 18 on Tuesday about Buckout Road. We go through some really great evidence, and we catch an EVP that I don't want to spoil it. You got to listen to it. No, it's good, but it's really good. It starts out, we analyze it, and it's like, there's legitimately something there that happens. And it's pretty fun. Like, I'm excited. I'm excited to hear what people think. I hope everybody checks it out and watches it. People are always going to like shit on EVP, especially when I drop it on Reddit. They're going to be like, meh, meh, meh. But it's, as the Reddit community will do. But for most people, it's like, look, I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. I can't figure out what caused it. But it certainly happened. And we caught it.
Yeah, dude, my big issue with, that's an EVP, but that's a different type of EVP, right? Like, think about it. We weren't trying to catch anything. We weren't trying to speak to the spirits. I just heard a child. call my name, which is, normal. I mean, the last time I was at a Monday at Buckout, I heard a woman call my name from deep in the woods. But everybody heard it. It even picked up on the damn audio.
Well, this one it didn't pick up on the audio. I had it isolate. So the way so look, we are podcasting right now on we use a service called Riverside. What Riverside does is it records locally to our own individual devices, and then it uploads. So it's not just, you're not seeing an actual live stream. It's recording it on the device so that we get the best possible thing for the after effect. So I have everybody's track isolated. So I was able to then grab when John in the episode, you will see John like cut me off and go, "I just heard a kid's voice, dude. I caught it. I didn't hear shit." But then when I went back and I pulled his audio, and then I just cranked up the volume and slowed it down, you hear something, and wait until you hear it, because it's really freaky that something's there, and I don't understand what caused it or what could it, but it got your attention, and it's not audible just to the, you got to just jack the volume up for it. But it's weird, dude. It's weird. That was weird.
Weird shit happens at Buckout.
You're so cat. Like, dude, what? I get ghosts all the time. I get ghosts. Every time. I always hear ghosts. I'm a ghost, dude. Listen to this guy. Yeah, whatever. I get ghosts left, right, center ghosts.
I'm so numb to it, dude. Yeah. No, but it's cool because we weren't trying. That's the cool factor about it. Like, it was just me sitting there talking to you about Buckout, and then all of a sudden, I hear a child calling my name.
It's
Where were we?
Nuts.
I was at Stony Hill that day, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I was at
Stony Hill was talking all about Buckout, the history of Buckout. Yep. What's up, I am Cammy? Are you still with us? Sorry if I'm not really, talking to the chat. I'm trying to listen for ghosts. I'm not used to talking to a chat and listening to ghosts and talking to John.
Yeah.
This is why he has 1 million followers and I've got 2,700. So it's like I'm just sort of, I'm not really here for the followers. I'm here to get this podcast and get these stories and understand science. That's my goal. Yeah, Buckout does be bucking, Cass, for sure. Hello, Outlaw.
Yes, it does.
Hello. I like all these people coming checking us out. We got a handful.
How close
here.
are we to 1,000 followers on?
Listen, man, we are very close to 1,000 followers on the Splintered Spirits channel. We're super close, just a little over 100 we need to get there. So look. If you're checking us out right now, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits right here on TikTok and everywhere podcasts are. We are on every platform. We are live right now on every platform that you can imagine. So it's like, I don't know how these numbers do. Look at you guys. I don't know if I'm making money from people throwing money at us here with gifts, which is very kind of them, or I'm just naturally making money, but that's pretty sweet.
What happened? I can't see the chats.
Well, no, I'm just looking. I can't see. It's not showing me. I see a lot of hearts coming up, but I'm not used to looking at this. We've only got 11,000 hearts. Does that mean something in TikTok world? I guess that's good.
On what platform?
That's TikTok. I'm only talking about TikTok.
11,000 likes? Yeah, it means you got over 10,000 likes.
Yeah. There's some diamonds here. What do diamonds mean, John?
On TikTok?
Yeah.
That means you got gifts.
Huh. There's 27. There's not a lot of people watching this right now. That's all right. But there's a lot. When you start adding up the people.
No.
I don't know. Why does this heart with a red dildo show up on my head every now and again on TikTok? It's like a heart riding a red dildo, and it says "Join my team."
So if you do the heart me for Splintered Spirits on TikTok, that means that you are a true player for real with Splintered Spirits. That is Team Splintered Spirits right there.
I see.
And that's actually going to be joining with the subscription soon. So they're combining that. A lot of people are not happy about it. Some are very happy, but we're holding on to Super Meows.
All right.
Speaking of Super Meows,
hey, B Love, John is on. This is John's podcast. This is Splintered Spirits. This is what we do together. So at this time, we're focusing on here, this podcast, this live stream, which we do normally every Thursday, but we had to move it yesterday. We do the live. Yeah. We broadcast the live everywhere on both channels on YT. TikTok is new to drop the live, and I'm glad we're making it work, and I'm glad it's working for everybody here. We're also on other platforms as well when we go live. So to answer your question, John is here. He's right here. And this is where he is during this hour for our show as we try to build this. And if you've never seen Splintered Spirits, we do deep dives. Deep dives into spirits. What are spirits? John's theory is, as many of you who have listened before, that spirits are energy, or the memories of the dead trapped on the energy that we all have in our bodies that's released. On this podcast, we talk to a lot of people who communicate with spirits, from mediums to witches, but we also talk to academics, parapsychologists, people who have done intense study on tech to try to figure out where the energy lies. And what's really interesting, dude, I got to tell you, because we're going to talk to a couple more people we got lined up. Steve Parsons is going to be on we're doing an interview with. He's a British, UK parapsychologist, really into tech. His book, where is it? I might have it on the floor next to me. This book, guys, it's called Ghostology, all right? So if you see this book here, really dives into tech, and really from a unique perspective, from frequency to how it works to how you use things. I mean, for the most part, real hardcore ghost investigators, paranormal investigators, would not rely on one thing, which is why I also want to point out John never claims to be an investigator. He's a documenter. Hardcore investigators wouldn't just go somewhere with an app. They would go with 2 different apps. They would go with an EVP recorder. They would go with an electromagnetic field thing. They would have some real high-tech shit. And they would study a place over hours and hours and hours with a medium, probably, just to help back up some of their things. You know what I mean? So it's like they really get into it. And hearing all of these perspectives on how it works. But one thing I'm finding fascinating is some people, we've got, like, starting with, we do an interview with Amy Belaski. She's one of the most popular psychic mediums online, the Belaski method, and she's wild. She's really great, but she really talks about frequency a lot. And we're about to do another interview with a clairaudient who hears spirit, and she gets like a ringing in her ear when she does it. So there's something about this idea of frequency, energy, that is consistent no matter what you think spirits are, which is what the podcast is all about, like trying to get these different perspectives to hone in on what things are. So this MacGyver box that you're watching here is my attempt to communicate with the spirits and see if I can get them to go. I should bring this to Hollywood Forever in my backpack and see what happens.
You could.
Right?
You could. See if it gets any...
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I could set this up there easy. I'm going to do that. That'd be pretty wild.
The loaf of bread up. Am I frozen?
This big contraption.
Or
it's almost like
frozen?
everyone's got smaller like their phones or something, and then frozen. I roll out with this thing.
Okay,
you know?
So yeah, you're going to hear a lot of crossover talking because it froze, and I didn't know if it was on my end or your end, so I just started talking.
Oh, no, it's fine. You're back.
Moxie.
Oh, no, you're back. I didn't notice. Yeah, I think it was on your end. Oh, your connection.
You could have been.
Heads up, John's network connection updated. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're back.
Yeah.
Anyway, so imagine if I roll out with this. It's almost like this is the boomer setup.
The boomer setup.
Right? Like, who's that old guy with that giant contraption he whips out of his bag?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm hearing noises. But it's cool.
Even though going somewhere with it, it would probably be easier if you just Velcroed the pedals to the sides. And then,
no, dude, look, I got this kick-ass bag. I put it in my backpack. I'll flip this thing open like, like.
Well, I'm just saying, when you're traveling, compaction is always.
Dude, this is the DeLorean of spirit boxes, bro. This is, come on. This is what this is.
It's the the ghost fire.
That's, you know what I'm saying? Ghost fire.
Yeah.
This is the ghost fire DeLorean and Spirit Box. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna be the new big thing. Everyone's gonna what? Oh,
Uh-oh.
she tried to cut me off. What do you have? You have a problem with what I have to say, Spirit? No? Spirit, do you have a problem with what I'm saying? You finally getting some guts? You want to speak up? Once I start communicating in the spirit realm, it's all over for you guys.
They're not going to know what to do.
You're not going to know what to do.
They're not.
So close to figure out. 250 is an interesting speed. Let's go up one more. Let's go slower a little bit to 300. Maybe we get a couple more words and it's clear. Sweep rate. 300. Here we go. We're on FM 300 millisecond speed.
Yeah. I had years ago, I had a guy hit me up when I first started doing this. He's like, "Hey, I want to build you a portal box." So I'm like, "All right, man." I'm like, "You sure?" He goes, "I can build my own." He was like, "No, I want to build you one. I want to send you one," which I still have somewhere floating around.
Okay.
So he sent me this portal box, right? It's like literally like the cheapest thing you could throw together. And with a note that says, I forgot what frequency he said, but he goes, "At this speed, I got a hello." And I went, wow, a hello.
I know. Well, yeah, you're like Mr. You got specific, you got ghosts calling you names and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome, everybody. Angel Crafts. You know, a lot of these names are the names, they're kind enough to show up for Splintered Spirits. Who do we got over here now? I'm looking at a lot of different windows, guys. That's what I'm looking around. Behind me? Did that just say behind me, bro? Did you just hear behind me?
I didn't hear it. I mean, I just didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. One time I used a portal box, very similar to what you built at the undisclosed location in the fireplace room, and all the spirits did was scream out of it. You literally heard human screams out of it. And I was like, yeah, I can't use this, and I had to turn it off. It was
Carrie Sue heard it. Sue heard behind me.
Uh-oh. Maybe you got one sitting on your lap right now.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, right? Unless it's a 500-pound man named Billy. You know, then...
Listen.
Hi, Billy.
Billy needs love.
Billy, hey, listen, all Billies need love.
All Billies need love. Look at this thing, dude. This is like... Ghost, and it's got ghost fire on the front. This is destined.
I like it. I think
I'm going to throw some stickers on
sick.
it. This is going to be like... This is the Trapper Keeper of ghosts. I mean, it's the greatest.
Dude, I was talking about Trapper Keepers today with my wife. We went back to school shopping. And I remember I remember being, you know, at the grammar school I was at, you know, like one of the poorest kids there. All the kids, they had Trapper Keepers and all this fancy shit. And I'm like, yo, I'll never have this. I'll never have this.
The Trapper Keeper. You should see what they got now that they carry around, dude. I had to go through all this shit, too.
It's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. The whole thing's insane. When it comes to all that, it's insane.
They had, at my kids' school, they don't let them have, it's really frustrating. Like, for some reason, it gets crowded with, like, backpacks. So they make them really walk around carrying books. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I ever saw. Because, like, we're worried kids... Yeah, it's just like, but they're worried about kids tripping over the backpacks or in a fire hazard. I'm like, look, this is Darwinism. Like, some kids are going to trip, and then they're going to learn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to...
They're going to learn not to look at their phone while they're walking.
Yeah, and it's also like, I don't want my kid dropping his computer because he's trying to carry that in 6 textbooks. So it's, you know, if some kid trips, well... they should be mocked for being a klutz. There's certain kinds of peer pressure that's good. Like, I'm all for, there's certain peer pressure that's okay. I'm just all for it.
Yeah.
There is good peer pressure out there, guys.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to be made fun of or hazed a little bit to be like, you're right, that is stupid what I'm doing, and I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah. Maybe I should take a shower. Maybe I should,
Yes.
You know.
Like, dude, deodorant, it's your friend. Like, you stink.
Yeah.
It's like time to make a change. It's okay. How are they going to know? We're going to just sit there and, just pretend it doesn't smell? Enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Spirits, come on. Spirit, is there a spirit here? Spirits, bring the thunder. Come on now. I do like this little machine. What's this button do? Hard or soft?
That's on the noise gate.
Yeah. I know what it is. So
it's gonna filter. I believe it's gonna filter some more and let some other types in. What do you have it on soft right now?
I'm gonna go soft now.
What's mine at? Mine's on soft too.
Yeah. Ooh, what did you say, lady? Sounded like a pretty lady. Come on, pretty lady ghosts. We're all into it. You heard it. See, Heather heard it. When they said, right, because it said behind me. That's the clearest thing I heard.
Clearest thing I heard was drum kit.
Which is wild. We'll go back and listen and see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Right, Voxy, you heard it too? Oh, she just looked at me with the weirdest stare. She's like, what are you talking about, John?
Oh, man, time flies when you're talking to ghosts.
Yeah.
No wonder it's like,
Yeah. It definitely does.
It really flies.
Oh, so real quick before we go,
yes.
Here's something to talk about. I guess I had an interaction with a entity of non-human origin, an interdimensional entity of non-human origin,
yes.
that other people in contemporary ghost hunting world have had an interaction with. In fact, I chat GBT'd this entity's name that came through. It called itself Seven, and literally chat GBT spat that out at me. That although there is nothing in mythology about an entity named Seven in contemporary ghost hunting and investigations, and a demonic force named Seven is known to go after or interrupt investigations and cause issues and problems. It didn't cause any issues for me. I was just curious about it because of what was going on. Like, we had something go up the steps and then down the steps here, and it got pretty wild when I was using the spirit board last night. So,
Seven, are you listening to this? I know you can't hear John. I'm going to repeat it. He claims to have spoken to you the other night and that you made your presence known, Seven. So are you? Why don't you show yourself? Or actually, I don't want to see you. I take that back. Let's hear you, Seven. Count.
I think I just had a spirit here laugh at that, by the way. I think I just heard disembodied laughter.
Do you know why Six is afraid of you? Do you know why Six is afraid of you, Seven? Because you ate 9. Come on, that's a dad ghost joke combined, no? Bombed? They can't all be pearls, dude. Sometimes you got to, listen, sometimes you got to try out new material. Every now and then you got to try out new material. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work.
That's like when someone comes into the live stream and goes, hey, people are dying to get in there, talking about a cemetery. And I just want to slam my head up against the wall. Every time they do it. It's like, oh.
Listen, it was a bad dad joke. I get it, guys. I get it. You gotta try out stuff every now and then.
At least I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, right? That's why Six afraid of 7? 7, 8, 9. Come on.
Yeah.
Guys, it's classic. Some of you appreciate it, I bet. It's an oldie but goldie. Right here.
Someone in the chat.
Right here on Ghostfire Radio.
Ghostfire Radio.
Oh, I wanted to ask you this. I have a question for you. What is a soul eater? What is a soul eater?
The soul eater. All right. So, years I've been coming across these things. All right. And it's few and far between. And a soul eater, I have no idea what it is. I don't classify it as a spirit. I think it's an interdimensional entity of non-human origin. I don't know where they come from, but I do know that they like to feast on spirits. And I don't know the implications of that either. I just know from what I've heard from the spirits saying it's trying to eat me, it's eating me, things like that. I also believe that it was a soul eater that knocked me on my ass that night at the cemetery, just because of what it was saying to me.
That's interesting, dude. So I'm reading this book because this woman's going to be a guest, and I'm reading her book. Her name is Joni Mahan. She was referred to me by Sam Baltrusis, the guy who wrote the book about Sleepy Hollow. She wrote this book called Ghost Magnet, and this book is all about sort of her discovery into her connection to spirit, and like how it really was it was a real problem for her until she sort of learned how to manage it through the help of friends and her own strength and all this stuff. But she talks about soul eaters a couple times, and one of them really giving her a problem. And I just was wondering, there's a lot of things that seem to be crossover in this ideology of talking to spirits of the dead, soul eaters, spirit guides, which is a very past life regression thing, which we're going to be getting into in a couple weeks with everybody. So I don't know. I'm just trying to see where it all fits in the sort of hierarchy of spirits.
So interesting, because I have never come across. I have no data on spirit guides. Literally, actually, the only data I have on spirit guides right now actually came from Netzel, because he says that he may have a spirit guide, or maybe it's something else. So talking to him about it, and I was going to get more info out of him on that. I spoke to him on live about it, but that was it. When I get a chance to talk to him one-on-one, probably more at Gettysburg, I'll get more in-depth information. I got no data on it. It's an interesting concept. It's a very human concept from what I'm understanding right now. Like, it's not, a lot of it doesn't come from spirit boxes or devices. It comes from people, saying, oh, I have this. I have that.
Well, they are from what I understood from the past life regression therapist that I spoke to. These are beings that are there overseeing all of the different versions of you to help you make a decision that is right for the timeline that you're in, right? Leading up to what they believe is your higher self. Like there's a version of you that's like the ultimate you or something. That's
yes,
look, dude. I mean, we laugh, but it's like I don't know. Something. Who am I to say what it is?
I get to my higher self every night.
Well, that's dude. I gotta say, I know this ain't my highest self. This cannot possibly. I've had moments in this personal self where I was like, yes, this is as good as it gets. Right? I can call it a day.
Yeah, but that's a matter of perception too, No,
like I think if I tell you some stories, John, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, you've arrived.
Yeah.
I've got stories that are like, yeah, man, you've done it. You could go. You could go now, right? There's no perspective. There's certain things of
it's all a matter of perception.
I've been very fortunate. I've been very fortunate in a great many ways for a lot of things. Yeah. But anyway, that's what this higher self spirit guides are. They're not. I don't believe they're necessarily angels, but does that make them the opposite of soul eaters?
Well, for the longest time, I thought a soul eater was more comparatively something to like a squirrel or a raccoon or a bunny or a bear or an animal. I thought it was some sort of animal of a spiritual realm because of the way that they were communicating. It was very like, and grunts and shit like that.
Like man, bear, pig or something?
Yeah, like a man, bear, pig,
Like man, bear, pig?
But then this last one I came in contact with, knocked me on my ass and was talking shit to me. So, is there a hierarchy with them? Is there different types? The more spirits they eat, the more they evolve? I don't know. Are they building themselves on memory? Because one thing that when we talk about, I have to run. I have to start getting ready to go. But one thing I do want to say, when we talk about spirits being memory, we never talk about how that memory imprints on, say, a theoretical spirit particle, which I talk about all the time. Or can particles of regular matter become spirit particles? And what I mean by this is there's an old theory called the brick and mortar theory, that spirits are attached to the foundations and to the material and the matter of a place. If you raise it to the ground, it doesn't make a difference. All that dust and all that, everything is still there. and it still
Well, this
holds
goes
on.
to that whole idea, this hermetic, the 7 hermetic values of things. It's what is this called? I'll tell you what this is real quick. I know you got to split, but it's like the hermetic.
Because that's how the principle of QDE works. When I talk about the theoretical principle of QDE, it's spirit particles here, theoretical spirit particles here, reacting with theoretical spirit particles where you're at.
Here,
And I say theoretical because I've never seen these fucking things with my eyes.
So Hermeticism is ancient, right? It's a principle. So, and they have, there's key concepts to Hermeticism. It's from like ancient Greek or even maybe Egyptian, right? So one of them is
I think it's
the Hermetic
far
principle of vibration. Yeah. And that is this idea that, a relationship between energy, frequency, and manifestation.
Well, and
right?
It's also technically how they built the pyramids too,
Right.
Like if you want to get like this thing, like this goes, so it's Egyptian or maybe even farther back. It's pretty wild.
Does it get farther back than Egyptian? I mean, that's pretty old, dude.
Yes, because the Sphinx was built by another civilization. It wasn't built by the Egyptians. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids.
So there's 7 hermetic laws.
And that's
the law
science.
of polarity.
That's not pseudoscience.
Right. There's 7 hermetic laws, and it's also goes to like a Kabbalion concept, of course, but like as above, so below.
I love you talk about the teachings of the Kabbalah.
I don't know if it's the same rate. It's the Kabbalion concept of correspondence.
Yeah.
The laws of cause and effect, right? Like these things of like they all go together. So vibrations exist at all levels, from atoms to the universe in this one universal mind. What do you think? Spirits? Is there a vibration in all of us?
Gary, what time you got on your end?
It's 5:15, so it's 8:17. You got to split? You want to call it? We can call.
Yeah. I got to call it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into Splintered Spirits. I'm going to shut the spirit box off or turn the volume down now. Please like, share, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome, TikTok.
Especially YouTube. We are trying to get to 1,000 followers. Get on that YTs.
We want to get 1,000 followers on all things, especially there.
Everybody, where you're watching, go there.
Where you're watching, go there too, because you get video for our podcast there. And it's real fun. But we're out everywhere podcasts are. We're really trying to grow this thing. We got a lot of big stuff coming leading into October, which is Rocktober. Halloween City Central, but we've got some fun stuff.
Season!
We've got spooky season.
Spooky season.
We got a lot of fun guests coming up next week too. We've got a real fun guy joining the live. Jeremy Jolly from SoCo Paranormal is going to join us on the live. He's got a real baseball player name. I wonder if he was a baseball player. Right, maybe. Jeremy Jolly sounds like a baseball name, doesn't it?
It does.
And then it's like maybe he pulled something and now he hunts ghosts. I'm gonna find. Yeah. I'm dying to know how somebody gets into because he's got big showman energy too, which is if you don't follow that guy, he's great. He's fun, but it's gonna be good. We got a lot of good stuff coming up in the weeks to come. Thank you so much for checking us out, John. It was an absolute pleasure as always. Ladies and gentlemen of the spectral realm, thank you so much for being a part of Splintered Spirits. And with that, we say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how to stop it. I'm on 3 different things. There we go. End one there.
I think Boxy's about to get sucked into the spirit board. What are you doing? She's like getting sucked into this.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we explore spirit communication to try and answer the question, what are spirits? We're not going live this week, but I am dropping a bonus episode for you to have a little Halloween fun as I, your beloved host, tries to talk to the dead. Stay to the end of this one, because like I said, we did have a little Halloween fun. Let's dive into what I hope becomes a conversation. I don't know if you guys remember when I built that spirit pedal. And I'm going to call it a spirit pedal because I made it out of a guitar pedal. Take a look if you don't remember. Spirits, I demand that you answer my questions. To get answers, you need a spirit soundboard, so let me show you how to build one. First, you need a noise gate, which is the most important, and you'll see why later. Then you need a reverb, you need a small amp, some 1/4-inch cables. Those are some batteries and some battery cables for the pedals, a 1/4-inch to 8-inch connector, and some Velcro. If you don't want to use batteries, get yourself a power pack. Lastly, you need a pedal board. This brand's called Ghostfire, which is very fitting. I modified it with putting a 1/4-inch screw in the corner in order to hold a phone mount, which you're going to need to hold the most important piece of equipment for your Spirit soundboard, your SB7 Spirit box. And why do we need all this gear for this? Because it sounds like this. And if I had to listen to this all day, I'd go f***ing crazy. So let's put it together. First thing you're going to do is slap some Velcro on those guitar pedals. The noise gate's first to kill the static. So take the 1/8-inch to 1/4-inch cable and connect your SB7 to your noise gate pedal studio in. Then daisy chain that with a 1/4-inch to 1/4-inch from the gate to the reverb and the reverb to the amp. Don't forget to slap that power supply on the bottom or batteries because you're going to need it to power those guitar pedals. My amp here has its own built-in battery, as does the SB7. Could you make it smaller and fit everything to the amp itself? Maybe, but this is a guitar board, so it's much cooler. Suck it, nerds. Anyway, I brought it with me today. You remember? Ghostfire. Ghostfire. So I'm at an undisclosed location because I have to keep it undisclosed because they wouldn't give me permission to shoot here. So I'm going to sit in my car in case anybody comes around me. I can make a fast getaway as well. So just know that I am completely surrounded by dead people, and I've got the spirit board, and we're going to turn it on. The old trusty SB57. We're going to jack that in. I'm going to fire shit up. And we're going to see if we get any ghosts. Line out. Boom. Bip, boop, bop. Put the antenna up. Okay. Now, let's get everything on. That's on. This is up here. Turn that down. Okay, let's jack in the... Oh, we got to turn the power on. Oh, you heard that? Whoop. Let's go, guys. Okay, we'll turn this on. That's for the little reverb effect, and now here we go. Noisy. Let's get that noise gate up. Now we're going to scan. Now, I was having luck with this setting, but here we go. Now, we're on AM, but we're going to switch from AM. Here we go. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. I never had any luck with any of the apps, but we're going to try this out. And I'm going to turn the reverb down a little lower. Maybe it'll make it a little clearer. But you can hear... Now you guys can hear how that staticky noise, so I'll turn the noise gate up a little bit. Okay. If there are any spirits in here, I would love it if you made a noise. What? Beautiful. Spirits, is there a spirit here that could tell me their name? How am I doing? Spirit, is there a spirit that could tell me your name? Now I'm in a place that's got a lot of... I try to be in a place that has a lot of celebrity deceased. I feel there might be a lot more energy here if we're going to buy into the idea of memory and memory transfer and energy transfer. I feel this place has a lot of it due to the fans. Now, if there is a spirit here that can come through, I would sure love to hear about it. What? Because, you know, this is Ghost Fire's
Ghost Fire
trial run. It's amazing. This place has a lot of tourists too, so they kind of leave me alone. I bet if I just walked around filming it, they wouldn't even care, but I did ask permission. They said no paranormal. So I do have to keep it under wraps. But we are in the privacy of my car. No one could tell that I'm in my car. Spirits, can you, Spirit, what'd you do for a living? That sounded like a beat from Thriller, which is funny. I know it's scanning radio waves, but the fact that, like, will come through. Are there any spirits here? Now, the beauty being of my car is, after a couple minutes, I'm just going to drive around and do a lap. And we're going to see if we get anything. If anybody wants to speak up, they can call attention to it. I'll just keep the scanner on. Spirit, do you know my name? This is the other good reason about being in my car, because if it did know my name, I could just hit the gas and get the hell out of here. Spirits? Loosen the gate a little bit. Rose? Spirits, do you have a name? I can only see so many names from where I'm sitting. What's crazy about this place, guys, is a lot of the headstones have photos on them. Whether they are like laser imprinted or literal photos embedded in the stone. So if I saw a name of somebody and it matched, it's almost like I could see who I'm talking to. Right? It's crazy. But you're right there with me. We're trying out Ghost Fire.
Ghost Fire
Together. Let's switch over to AM. Let's see if we get any other action on AM, and then we'll do a drive around. Oh, that was ugly. All right, so now we got to do the. Let's go. Here we go. Scanning down the frequency range on AM. Not really getting a lot on AM. You hear that static? Spirits, can you manipulate this stuff? I don't think so. No. Yeah, we're not getting anything on the old AM. Let's switch over to FM again. That was coming close. And I think the people here, just to give a hint, might like the FM a little bit more. So let's switch back over. Let's go forward. Why don't we change the speed up a little? Let's go try 250 milliseconds. Spirits, can you hear me? We're trying to make miracles happen today. Halloween's coming. I mean, Halloween's a day away. Ooh. How do we feel about Halloween, spirits? Dead? Was that dead? Spirits, can someone tell me a name? Spirits, could someone tell me a name? All right, let's do a lap. Let's do a lap around the facility. Try to see what's up. Jets off. All right, guys. Let's cruise around and see if any spirits will speak to me. We lower the AC. I don't want that getting in the way of things. I mean, there are a lot of tourists here today. It looks like there's like a class trip, which is weird. But you won't be able to see it because you guys could just see me and everything else is out of focus. Oh no, it's just a tour. It's like a private tour. Quattro? Let's go around this way. Oh, they're getting ready for Day of the Dead here. They start really setting up this place, a big tourist attraction for that. It's super fun. I'm just gonna go back around the wide side. Any spirits can hear me? What about you guys here on the edge? Anytime you want to say something, I'm listening. We are listening. What about over here, spirits? Anybody want to speak up over here? Let's go the long way around. A lot of cars over here today. Must be. I wonder if they're doing a lot of work right here, and I'm about to drive into some heavy traffic. I don't think anybody new is being buried. What? Oh, this is construction. What are you hearing, spirits? What? Let's park here for a minute. Oh, it's my fan. Shut that off. Spirits, are there any spirits in this area that want to speak up? Tell me your name. I would love it. What? Sound like breakfast. Sounds like bullshit. Every headstone here too. There's certainly not a lot that look like they need cleaning. This place is unbelievably well kept. But they're all very unique and individual. There's no uniformity really to it. People have style. Or their families did. There's a whole crazy cemetery like behind the bushes over there. I wonder if those are like what those are. You gotta really want it to get over there. Are there any spirits here that want to communicate through ghost fire?
Ghost fire.
Ghostfire is the leading spirit communication pedal board on the market. Actually, it's a prototype. It's not on the market. So this is your opportunity to be sort of an early adopter, spirit. Spirit, I want to walk away from this test run with something that makes me go, what? And in order to do that, I need you to break through to ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Let's fucking go.
Ghost fire. Whoa, what was that? Come on now. What if I go down to 350 milliseconds? Will it be, Will it be easier to speak? This is radio waves, guys. This is a true SB7 scanner. So you're going to hear music. And I am in Southern California. So sounds like a lot of Spanish stations. But I want to hear a ghost. I'm going to cruise up to a part of this place called the Garden of Legends. So that'll give you a hint on where I am. Maybe, maybe not. I can't show it though again. But the energy there really might be something. We're going to do another lap. We're going to stay here for like 5 more minutes. And then we'll cruise around and go through it. Spirits, I'm trying to be convinced of your existence. And the only way to do that is to pull off some of these experiments with these various equipment pieces that all these other guys use. And to get a reaction or to get something. So, I mean, shit. There's got to be a dead person here who wants to at least give me say one thing. Way less. I'm assuming you're bumblebeeing this situation where you could just highlight a word to make it seem like this is a coherent conversation. Yes or no? What? It's a yes or no question, Spirit.
Yes.
That sounded like yes, but it was a slow yes and a little late. That was a Rain Man quality yes. So I can't tell if you're answering my question from now or the one from a while ago, Spirit. December? What happens in December? Spirit, what happens in December? That sounded like in the car. I am in the car. Spirit, can you see me? Do you know where I am? Who am I talking to? One of you ghosts, give me a name. Let's hear it, ghost. Let's find out. That sounded like let's find out. I want to find out, Spirit. Use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Use and abuse me.
And all right, Spirit, I'm going to keep driving. I mean, you shouldn't be locked into this one area. You could be from anywhere. And you know, now I'm sending the signal out universally around this perimeter. So we're going to cruise a little bit more. Oh, and we're going to see what we get as we venture farther onward.
Attention.
Okay, attention. I'm paying attention. There's a lot of dead people on the other side of this hedge I'm driving past. Do any of them have anything interesting to say? And on the right of me is an unbelievable mausoleum. Now, you guys have not been in the camera, in front of the camera in a long time. Now's your chance to get a little notoriety. If you want to speak up. Documentary? Didn't that sound like documentary? Alright, I'm cruising up to the Garden of Legends. Now, there's got to be a lot of energy and memory here. There are some very famous singers here, rock stars, and I would love for one of just some sort of a sign. Let me pull over here again. I would love some sort of a sign, Spirit. Spirit. I would love to know if any of you are going to use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. This bit never gets old.
And use this time to speak to me. I want to see some BGE. Big ghost energy. I'm opening it up. I'm opening the lines of communication. I'm giving you every opportunity. You know, I know it could take a lot more time than just, an hour cruising through a cemetery to potentially experience ghost activity, right? I understand all that. But I just don't have that kind of time, Spirit. And I want to hear somebody speak up. What? Yes? I'm going to change the speed again. I'm going to drop it down. We're at 150 milliseconds. Let's see if they have an easier time hitting the words. Spirits, can you hear me at all? This is a beautiful place. It's a great spot to be buried in. For your lifetime. Well, the end of lifetime, I think. If you're wondering what this is my little vengeance. It's a symbol for vengeance. I keep it hanging from my windshield, from my rearview mirror. I got it in New Orleans. It's been cursed. Oh, I don't know if it's officially been cursed, but I just assume it's like a voodoo doll that's been cursed. Spirit, please give me a name. I would love nothing more than a name. Or tell me where I am right now. When a what? Spirit, come on. Spirit, what is your name? Give me a name, Spirit. Tell me my name. Mine's not so easy to say. Easy? Easy, it said. So tell me what the name is. I don't know if I have that kind of magnetic field that brings you in, but there's a lot of people here looking and feeling for you guys. There's got to be some energy here that you're feeding off of. Come on, spirits. Mayor. Mayor. Mayor like M-A-Y-E-R or M-A-Y-O-R? Dude, there's definitely a mayor floating around here. E-R. Sorry, the camera overheated. Hey, everybody, we're back. The camera overheated. So I might keep the air on. Hopefully it won't affect... I'll just have to maybe turn on low. Maybe that'll keep it cool for a while. I don't even know if my camera's upside down at this point. But I can always adjust it in post. And flip the image around. Spirits, my camera's getting too hot for this kind of action. So I need to know if you're here. Could you just give me a sign? Tell me a word. Give me your name. Spirit, where am I? Spirit, give me a name. Come on. Do you like all these people walking over your graves? Or do you love the attention since you don't have it anymore? You had a lot of attention in your lives. Guys, this is not how I want to go, I don't think. I thought about this quite a bit. I think the answer is 1. I need someone to poke me with a stick for at least 3 days to make sure that I'm officially dead before you do anything. Because as far as I understand, it's usually about 3 days if someone's going to come back to life and rise. So you got to poke me with a stick every couple hours or so just to make sure that I'm dead. Then, once I'm officially dead, I feel cremation is the way to go. I think I'm all for it. And then My ashes. I feel like we got to do something with it that's, do I want to feed them to my enemies in like sweet, delicious treats? Or is there a better prank to do with my ashes that will like be more annoying? Maybe like go to a house party and sprinkle it into the rug, or put it under their pillow, or mix it into their eyeshadow, or mix it into their, you know what I mean? Like their pepper mill. Or just deliver them sweet treats made with my ashes to my enemies. I think that'll be worth it. That might be the way to go. Do I have a list of enemies, you ask? Probably not. But I do have a list of people that I don't like. So it's close enough to a list of enemies. And you think about these things a lot when you're surrounded by spirits, especially spirits who aren't using ghost fire to take the time to speak to me. The people want to know what it's like. I mean, you're just denying your fans. I slowed it down a little. Spirit, what's your one regret? Do you remember your life? Or do you think you're still alive? I don't speak Spanish, Spirit. Was that a Spanish insult? Did I just get made fun of in Spanish? That would be great if the one piece of communication I got today was a Spanish ghost insulting me in Spanish. That would feel very LA. It's you? Who? It's me. Tell me something, Spirit. I didn't get my coffee. The Starbucks I tried to go to, 2 different Starbucks, the parking was a nightmare. So I'm getting agitated because I didn't have it. And now the spirits are not bringing the thunder here, and I'm getting agitated at that as well. Maybe that agitation will convince them to speak.
You kidding?
I'm not okay. I'm out here in the middle of a cemetery trying to talk to ghosts, to conjure up the spirits. Melissa? That sounded like Melissa to me. Call who? Rain. Pick something. Pick words that are useful. Like start with yes, no, or a song lyric. Let's go in the other direction. Spirit, can you just help me out? Halloween's coming. It'll be a pretty kick-ass video clip to get you to say, like, whoa! He answered my question. Spirit, where am I right now? What area is this? What? I know you get a lot of Trump with the radio. Spirit, where am I right now? I am in the car. What? I'm in the car. Can you? What spirit just told me I'm in the car? I couldn't make that out. Spirit, what spirit just said I'm in the car? Please. It's not a taxi. Did you say taxi? You might not have said taxi. Man, it feels like you're trying to push your way through. Where am I? Who knew where I was? Who could see me? Feed off the energy of some of these tourists. Not me. Feed off of their energy. Just take their energy. They'll just assume they're getting tired because they're being tourists and they've been walking around all day. So they won't even notice that you've taken their energy. So take their energy and then manipulate these radio waves. Take their energy and manipulate these radio waves so that we can get some action. There's a couple tourists right over there staring at some graves. Just take it. Take the energy. They'll be like, oh, I'm tired. Let's go back to the hotel. Not realizing that it was ghosts that just like sucked them dry. Come on. Spirit, will you take their energy and then communicate with me, please? I do have to leave relatively soon. My name's Gary. Who am I speaking to? Spirit, I dub myself a representative for the living, and I give you full permission to take the energy from all of these tourists. As a representative for the living, please take the energy from the tourists and use ghost fire.
Ghost fire. It's almost over.
To speak to me properly. Like an adult. Let's go, Spirit. What is your name?
Armand?
Armand? Oh, Spirit, just take the energy. Look at them. They have a lot of energy. They probably had a little too much energy, if you know what I mean. I need my energy. Don't take me. Take it from them and relay the image and relay your words through ghost fire.
Ghost fire. Enough already.
To the car. Bring your energy to the car, Spirit. Spirit, would you warn me if like a cop or a security guard was going to come by and possibly throw me out?
Thank you.
He's here? He is here too, by the way. The security guard just drove right by me. I don't know if you're not gonna be able. I can't wave it, but that's funny. He's here and he drove right by me. Spirit, I want you to take the energy off of some of these tourists. What about, okay, if you don't want to take the energy off the tourists, what about some of the guys working here? Who do you like the least? Who's the most disrespectful? Take their energy. Offload it. Let's go. It's really hard to get the spirits to do what you want. So no, that's not true. I can't make that out. Is that Spanish? Let's see if I lower the gate. I'm going to shut the reverb off entirely and see what we see if it's a little clearer in these last few minutes. Spirit, if there are any ghosts here, I want a name. I want a ghost name. Spirits, I want a ghost name. It's pretty wild, guys. All right, but I don't want to sit here all day. We'll do this adventure again. We'll try to make ghost friends. I think what we're going to do right now, we'll do one more lap. See if we get any action. And if we don't, we'll make our way out. I think that's what the plan is. We're going to give Ghostfire a chance, one more chance to pick up any signals as we venture around the facilities. All right, Ghostfire. Let's do it. Okay. I'm driving. Did you see I was driving?
I'm Alex.
Alex? Spirits.
No.
Uh-oh. Are these guys blocking it? Can make it around or? There's a lot of workers. I don't know if I can make it around, but maybe he's going to let me. Can I go? Yeah, he's moving. Okay. Yeah, they really keep the graves and the headstones clean here. Spirits. Oh my God, is that a peacock? Is that an albino peacock? This is your chance, spirits. Last opportunity to use Ghost Fire.
Ghost fire.
This is the hot part right here. The Garden of Legends. I'm ready. No names. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, you're on now. You just saw this a little test bonus episode of Splintered Spirits where I'm cruising around an undisclosed location, but if you were paying attention, you might be able to figure it out. I just will never say where it was, nor can I really show you where it was, because they didn't give me permission to shoot here. I would love to, but they are not interested in the paranormal at all. It creeps people out, they say, or at least it creeps them out. But it is a beautiful place. This is a trial run for Ghost Fire.
Ghost fire. Last one, we swear.
Let me tell you, in that break where it overheated, something did happen. And I'm going to share it with you, but I'm hesitant because no one's going to believe me. That's the real problem. Like, no one's ever going to believe when I tell them what happened when the camera overheated. So, listen, guys, thank you so much. We will, until next time, Splintered Spirits and Ghost Fire.
Ghost fire. We live. This is the last one.
That wraps up this bonus episode of Splintered Spirits. Thanks for going on that ride along with me. As you saw, a whole lot more of nothing than something happens on these ghost hunts. But the stuff we did capture on Ghost Fire was 100% real. If you saw something else, an apparition perhaps, those were not real. It's just Halloween, folks. A little fun, some tricks and treats. Let me know in the comments how many ghosts you spotted. Until next time. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Like, I know how to clear an interior space. You just start at one end with your sage or your Palo Santo, and you just kind of you sweep it out.
I do something similar, but with cannabis, you know?
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we deep dive into all things paranormal and try to answer the question, what are spirits? Our guest today has a unique perspective on spirit communication, not from the POV of a medium or an investigator, but from behind the camera as a storyteller, producer, and showrunner. Mike Dorsey is an LA-based television producer, documentarian, and editor with more than 2 decades of experience shaping true crime, history, and paranormal programming. He produced and edited the hit paranormal documentary Demon House with Zach Bagans, which received a theatrical release before airing on the Travel Channel. He later co-executive produced and show-ran Ghost Adventures House Calls on Discovery Plus, bringing the mysteries of the paranormal into people's actual homes. Most recently, he helmed Destinations of the Damned for Warner Brothers Discovery, a globe-spanning docuseries filmed in 13 countries across 4 continents that explores some of the world's most haunted and cursed locations. Beyond the paranormal, as a filmmaker and editor, Mike's documentaries include Murder Rap, Inside the Biggie and Tupac Murders, Lost Airmen of Buchenwald, and his latest, Sisters of Ukraine, showing his range in tackling subjects that blend history, mystery, and the unknown. In his spare time, when he finds some, Mike produces and co-hosts the popular Dearly Departed podcast on Hollywood history with historian Scott Michaels and runs the true crime YouTube channel, The Murder Rap. We're excited to have Mike Dorsey today to talk about his producing ghost shows with major talent, the challenges of capturing the unexplained on film, and what he's learned about spirits and the audience's fascination with them. Let's dive into the conversation. Mike, thank you, man, for being here.
Of course.
So, Mike, I'm going to ask you, we ask all our guests one question, but I'm going to save it a little bit because I want to talk about, sort of everything that you've been working in and diving into the producer for, I think our audience will really want to get into this idea, especially we have a lot of creators that follow us and it's like, how do you make it? And they're trying to do it all, right? They're trying to be the investigator and the producer. So, getting into just sort of as you started out, when you produce a wide range of genres, right? You produced, true crime and, war docs, and now paranormal. So did you really know what you were getting into when you started getting into ghost shows?
Not at all. I just happened to share an agent with one of the major personalities in the ghost world, and that got me started. And I started, I think the first thing I edited was Demon House. I came in kind of late in that project and did a kind of a re-edit on that documentary, and it was a huge success, and that just kind of kicked off that part of my world. But I'm known whenever I do anything ghost related, and I've done some independent ghost producing as well for some other people, and I'm always kind of known as the cynic. But also, like, if I say I saw something, then it's like, okay, even the cynic noticed that, right? So I would say I did not know what I was getting into at all when I got into the ghost world, but there's a universal truth to telling stories. Stories are stories regardless of what the genre is. Yeah,
that's what I was going to ask you next. It's a great little segue into it. So as a documentary filmmaker, what do you do? Is there anything different you do when you approach these paranormal productions, or do you try to bring that into their world or their world into yours, or where's the balance?
I bring my own just ethos and mottos into their world, which is just, I'm here to tell someone's story, and someone's going to tell me what they experienced and what they went through, whether that's a war story or a story that their house was haunted. To me, it's the same. I'm just bringing a story as truthfully as I can to the audience, trying to respect everyone and where they're coming from. Yeah, so it's universal.
Okay. So when you started working with, I guess, so Demon House was your first experience working with Zach, who's obviously major talent. And it also seems like that was your first experience working with major talent. Normally it's just sort of regular guys, doing their thing. He has such a strong reputation in this space. So how do you balance that? How do you balance his, as talent and his on-screen persona with the demands of just being a true documentarian?
Zach's a fantastic creative partner. He's a great storyteller, both, behind the camera and in front of the camera. So, he knows his audience very well, and he's very passionate about what he does. And that's what you hope from anybody that you work with. So it's not really honestly that different.
So now when you're producing with him, and you're used to producing, and capturing these moments for real, what's the fine line you have to walk between entertainment, especially for TV, between entertainment and investigation? Look, I think our audience will really appreciate this because it's like they don't really know, right? They'll look at something in one way and not see it. So, how do you approach that balance of entertainment, investigation? How do you heighten or pull back? What is the process there for that?
Again, it's really not any different than shooting any other documentary project. I go in to tell the story that happens, and just so happens that we tend to pick really interesting stories, so they just are naturally interesting. And that's true of any other ghost paranormal projects that I've worked on. It's already interesting, and you just come in, and I don't really even think of it as entertainment. I really do approach it as a documentarian. I It's funny. I try not to think of it too much like entertainment because then you get cynical, and that has to do with any project I might work on. I'm doing a serial killer docuseries right now. Of course, on the serial killer show, we're always thinking about pacing and, what the audience is going to like. But I'm also, one side of me as a documentarian is also like, yeah, but I also want to make sure that, that the story is that we're telling about the serial killer, for example, is accurate, and we're not feeding into the old legends and myths that have been debunked and that kind of thing. So across the board, I approach it the same way. I truth first always as a documentarian.
What happens when network notes get involved, and if you're out there and it's slow moving, and you have to deliver on something, right? Whether it's a jump scare or a creepy moment, what do you do?
That's a good question. There's always moments when you just kind of ride the wave that would then actually happen in the scene, and it's just heightening that moment a little more emotionally, right? If it's an emotional moment or a scary moment, you use music and just good editing just to help the audience really. My thing is, I want the audience to feel like what it was like to be there and to feel that emotion. It's hard to transmit through a screen, so just through the magic of filmmaking, you can kind of help transmit what it was like to be there through, just good, solid editing and music. And again, just always being as accurate as possible. And, I never want to, in any project I'm working on, I don't want to like mislead anyone or get into a point where entertainment takes the front seat, basically, over factual reporting.
Yeah, Mike, listen, you said something that was incredible. You said, truth over everything.
Right.
And when you were documenting, and not just paranormal, just everything in general that you document, did you always know that, hey, listen, truth over everything is just the way I want to operate? Was that something that was learned over time through experience, or was that always just your, go-to mental state for the documentation?
It's a good question. The first documentaries I did were historical, and they were high. Like the first doc I did was on the Manson family. So I'm wading into waters where I know there's a lot of people out there who are extreme experts already on the Mansons. There's been dozens and dozens of books written about them. There's people out there who have read all of those books. So I just, from out of the get-go, is more just self-preservation. I don't want to get something wrong because I will get crucified and raked over the coals by the audience, who will be like, he got that fact wrong, and that wasn't when that happened, and blah, blah, blah. He never said, he said this later and in prison, and like whatever. You're just like, so at first it was like just self-preservation, just wanting to not get crucified on the internet by people who might know better than me about any given topic. Because as a filmmaker, you come in, like the Mansons, I didn't know that much about them before I started making the show. The serial killer I'm working on now, I didn't know that much about the guy. Could not name a single victim a year ago. Now I'm a super expert on the dude's crimes, but I know going into this that there are already people who spent years and years and years studying that guy who are always going to know more than I know. But now, more so with the advent of AI, I'm much more concerned about truth, and it's getting harder and harder to figure what's truth and what isn't. So I'm very anti AI only in very limited situations. Like if you guys saw the Gabby Petito documentary, that was really fantastic. That was about the girl that was going to be the vanning vlogger, and her boyfriend murdered her and then killed himself. They were like from Florida.
I know the story. I haven't seen the doc.
Yeah, so the doc was really fantastic because what they did, they used AI in an interesting way. They had her writings, they had her journal, and they had her text messages, and AI recreated her voice to read her own writing and her own text messages.
They did that with Bourdain. Did you see the Bourdain?
Yeah, doc? I thought that was super ethical way. I thought that was a super ethical way to do it because you're not putting words into their mouths. Those are their words. They wrote that.
Anthony Bourdain's documentary did the same thing, which was crazy. They used his diary and had AI do the voiceover.
I can tell you, there's people that are starting to use AI to generate like what interview subjects have said and stuff like that. To little things like, hey, we work better if this word instead of this word or whatever. And I'll give a good example. Before AI even came along, I did a big doc on Tupac and Biggie, my murder rap documentary, and when Biggie was killed that night, just seconds before he was killed and seconds after, there were people filming with a home video camera across the street at the scene of the crime. They missed the actual shooting. They filmed right before it happened, and then the shooting happens. Oh, they immediately start filming again. And for years, the #1 most viewed video version of that video on YouTube, there's gunshots on the video. You hear it. And I have the original video from the people that shot it, and I know there's no gunshots on that video. And so what it's done, because there's a version of with gunshots, it feeds this whole conspiracy theory around Biggie that the feds were watching and they're covering up evidence, and it was caught on camera, et cetera. And I know it wasn't. And it wasn't until a few years ago that we finally realized that that video that was uploaded to YouTube was from a documentary. And in the context of the documentary, they added gunshots sound effects just to heighten the moment for the audience. But we have to realize in the world we live in now, people will take on the internet, they'll take those clips out of context and put them online. And now it misleads people. And so I'm looking at AI now, and it's terrifying, honestly, to think about how much exponentially that is going to increase now, to the point where I fear a future where we don't know what the truth is anymore. So I've only gotten dug my heels in more about what is making sure that what we put out is factual and truthful. And when I'm doing something historical like the serial killer one, we're interviewing old detectives and stuff. I'm like, what? Yes, we're entertaining people, but we're also, when we put their interviews out there, we are adding to the historical record. These are the detectives that actually hunted this guy down and caught him. I'm not going to make up something that one of them said, just because it's convenient to make our story work, right?
Right.
So because you have and there's all ethics, groups kind of coming together over the use of AI on documentaries, focus on this very concern. So
Right.
it's a long-winded answer to say that I'm only more committed to the truth now than I was before, just because AI is really throwing a bomb into the whole situation.
Well, it's nice to know where you're coming from, especially when you're working in a world that we're playing in here, which is paranormal, right? And holding that line, because look, the one thing, there's a couple of top things that we get hit. John gets hit from people, and that we see all the time, which is, it's this fake. You guys are crazy.
Of course, everybody always going to ask that question.
Right? And the bigger of a name you are, like Zach, the more people are critical of.
Sure, of course,
in that space, right? So and I obviously understand the pressures of making a show every week, getting it out there. It has to have moments. Where are you going to make those moments? How are we going to make those moments? And to me, it's also this. It's like, if this happens and we missed it, is it fake to recreate it or to heighten it? Even, what are, for the show purposes, has that ever happened? Even though, you know what I mean? It's not totally fake. We believe, this happened, but for whatever reason, it wasn't good. So we reshot it and just to retell it.
On any show that I've worked on, and I worked on other paranormal projects too. If it's a recreation, it's clear that that's what it is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You can see it's an actor, and we are being very obvious as a recreation, as opposed to, no, never a situation where make it look like it happened to the people on camera, and then and we reshoot it or something crazy like that. That would be awful. No.
So
that goes far from the truth.
Yeah. And I don't know, and I can't speak on other people's paranormal shows if they would ever do something like that, but nothing in the paranormal world that I've ever worked on was anything ever exaggerated or whatever. That's what you saw on camera is what happened. Interpret it however you want, whether because a lot of it is with any paranormal, it's oh, I'm feeling a thing. Well, I can tell you the people that I work with, if they say they feel something, they feel it. They're true believers. They definitely felt something. It's up to the audience to decide if they, how what they believe.
Sure. Well, Mike, have you ever personally felt unsettled during a shoot and experience?
Yeah.
What was the
most of them I don't. A lot of times you're filming in just a creepy area, or I might be filming in a building and I'm afraid it's going to fall down. But because you film in a lot of dangerous, condemned places, especially when we did Destinations of the Damned, because we were in a lot of countries and we were just in some buildings that we definitely should not have been in, down in South America and in Southeast Asia, where there were holes in the floor. We had to make sure we had PAs to make sure our camera people didn't back off a balcony or something. No, there's been a few instances. I'll be honest. There's only one time where I saw a thing with my own eyes that I could not explain, and that a crew member saw the same thing I saw.
What was it?
That was that we were at an abandoned hotel in another country, and we were filming at night, of course, and it was a B-roll day, which is it's a day we've already shot the main story. We come back the next day, and it's just to shoot establishing shots of various rooms and things, so you can cut the story together, right? Exterior shots of the building, that kind of stuff. So you just spread out, and you go and shoot different rooms and stuff, just to have that B-roll footage. And me and this young woman who was one of our camera operators, we were down in this huge conference hall by ourselves. There's no power to the building, so we're using battery operated lights. The light just the little area that we're in, but it's a massive conference center. It's a huge, it's like half the size of a football field, this room. And we're sitting along this long row of a wall with double doors every like 20 or 30 feet, and it opens to a corridor behind us where obviously the workers back in the day could bring things into the room, right, from like the kitchen or wherever. And I'm sitting there in a chair, and camera operator, she's sitting on the floor setting up a floor shot, and I'm just looking around, and then I just glance out of the corner of my eye at head height. Had I been standing, I see like a basketball size like gray mist go like that, maybe 3 feet, and then just disappear. And I remember going, huh. And I probably would have just pushed it out of my mind, except then I looked down, and the girl was looking right at that same spot, like wide-eyed. And I go, did you just see something? And she was like nonverbal. She's like, she nods her head, like, yeah. And I go, okay, what did you see? I don't want to, like, you tell me what you saw. She said, I saw a gray mist, and I went like that. I was like, yeah, exactly. Wow. So I don't know what that was, but we were in the room where the most reported activity happened in the hotel. That is.
So what do you tell yourself, though? Do you start telling yourself, do you start rationalizing it, like what it could be first, what it might be?
Yeah, the hotel was on. Yeah, exactly. The hotel is on a hillside. There were clouds racing. It's almost like San Francisco with the clouds just going by really fast over the top of this thing. And I just thought, well, maybe it was some atmospheric weird thing. But we were down like 2 levels down from where the roof is. So I only saw it that one time. So it wasn't like we were constantly seeing like vaporous clouds pass through the. It just came out of a wall behind me and then disappeared. So I don't have an explanation. That's the only thing I think is, maybe it was some weird atmospheric thing. So yeah, my mind automatically goes to like, is there a physics explanation, for scientific explanation for what I just saw? But I'm always open to, I say I'm a cynic, but it's not like I'm not going to say I know for sure this way, one way or the other. I'm kind of
that's how I am, man.
I don't know. I'm open-minded about it. Like I'm not so egotistical. I think I know everything. So,
Listen, man, I'm the same way. And I think we had a situation where in an older episode of ours where one of John's moderators got a phone call from his deceased mother, and it happens quite a bit to him, and it happens quite a bit more around John, and they caught it. Not only did they catch it, they caught it during another random live. Now, John uses a lot of spirit box apps. And about 30 minutes, I think, or before the phone call, on the voice box, it went, "Mom's on the phone." Then he gets a phone call, and they have all this. They caught all this. He gets the phone call. And then the phone call, she leaves a message. And then the text to message is not the same as the voice message. It's like off, which is weird. And then we have this clear message from this guy's mother. And now, look, there's numerous explanations on how this can happen. Right, in terms of getting repeated phone messages, and right, it's a phenomenon. It's something that happens. That's not what weirds me out. What weirds me out is the voice box saying "Mom's on the phone" before it. Why this phenomenon tends to happen to someone grieving? Because it was a fairly recent passing within like 6 months, and why it happened right there. I mean, it's more the scenario than the explanation of the one thing.
Sure.
And that's kind of what keeps me doing this, like sort of in a weird, like, all right, that's weird to me. And it's insane.
Yeah.
How it happens.
I had another experience where I actually got something on video. I was editing a project. It had to do with this specific story had to do with demons, which, in the ghost world, those are the scariest thing. A lot of people don't want to mess with them. If it's a demon, things a lot of investigators won't even investigate if it's demon, because they can attach, the lore is they can attach themselves to you and they can make your life hell, basically. Right. And so I was doing a thing on demons, and I was working a lot of, I like to work up late at night a lot. So it was kind of, the witching hour when I was wrapping up for the night. And I went and rinsed off, took a shower before I went to bed, and I'm dried off in the shower, and the mirror is fogged up. But it's starting to dissipate, starting to evaporate, and left behind, still in condensation, was this series of symbols. It was an oval with a vertical line. Oval, vertical. It was a repeating symbol of an oval with a vertical line, almost like an on-off button symbol,
Yeah.
somewhat like that, but an oval with a vertical line. Or you could say it was like a stylized hoof. Frankly, that's kind of what it looked like a bisected oval. But it was the same thing like 5 or 6 times in a diagonal line. And it wasn't like drawn in the condensation, it was the opposite. Everything else had evaporated around it and left still in condensation was this repeating symbol. So I grabbed my camera and I videotaped it because just to get the best view of it, you can see them. Never saw it before, never saw it again. And again, I don't know what would create that. That's my thing. Like I was like, when were my cleaners the last year? Maybe they would have been like a week since they'd been there and nothing had happened since then. So I'm like, okay, it wasn't them. And I was like, how would I even, if I was to fake that, how would I even do that?
Right.
Right. I don't even know how to make that happen. So
Well,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, don't ask me how I know this. Well, actually, I could tell how I know it. Like, when you draw like a message to somebody on the mirror for somebody, your significant other, when you do that, the same thing with cars. And you know how you said it was the opposite?
Yeah.
That's so your the oils on your skin, they don't
Right.
allow the condensation to hit those spots.
Yeah, I can see
But
that.
you're saying it's the opposite, which is
Yes.
wild.
Yes.
That means that wasn't drawn with a finger.
Right.
It would have
That's
to be
right.
like
It's the
everything
opposite
else
of that.
is
It's the
drawn.
inverse. It's the inverse of that.
Yeah.
It's the
drawn
inverse, dude.
it's drawn in moisture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
Now, if you're listening to this podcast as opposed to watching it, head on over to YouTube or Spotify where you can see Mike's video.
It's
So
really,
Mike, going into what you were saying about like when you're working and you're editing these documentaries, have you ever caught anything that wasn't apparent to the crew at the time, to yourself, and to the people doing the investigation?
little things like that happen a lot. A shadow, you see a shadow in the corner of the frame that nobody noticed, little stuff like that. Probably the biggest thing that happened to me was one of the shows I was working on. I was also doing production stills. So I had a Leica still camera that I shoot with, and I shoot behind the scenes photos because networks and everybody always want those. And I was outside of home. It was broad daylight, and I snapped a picture. And it wasn't until weeks later, I came home and was editing them that I caught this anomaly up in the corner of this photo I took, and it's a blurry oval shape near the tree line, and it's such an odd image. I've grown up shooting with cameras. I've grown up, shooting photos, and I've never seen an anomaly like this before. I don't know what it is. It's a blurry image, kind of in the sky, but it's not shaped like a bird. It's like a lump. And one of the things this house was, they had lots of cats, and they talked about burying a lot of their cats on the property over the years because they'd lived there a long time, and that they used to see ghost cats. They would see little shadows darting around that were like cat-sized. And it looks like, in that context, it looks like a cat jumping like through the trees. But where it is in the sky, there was no way a physical cat could do that leap. There's nowhere to leap from. But I can't. There's kind of a light streak as part of it. I'll send that to you too. I cannot. I don't know what. I don't know what
amazing.
it is. Yeah,
That'd
and
be
this
cool
is
to
when I
see.
was like, that's weird. I don't know what that is. If you believe in the paranormal, you're like, oh well, that's clearly a ghost cat or something. But if you're more like a little agnostic like me, you're like, well, maybe there's got to be maybe it is a bird somehow. I don't know. Like it made some really weird shape.
And look, for anybody listening to or watching this, I'll vouch for, for whatever my word is worth. I vouch for Mike because when we started working together, Mike was on the team of Discovery. I forget how you got onto the Discovery team we had, but I don't know if I stole you from somebody else.
Yeah.
But he is he's a predator, right? He's a producer, shooter, editor at the time.
Right.
Now he's a showrunner,
Right.
filmmaker, but he's an excellent photographer, an excellent cameraman, an excellent editor. He's an all-in-one one-man band. I'd send him out to shoot stuff. He knows what he's doing with a camera. So it's not like if I took the photo and you saw a blur, you'd probably about 99 times out of 100, it's probably because my thumb is on it.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a dirty lens. So I
this
trust
photo
him when he says it.
This photo was in a sequence. I was like click, 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 and this image was not in any of the other pictures taken in those seconds that happened around it. It was just in the one picture. So it's very strange.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You talked about the challenges a bit, shooting destinations because it's, you're dealing with really old condemned things. How does that change when you're talking about going into the paranormal, when you're going into like people's actual homes and meeting the people around the country who are really suffering or believe, have these hardcore beliefs in this. Where does your mind go as a skeptic? And it's like, all right. I mean, how do you put that aside? Because now you're dealing with real people in their house. What's the difference in producing
It's
shows?
a good question. I mean, there's me, the person, and there's me, the producer. Me, the person, is like, I think that if, and this is no specific story, but just in general, like if you're a hammer, everything's a nail. And if you're a true diehard believer, if you truly believe that a space that you're in is haunted, then there's a lot of times any sound you hear, anything is be like, oh, there's the ghost again. That's our ghost. Door opens and closes. There's our ghost. It's like, no, you have raccoons in your attic. Like it's a raccoon's in your attic. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, it could be. But also just having the respect for people. They're like, I don't live in their house. Or work in their work where they have the ghosts. I've had friends who've had ghosts that swore they had ghosts in their office, and they would always see them at the top of the stairs. I on one hand, I'm like, I kind of have my theory about what that is, but also like I don't want to be disrespectful, and like I don't live there. So that's why I always approach everybody just like, I'm going to tell your story honestly and straightforward and not cast any judgment on it, because I don't know what you're going through. So that's how I approach it. Now, yeah, you do get people that are tormented seriously tormented by what they're going to. Like people that are like emotionally scarred by it. Like people that have dealt with it their entire lives. They've grown up in a house that they believe was haunted and have been dealing with whatever the entity is the whole time. It's tough. It's almost like growing up in like an abusive environment, basically, or you're kind of being abused by a paranormal entity that you can't do anything about, do about it. And people will move and they'll be like, that just follows me. You just go with me to the next place. So it's like, is it attached to the building or is it attached to you? So
what do you tell your crew? Did you ever have to hire a new crew or new PAs? Like what's the kickoff meeting like for crew?
That's a good question. I mean, we always hire, we typically add a few local hires to wherever we're going. And it's funny, I don't think I ever have given them like, just like into the fire, man. Like just do, because it's usually like PAs and stuff like production assistants and stuff like that. And you're like, you're just here to, move some gear around or run to get lunch and stuff. Usually I work with the same crew throughout production. So you get used to everything. It is funny though that what's that?
Do they get creeped out?
100%. Yeah, I was on that same hotel where I saw the mist. I remember because there was no power, we had to use flashlights, and it was huge. It was this massive structure, and so and the hallways are pitch black. So you're just with a flashlight going, 100 yards of hallways basically to get somewhere. And I do remember at one point, just on a break, I just turned my flashlight off to see how far I could walk into the darkness before I was like, no. And I would come back and I talked to later on, I asked we were just talking about the show in general. And I asked my cinematographer and I was like, what was the scariest place we did for you? And he goes, that hotel. And I go, oh, he goes, yeah. He goes, I used to just walk down the hall and see how far I could get. I was like, I did the same thing. It was like my worst nightmare in that place to have to like go back for something by myself to like get a piece of gear or something that we needed, like a light or something.
Oh, dude, I would have bought a new one.
To have to traverse that alone this place was noisy. It was windy outside. It sounds like the building's kind of coming apart. Like it was, yeah.
Dude, I was staying at the MGM Grand in Vegas once. And you know how big that hotel is. And this has nothing to do with the paranormal, but this is just to show my own laziness. I left my sunglasses in my hotel room, and it took me almost 40 minutes to get to the pool, just from the walking the elevator, walking down through the casino to go meet my friends. And then I realized that I forgot my sunglasses. And I'm like, you know what? To go back and come back is over an hour. I just bought new sunglasses. It wasn't worth it. Everything all right, John? With the
yeah, everything's all right.
You know what? I started talking about those ghost cats, and his cat over there is just making the show shut down. Like,
oh, I know. Oh, yeah. No, she's wild. She's a talker too. Nice talker. This one. So it's funny because while all this is going on, right? I don't know if you can see me. My eyes keep glancing over here. One of my mirrors is moving on the wall.
There you go.
Literally,
we started talking about mirror entities and
shaking back and forth. I mean, hold on. Let me let me see. I can't zoom.
That
And
one
it's
over
never
there.
done that before. That's a Victorian mirror. It's heavy, even
Wow.
though it's smaller. It's heavy. I don't know if you guys can see it moving.
What, the door? Like, is there got like a panel on it?
No, it's just hold on.
It's weird.
I don't know because I got it in this it's this mirror. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. It's that mirror.
It's moving for you.
It's moving. Oh, let me see if I can get up close to it. I got no airflow coming from this window. Like you don't even see like the screen pulsing from the wind or anything. You would need some serious wind from that, right? And then hold on. Let me see if it does it. Now it's not going to do it.
Of course.
Oh, there it goes. Nope, there it goes. It's moving.
It's hard to tell because you're handheld for us.
I just heard your cat meow too, so he feels.
Yeah, right. But no, it's just funny. I was just so distracted from it, like everything that was going on. Mike, you said that the place that you were at, with the scary place that was big, this was in South America or was this in Asia?
It was South America, like Central
America?
Yeah.
And this was an abandoned building in South America?
Was, yeah.
Dude, man, let me tell you
Native
something.
lands, all that stuff.
Dude, you got some passion, man, because listen, the abandoned buildings around here are dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, I can only imagine, something with the moisture and just the environment. Oof.
The craziest place we shot was Destinations of the Damned. We did Armero, Colombia, which Armero is a town in the mountains of Colombia, as remote as you can get, that was destroyed by a mudslide caused by a volcano in the 80s. It was the second deadliest volcanic eruption of the 20th century. Killed like 23,000 people, killed almost the entire town. I took it out. And so the town's abandoned now, but what's left of it, the ruins are still there. And it looks like a post-apocalyptic, like it's what's left of these amazing buildings that have been taken over by the jungle. And that one was terrifying because, as we're going in, they're like, okay, there's 3 species of deadly snake here. There's scorpions. There's the African, like, flesh-eating snails, the giant African snails that have infested the area, where don't touch the slime because it'll infect your brain and you'll die. The boa constrictor, and then at night the boa constrictors and like panthers come down out of the trees, so we got to watch out for those. Of course, it's a paranormal show, so that's when we're filming, is nighttime. And then they're like, and don't be careful shining your lights up any trees because there's night wasps and they are attracted to light and they will fly down and sting your eyeballs. So it's like, in addition to it just being a horribly dark place because there's thousands of victims that they never recovered. They were buried in the mud. So you're walking around a gravesite, basically, a mass grave, this entire time. And then we're filming in the old cemetery for the town, which every single crypt has been desecrated. So there's human bones and shattered coffins everywhere, and there's skulls on top of all of that. It's rare that I was like a place I can't wait to leave. I could not wait to leave. I just had a bad feeling the whole time I was there, like horrible.
That's interesting. But like a bad feeling, not just for your own physical safety, but just because it's creepy.
A sickness, just like a spiritual illness. Like just my spirit was down the whole time I was there. And that doesn't happen in most places, but I could not wait to leave. And Colombia's a beautiful country, but I couldn't wait to leave.
All right, well, look, this leads me now. I normally ask this at the top, but this is a good time to ask you now. Based on everything you've seen, now that you've been in this world, what do you think spirits are?
It's a good question. My cinematographer on this show, he did a psychic show, a medium show years ago. And he had his own experience on that show where he was filming and he felt horrible all of a sudden, like a family member had died, like that level of bad. And the medium he was with was this young guy, and the medium picked up on it, like, hey, are you okay? Like, he immediately picked up, like, you're not okay. And he goes, this is the only guy we worked with that I felt was, like, legit. Of all the mediums that they had on this show, this one medium was the one this guy felt like he was the most legit. He goes, I started talking to the guy, and he said, look, he goes, 200 years ago, there were people that could see things in the corner of their eyes, like lights flashing and stuff, and people thought they were crazy. And then it turns out it was UV light, which we didn't know about at the time. But there's a very small percentage of people that can see UV light, especially like in their peripherals. That's what they were seeing. He goes, we didn't know, for another hundreds of years later that, there's a thing called UV light, and that's what they were picking up on. He's like, the medium tells, my DP, he goes, I assume that at some point there's going to be a scientific explanation for why I know what I know, like why I can tell the things that I can tell, why I know the story of somebody that died here that I never met, that I can just come to a space and just know about it. So that's kind of where I land on it. I assume that someday there will be a scientific explanation for all of this, and whether it's grandma trying to talk to you from beyond the grave or parallel universes running into each other, and there's going to be some quantum physics explanation for it. Like,
All right, but that's
Interstellar. Like, I don't. I guess that's where I land. Like, I assume that I do believe certain things are happening, and I assume that someday we'll have some scientific explanation.
So, okay, but until we have the answer, what do you think it is? What do you think they are? Right? Like, what would you say a spirit is that these guys are talking to? Until we know what that is,
I think honestly, right now, because I do tend to be more science based, I do think it's kind of a parallel universes bumping into each other. That kind of a thing, Grandma is another universe where your grandma's still alive, or
it's
interesting.
Time is a human invention,
that's a very.
I say it all the time. Time's a human construct.
Exactly.
I say it all the time.
Well, it's also a very past life regression outlook on past life regression, as I've come to learn through doing these podcasts and interviews, is a misnomer. They tend to believe everything everywhere all at once, right? That sort of idea of we are all in different, the timelines is what you're talking about, not necessarily in the past. It's now. And that's what you're sort of saying, right? Whereas, John's belief and his theory, and what started all this, is that it's energy. We all have energy in us. Energy can't be created or destroyed. We also don't know how the mind works, and it's sort of memory or consciousness trapped to that energy somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Another theory that, how do who knows, right? What is it? We've also heard people talk about frequency in a big way. Like vibrations, every atom, everything has something. Things are constantly in motion, right? There's always something in motion. Atoms in your body, like what they're let off a frequency. What is that frequency? We caught something. It was really odd in an episode we just dropped where John, as I'm interviewing, he heard a child's voice say his name. When I ISO'd his track and cranked the volume in the thing, what it sounded like was as if a mic was like when your lav gets rubbed up against your shirt. It was like a shh. Right. And then he turns. So you hear this, but look at him. He's wearing a ripped t-shirt. He's not wearing a mic on him. You know what I mean? It's like there's no mic on him, but you hear the shh, and then he turns. Right. And it's like, well, and I couldn't slow it down. I make a joke out of it in the episode that I'm not going to spoil for anybody. By the time this airs, hopefully they've all seen it. But it's, I played it out. But it's weird. Like, what is that frequency? Why does he hear it differently? Maybe he did, he heard something. Something. And yet how does it play out, right? So it's an interesting the parallel universe theory is an interesting one. Go ahead, John.
So Mike, listen, we've had tons of guests on here, right? We did, tons of different questions to the guests. I consider myself a paranormal documenter. And what I'm documenting, more than anything is my experiences while I'm streaming. I basically take my live stream, I go through it personally, and then I make, content and videos. So, I'm a documenter moonlighting as a content creator via my live stream. And I know the audience, people watching this are going to be like, holy shit, John's actually asking this. What advice would you have as a documenter, as yourself, other than the truth? Because I wholeheartedly believe in that too. When I do my thing and things get slow, I entertain the audience by just being myself and talking to everybody, engaging, getting goofy and funny. And then let the truth play out as it should, right? What advice would you have for someone like me who's documenting? What like with all the documenting you've done in these dangerous spots and in these unique situations, what advice would you give to me to expand my documentation or maybe enrich it, if you will?
Oh man, that is a really good question. I don't know, because I haven't watched your content, so it's hard for me to like.
Well, Mike, picture this. Literally, it's a TikTok feed. He's either looking at himself talking with headstones in the background, or John will have the camera facing the cemetery while he's taking a break, and he's
Yeah.
got a spirit box going all the time. Like, again, he's not an investigator. He truly is just a
Right.
documenter. Or
You know what?
John will do is
Yeah.
clean headstones. He cleans them, has the spirit box on.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've watched that.
Yeah.
So I think you're kind of already doing it to some extent, because one thing that I think is important to do is sometimes we get the best results is when we would like maybe bring in a witch, for example, to do like a ritual of some kind, and to have that going on at the same time that you have an investigator with the gear out to see if anything happens as the person is, because the witch is essentially inciting something to happen, right? And I think you're kind of doing that by cleaning the headstone. You know, if any spirit is there, you would think that is the most exciting thing that has happened to them in maybe a century. Right? They're just stepped over all the time. And now here's someone not only paying attention to them, but doing something nice for them, you know, cleaning up their headstone for them, which I think is so touching. I kind of think in your world, at least, you're already doing it. You have your gear going, so you can measure if something happens. You have some scientific measurement to try and record that or capture that response. That, I think that is kind of like I would tell people, other people do what you're doing, which is to that's how to do it. Like, kind of put yourself in a situation where you might emote a response from an entity and have scientific gear going so you can capture that if it happens.
I mean, it also sounds like, having a person, you like the idea of also a corroborator, right? Whether like the witch or the medium, which we've done with Kathy, who corroborated some stories. We haven't really taken her to a cemetery or something yet, but we should do that one of these days. We have a medium that we've worked with that both was really wild for both of John and myself in terms of what she said, which I cannot figure out how she said it and what she found.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Also,
she's connected somehow. Having
another person there is nice, because then you have someone to talk to, obviously. That kind of helps kind of the slow parts, right? You can kind of start talking to them about life in general, the paranormal and whatnot, and then something might suddenly happen while you're talking to each other. And again, like that mist that I saw, had I not had a second person there to witness it, I might have just discounted it. I must have imagined something and never thought of it again. Oh, that was kind of a weird thing to happen. But the fact that another person saw the exact same thing I saw, it gives it a tremendous credibility.
I have a personal situation I went through that actually is very similar to that. I was an electrician at the time. We got a phone call at like 1:30 in the morning that a bank lost power. So the company I worked for had a bank contract. We took care of all the Wells Fargos in the area, right? And we had to try, I think it was either in Sleepy Hollow, Terrytown, or Irvington. It was one of those three, which is all one big, spot here in the Hudson Valley. And we went there, it's 1:32 in the morning. We got work in a couple of hours. We didn't want to, both of us, neither of us wanted to be there. And we knew what the issue was before we even got there. With the power lines, there's phases. And usually when something goes completely dark, and nothing else in the neighborhood is dark, it's usually a phase went out to that structure, right? So we already knew it, but because you need a licensed electrician to call up the company that for here it's Con Ed, the electrical company, and be like, hey, here's the license number. We know there's a phase out. We still had to go into the bank and check it out. Now it's a whole thing. They have to give us clearance. Someone has to come there, unlock the bank, turn down the alarms, all of this. So now there's three of us at this time, and we go in. That's me and the guy I'm working with, who's the headmaster electrician, and the guy letting us into the bank. Now, this bank had a history of being haunted, right? But we never paid no mind to it. We went in, replaced lights, did this, did that. We walk in, and literally over all the teller banks is a gray mist.
Wow.
Now, the master electrician is the biggest atheist / non-believer that you will ever meet in your life. And he looked at me and I looked at him and I said, see, it's haunted, And then he dials, he gives the Con Ed the code, hands me the phone and goes, you can handle the rest of this. I'm going to go wait for the car, And that was it. Meanwhile, the other guy that was letting us in literally didn't leave the double doors. He was so scared because he's heard that the place is haunted. So scared. And he refused to go through the doors. So it's just funny you brought up the Great Mist, and it just reminded me of that years ago.
Yeah, you think something's crazy until you see it for yourself. And then you're like, oh.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You
And
were
then you got look, the one thing I've realized is you have to keep an open mind with all of this if you want to, otherwise what's the fun in it either, you know?
Exactly. Right.
Mike, what do you think the biggest misconceptions people have about ghost shows now that you're making it and you're in the world of it? What are their,
I don't know. I
what
don't
do you
deal
have
a
to do?
lot with the fans or the public feedback really about a show.
Well, what about your peers? I mean, when you tell your peers, like, yeah, I'm making this ghost show, what do they,
Of course, the first question everybody always asks, is it real, man? Is it real? I
yeah.
had like my cousin's kid who I like never have talked to ever, pretty much. Like out of nowhere messaged me like a couple years ago when he saw one of the ghost shows I was working on. He goes, "Yo, man, is that real?" My buddies never watched it. He's like, "My buddies never watched it. Is that real, man?" And I go, "Yeah." Like I wouldn't. I don't. We don't put anything on screen that isn't factual. You can interpret what if a person says they're feeling something, whether they are or not, but like we don't, nothing is like made up for television. So I was like, yeah, I was there, and that all actually happened. You know, I wouldn't work with people who didn't have integrity. So I think that's and yeah, I think there's been other shows that I've seen that I'm not a part of, other past shows in the kind of supernatural paranormal world that have been accused of various things. So I think
Everybody is.
that kind of
Everybody's
hurts
got
it. That hurts it for other people that are doing this. Do you know what I mean? Because it makes you question everybody that's doing it. I know it's just all Hollywood, right?
Dude, the one thing I've learned about this whole genre in this space, it's almost like rock bands in New York in the 80s. They're out to get everybody.
Right.
In so many ways, it's weird.
so crazy.
And you must have other paranormal investigators say, "Oh, they don't like what you're doing, and you're not doing it right." Or
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Right?
yes. Oh, well. First off, people can't wrap their head around the fact that I'm not an investigator, that I'm not a ghost hunter. When I sit there and say, "Oh no, I'm documenting spirits," oh, they lose their minds.
They do.
And it's like
it's crazy.
it's
Right.
like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, or forget about it if I'm talking to the audience, which I do a lot of. I'm
Yeah.
very audience driven. I'm very my community.
He's
you
all
know.
live, Mike. Like John's
Yeah.
all live. He's a
Right.
live influencer. He doesn't do pre-recorded stuff and send it.
Sure.
Yeah, and so like it's just wild when people are like, "Oh, you're not doing this right. You're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be doing that." And it's like, listen, I'm documenting. The only difference is between what I'm doing right now and me doing a nature documentary is that the birds aren't talking to me. You know, like that, like literally, like you know, it's just the way it is, and I have you guys with me, and it's live.
Right.
Like if this, I'd be doing the same thing, just talking a lot less.
Right.
If you guys weren't here with me, you know,
I just
watching.
turned the camera on and started live streaming. That's the only difference, right? Yeah.
So it's
And that
pretty
lends
wild.
credibility to what you're doing because it is happening live.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nuts. It's
Yeah.
really.
No.
Listen, Mike. Like I've said this a million times, so the people listening know this. When I use these same apps John uses, I get absolutely dick. I get all the generic stuff. I get all the generic stuff the apps say, like "Get out," "Am I dead?" It's like all stuff. When I'm with him and he's using it at the same time, even on my phone, the app starts to get specific. And it's weird. I think he's got some magic in him, or he's a witch of some kind. My nephew, I just haven't
maybe
figured
it's
out
an
what it is.
antenna.
That's
An
the point of
antenna
it.
of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's the
Yeah,
witch's
I mean-
peak coming in. You know,
Maybe.
Yeah, that might be it. Mike, I got a couple. Mike, first of all, thank you so much. I got a couple more questions for you. I want to know.
Of course.
So, you talked about demons earlier, and this fear of demons, and some of the ghost hunters don't like to be around these demons. How much religion is in this world that you're playing in, and how much credibility is that giving? That idea is it manifesting its own? It feels like it's manifesting its own nightmare, like saying it's a demon. And
Of course, yeah, and I would agree with you, but I can't really think of too many people that I've filmed with over the years that were deeply religious, or that at least wore their religion on their sleeve like that.
Well, Zach comes across as being religious, especially in Demon House.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't. We haven't talked about that, but yeah, I don't. It's a good question. I mean, obviously, sometimes priests get brought in and whatnot, but we did a thing in Mexico City, or outside Mexico. There's a city north of Mexico, on Destinations of the Damned, with an exorcist, but he was like a freelance exorcist. Like, he's not associated with the Catholic Church. He's just figured out his own, blending different religions together, his own way, his own method for exorcising people and giving them a test to see if they really are possessed or not. And Yeah.
Truthfully, do you think that there's any change in by saying it's a demon versus in the houses where it's might be a demon or not, or bring a priest in versus anybody else? Have you like, is it create any semblance of
Trying to
a difference?
think. I'm trying to think outside of. Trying to think of any of the investigations I was a part of where they thought it was specifically a demon. There's definitely been some where they were believed to be malevolent spirits that were harmful. I don't know outside of like Demon House, which I only edited. I wasn't there when they filmed it. I don't know how many demon stuff I've dealt with. I do know that like in Demon House in the movie they talk about how it's believed that demons can transmit themselves electronically. Like there's even a disclaimer to being a demon house. Like it warns people like this could happen. And I've heard of people that like turn the movie off. They saw that. They're like, well, I'm not watching this.
That's funny.
They didn't make it past 10 seconds. They're like, good, warning received. Nope, don't want it. Or you'll see people that will report like while they were watching that movie specifically, shit started happening in their house. Stuff flew off the shelf behind them. Like it's definitely its own animal for sure when you're dealing with some type of demonic thing. Just because they will, as the lore goes, they will attach themselves to you, and they are there to mess your life up, and they're not a confused spirit that doesn't know where they are.
Does that make you prepare when you hear that you're about to film a production or a thing where it's a demon? Does that make you change how you approach the production?
No,
or does the team prepare differently? How does the team prepare?
No, and you don't want to go in with like any kind of protection on you, a spiritual protection, because you don't want the thing to be scared away from you. You want to capture proof of the thing.
You're not trying to deter.
But you do. We have done Palo Santo and stuff like that afterwards. Just to like we've cleared like on
what is that? What did you just say?
Like Palo Santo sage. It's a cleansing. A cleansing ritual.
Like smudging. It's
and you can clear a house that way. Sometimes if someone's called you in to help them, that's one thing that you'll do. And like I know how to clear an interior space.
Do you really?
Yeah.
How do you do it? Tell me.
Simple.
What are the steps?
So like it's very the way I do is very simple. I'm not religious, so I don't pray, because you could probably pray at the same time too, and ask for whoever you believe in to help you. But the main thing is you want to start at one end of your house, and at the other end you're going towards, you want to open a door or a window. You want a place for the thing to leave, basically. And you just start at one end with your sage or your Palo Santo, and you just kind of you sweep it out, like you're sweeping it out with whatever it is that you've lit, and you get out the door, and then you shut the door.
I'm just ignorant. What is Palo Santo? Is that a weed of some kind, or what? It's a
very sweet smelling wood that smokes. Okay. Almost like incense.
Yeah. And you light it and then so it's just,
and then let it smoke, and then you just it goes out, but then it smokes for a long time, and then you do the same thing.
Like it's an incense of some kind in a weird way, or sage, and then you walk around your house. You got an open window.
I've done it, and again, I'm a cynic, but I've done it in my own space a few times over the years. And I was just like, you know what, man, I got a bad feeling right now.
Yeah, I do. Listen.
I live in a 120-year-old building right now, and I see you live in an old building too, John. Like, I hear shit all the time in my apartment. I'm like,
well, what's interesting about this place? This place this is my office. It's a factory built in 1865.
Yeah.
So I'm in the tower part of it now, and I do something similar, but with cannabis.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to get rid of it. Yeah, I mean, my building now was built in like 1904, I think, or something like that. So it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on a historical registry of buildings. Yeah.
Cool. Hey, Mike, listen. In your, and now obviously I don't want you to drop any names, right? But in your professional, just happenings and everything that you've done over the years, have you ever come across anybody that has told you stories that have been affected? So like, camera crew, the PAs, or anybody that like after they filmed something, after they were on the set for something, that they were like, yo, I don't think I can ever do something like that again. Like I'm done.
I've never had someone be like, I'm not doing that anymore. For sure. That has never happened. But I can't think of specific examples, but I do feel like I've heard about various crew members having some issues.
Okay.
And needing to clean themselves up. Because again, we as crew members, we try to stay agnostic. We're there to capture what's happening, capture the action, right? And not get involved with it. But you can still come away feeling bad or creepy or whatever from a situation that you were in the room for. So yeah, but I do feel like I know of some people. I've heard some various people have issues when they went home, but I can't think of any specific stories right now. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Mike, what's next for you?
I'm wrapping up the serial killer series. It'll be out in late October, and I'm just in development mode now, like I always am between projects. So I'm developing probably like a half dozen different projects. So we'll see what goes first.
Listen, we really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mike. Your insight was awesome, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think our audience is going to love it. I think a lot of people look at all of this as, especially on TV for some reason, it gets even more hate than the online. Love hate, I should say. Right? It gets a lot more. There's a lot more critics about television and television personas and the TV shows. This is how it's done. This is how it's not supposed to be done. As if anybody knows what it is. Right. Oh, have you ever done an Estes method in your shows?
What's that?
Okay, good. Never mind. It's something that I don't get at all, but I ask everybody about it.
SD?
ESTES. And what it is, what these people do, and it started with a group of people in like the house, I guess, like the Shining Hotel or something, or right? The location was Estes. So
Estes Park, Colorado, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So they put like blindfold. They basically are
they try to self-deprivate as much as possible.
Sight, they have blinders on. They've got like sound blocking headphones that are only jacked into the sound box, right? And then another person asks the spirits a question, and then the person who's totally covered but can only hear the sound box gives the answers. And for the life of me, bro, I can't figure out why the hell they're doing that. As like, well, why do I have a middleman here? Like, why can't I just hear the sound box? Like, but they swear by it. And I just wanted to know.
I never even heard of that.
I was hoping maybe you produced one and you could just tell me truthfully.
Explain it.
It feels ridiculous. I don't understand it. There's people who
I refuse to do it. I refuse to this day. I refuse to do it. I want.
Well, it's like he gets hit for being.
Yeah, if you don't believe in something, you don't want to. You don't believe in something, you shouldn't expose your audience to it.
I've got a few people coming on soon that do it all the time, and I'm gonna make them explain it to me for sure.
Right.
By the time this airs, they might have already been on and explained it to me. But I just wanted to see if you produced it. I wanted to know. But see, you haven't even touched it.
I have no idea what it is. Yeah.
Oh, dude, look it up. It's just like you're gonna sit there and like, I don't get why anybody's does this. I just don't. Hopefully, by the time this airs, I might have a better insight, but it doesn't mean I will believe it.
Right.
Listen, I'm knee deep in the paranormal, and I don't have a good explanation for it. It just doesn't. It makes no sense. It really doesn't.
Well, maybe someone will come on and explain it, and they'll be like, "Oh."
That's what I'm hoping. We're waiting. We're looking for.
What they're gonna, I can predict what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, "Oh, it's the human experience of it. It's that person. Necessarily what they're blurting out isn't what they're actually hearing. That's what they're gonna turn around and say. They're gonna be like, it's the human, almost like a channeling sort of experience. Which, I mean, listen, the way I document when I document the paranormal, like for example, Mike, we have people that come into the chat all the time and they're like, "Oh, there's a spirit over there. I see a spirit in the background." And I simply turn around and say, "Hey, listen, myself and everybody else that's following me right now cannot see that. Therefore, I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not gonna, ask who's over there. I'm not going to, to me, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to everybody else that can't see it. Now, obviously, 90% of these people are wacky. They're not really seeing something, but there might be that 10% there that's actually might be seeing something. Regardless,
10%
I can't
is a little
use
generous, I think.
That's why it's nice to so you wait till there's some corroboration in the room from someone else being like, "Yeah, I was just gonna say that corner is being weird right now," and then it's like, "Okay, well now let's go investigate." Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like they should take the sound box when they're doing this stupid method and have a splitter on it that goes into a separate recorder, so that when you play it back, if he says the answer and we know the sound box said it, then we know that it's like, oh, that's weird that it did. But then again, why do I need to hear from this person with the headphones and the blinders on? Why
don't you hear it yourself?
I just don't get. Anyway, look, it's neither here nor there. It's a piece. I'm going to gather data as this process is from numerous people who do it to try to get to the bottom of it. It'll be funny one day we'll do it ourselves.
Have you ever talked to anybody that works for like coroners or anything like that? Like people that like are like EMTs?
No, not yet.
That would be interesting. It's funny. I know, like,
get there.
I filmed at the LA County Coroner's building a couple times. I've been in the crypt with 100 dead bodies around me.
They have great merch, by the way. I used to have.
They
LA
do. They're
it's the best.
Yes, their gift shop is amazing.
Their shop is dope.
But I've known a couple people. I used to know Craig, who was their director of operations for many years and years. He was there like when Michael Jackson died. He did the press conference for that kind of stuff. And then I've known a couple other people that work there as workers. And it's funny, though. Of course, what do they always get asked? Man, that building must be so haunted. Like, because they get like 30 bodies a day at the LA County morgue. They get 30 bodies a day. And they get anybody that the cause of death is not immediately apparent, they go to the coroner, right? So 30 bodies a day. And but it's funny, across the board, they're like, no, nothing. And you're like, really? And they're like, yeah, because by the time the body gets here, the spirit's not with it anymore, is their explanation. It's just we're getting the shell arriving in here, and it's not. They're not there anymore. They're back. They're at their home or wherever they've ascended, if you believe that,
or the energy dispersion is gone, or
they're still haunted their house or whatever. Yeah, they're not there when they will come to us. They're gone.
Well, that's interesting.
I thought was really, really, really interesting. Yeah.
Mike, thank you, man. This has been really great.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you.
Of course.
Really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. I mean, even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we explore what lingers after the lights go out. Memories, energy, and the mysteries that refuse to be buried. I'm your host, Gary, here with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, and today's episode is a story not just about haunting, but about survival. If you've seen The Conjuring, you know the broad strokes of what happened to the Perron family inside that Rhode Island farmhouse. But what few people talk about is what came after. How do you move forward once your childhood becomes one of the most infamous haunting cases in modern history? How do you reclaim your own story after the world has turned it into folklore? Our guest, Andrea Perron, lived through it and then spent decades trying to understand it. Through retrospection, writing, and acceptance, she's turned something that could have destroyed her into something profoundly meaningful. And now she's facing a new battle, brain tumors, with the same grace and courage that carried her through her childhood haunting. Today she joins us to talk about survival in every sense of the word, the long road of processing those early years, how her understanding of spirit has deepened, and what has led her to a new mission to preserve the farmhouse that started it all through a GoFundMe campaign. Believe me, I would have burned that place down a long time ago. This isn't a ghost story. It's a story of healing, perspective, and the quiet resilience it takes to live with the past. And as Annie so emotionally puts it, still keep moving toward the light. Let's dive into the conversation.
When I'm there, I mean, they're in it. I mean,
they're in it. Yeah.
And I've got a doctor that told me, "Don't you worry, honey. I've got your back."
There you
That's
go.
all I needed to hear.
Good. That is so good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Andrea, you are a survivor on many levels. That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's true.
I mean, it's.
This is true.
Well, first of all, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to sit down with us here on Splintered Spirits. It's an honor for us to have you, especially, I would say in this paranormal space that John's been in for a while, but I'm very new to. Mm-hmm. You are an absolute legend. I mean, for numerous reasons, just as someone who's experienced probably the worst there is of it, your books, the stories you've told, everything in your approach to the space. Now, for us on this thing is about me and my sort of understanding of what the paranormal is and what John does and what spirits are. So
Yes.
you, for anyone that's going to be listening to this who doesn't know who you are, listen, go buy her fucking books and read the stories. And
Oh,
you're going to
see.
find a link to those books in my link tree, because we're here. I mean, you should know this woman by now. It's the woman who lived in the Conjuring house, for Christ's sake. So I don't want to waste a lot of time on doing another thing about what's the difference between your story and the movie.
Yeah. No, everybody knows that now, I think.
They should know it.
They should know.
They should know it. But, you know, what I want to know is, so you moved into that house when you were 12, and you were there for 10 years.
Yes.
At what point did you start to understand what it really was that you were dealing with?
Within 5 minutes.
So in 5 minutes as a 12-year-old, you're like, that's a ghost.
That's a ghost. Well, no, I didn't think he was, because he appeared absolutely solid to me. I mean, absolutely solid, like I could have walked up to him just like you, put my hand on his arm, greeted him. I greeted him as I walked through the dining room. And he did not. He stared right through me like he didn't see me, like I was an invisible ghost. And he was completely fixated on Mr. Kenyon packing the last of his wife's china out of his corner hutch cabinet in the dining room. And it was freezing cold, and there was a swirling ice storm going on. But, you know, when you're a swamp Yankee and it's moving day, you move. You just put everything in the truck and you move. And so we did, very slowly, up into the woods to our place in the country. And within 5 minutes, I walked in with a box marked kitchen for my mother. She was already in the kitchen with my baby sister, April. And then the other 4 of us were big and strong enough to be able to carry boxes marked kitchen. And when I walked in and I saw him, I thought, well, that is a very oddly dressed man, because he was not wearing clothes that I was in any way familiar with as a child. Everything looked like it was handmade. It was hand-stitched, including the little fluffy hat that he had on. And he had his arms crossed, and he had his leg mounted up against the wall, and a quirky grin on his face. And he was just staring at Mr. Kenyon, just staring lovingly at him.
Right. So
And then my sister Nancy... And then Christine comes in, and she walks into the kitchen, and she's like, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? He's dressed funny, you know?
So everybody saw it.
Everybody saw him.
And you were the eldest, so they were even younger than you.
They were younger than me, and they
didn't know what it was. So when did you realize, wait a minute?
Then Cindy came in. And she was the youngest. April was already in the kitchen. So Cindy was number 4. And she came in the kitchen. And she said to my mother, Mom, who's that man with Mr. Kenyon? And Mom said, there's nobody with Mr. Kenyon. His son is on the way. He's not here yet. And so I'm sure that we as children assumed that a neighbor had stopped by and that he was just shy and he did not want to interact with little girls coming in with boxes. And then my sister Nancy walks into the kitchen and she leans over to Cindy and she says, Sin, did you see that man with Mr. Kenyon? I did, but he just disappeared. And boom. There it was.
So when you said lovingly looking at him, so you think that he was looking at him from a place of affection and admiration?
Yes.
Wow. And then when did you he disappeared. That makes you think as a 12-year-old that's a ghost. But what was it? How old were you? Or what was the moment where you really started to look into what are these ghosts? What is happening?
5 minutes after we moved into the house.
So, okay. So then you're like, we have ghosts here.
Instantaneous for me.
Okay.
Yeah, instantaneous for me. I knew that we were not living alone. I knew immediately that we were not living alone. I knew that this was very, very different from the house that we had just come from and that nothing was ever going to be the same.
So what changed for you from what you thought a ghost was in that moment in those 5 minutes versus what you think a spirit is now, if at all?
The same.
It's the same. So what is that? What is a spirit? Annie?
Spirit is... Okay, I'm going to give you my most famous quotation now.
Okay.
That's written on all of my coffee mugs because, you know, when you're a superstar, you have your own coffee mugs. And because coffee is the nectar of the gods,
I agree.
I have a coffee mug that says this. To be touched by... All right, let me get it right. To be touched by spirit is not a curse, but a blessing. It is that rare glimpse into the realm from which we come and will all inevitably return. Be not afraid. Be the light you seek.
Wow. Wow.
I'm
So,
sorry, I don't mean to be emotional, but I am a
No,
very
don't.
emotional
That's
person.
That's
no,
And I
okay.
take
can't
it.
help it. And I cry during every interview, and everybody knows it. So I'm sure
Take a
that they will
moment.
give...
Take a moment. I'm going to do my best to try to make you laugh. That's kind of how I operate because I'm very uncomfortable around.
I'm already, just by suggestion, mere suggestion, I can laugh just that fast.
Okay, good. So when I hear a quote like that, do you look at spirit from a religious place, or, you know, in terms of what spirit is inside of us?
Yes. Okay, you asked me a very important pre-question the other day when we were talking before we did this interview. You asked me a very important pre-question. And then you told me to stop talking because you were afraid that I was going to spill all my good stuff and that it wouldn't be ready for your
I did.
show.
I wanted you to save it for the show.
I know. Okay, so I didn't have to save it because it is literally ingrained in me. It is a part of me. I participate in my own healing. I believe that all human beings need to be healed. I believe in Jesus Christ. And I also know... All right, I'm just going to read this to you. I'm just going to read what I wrote down for you because, Gary, I cared enough to make some notes. I never make notes. I always shoot from the hip. But I want you to hear this.
Let's hear it.
I choose to participate in my own healing. I am totally in on spiritual warrior aspect of who I am at my core, in my soul. Good is my mission, and God is my champion, and all faith is essentially paranormal in nature. We believe in Jesus Christ. The vast majority of people on this planet believe in a higher power. They believe in cosmic consciousness. They believe that there is a divine creator. Most people on this planet have a belief system. Even if your belief system is that you don't believe in God, that is still a belief system. And belief is what fires the mind and powers the soul, and our superpower as human beings is love. And when we tap into that, when we get there, when we understand that all of this is one singular realization of oneness, that we are one human race, and that we are all beloved, and that we are all created in a special way, and each one of us so individual, even when our cells split and we have an identical twin, there's still something that is different. It is two individuals who are interacting with each other and loving each other and being a family. And that's what's happening now. And who would have ever thought that with my diagnosis 15 months ago and all the upheaval around the farm and everything that's been happening and all the drama, that it would be me getting a deadly disease that would congeal and coalesce an entire community of very disparate, very eclectic individuals in the paranormal world. I mean, John, you've got to know, we're all so different. Some of us believe in the Celts, and some of us believe in the this, and some of us believe in the witches, and some of us believe in the, and we're all involved in spirit. We are completely, utterly, totally surrounded by spirit at all times. And I learned that as a very young child. And then here's the delve, and here's the deep delve. I needed to know. I needed to understand what was happening and what we were seeing in that house. And because I was a very precocious child and I was intellectually advanced for my age, I started reading Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, Nathaniel Hawthorne, all the metaphysicians. I wanted to read what they had to say. What is this? What is the House of Seven Gables? What is going on in that house that draws people from all over the world to feel the energy of that house? That is exactly the same thing that's happening at the farm. The farm is alive with death. The farm is alive with spirits. The farm is absolutely alive with the power and the glory. And some of them are cranky sons of bitches, and some of them are just as helpful and benevolent and kind and good as they could be. I take, for example, Mrs. John Arnold, who her name is Abigail. She and her husband John are the caretakers of that house. They know all the spirits. And they know that things were let into that house in the last year that should never have been allowed into that house. And it is time to get John Zaffis's ass up there and clear that house. All he's got to do is drive for a couple of hours from Connecticut, and he can be at the farm and he can clear the house. And we're going to move mountains. We are moving mountains. We are this coalescence that is happening, this momentum, this motivation that is happening to save the farm, not just for its historical integrity. I mean, as an original colonial home, it is one of the most outstanding pieces of architecture that's even left in the United States. And it needs to be preserved and protected and defended and rescued and salvaged and repaired. And all of that needs to happen. And I'm telling everybody, please, if you care at all about this magnificent edifice, $5 to a GoFundMe page. We've already raised close to $200,000.
We're gonna put that link up there for you, Annie, for
Thank
sure.
you.
And I want to get into this. I was going to get into this in a bit, but since we're talking about it, a lot of dark stuff happened in that house too.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So
but a lot of good stuff happened too. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was darkness and it was light.
Hence the title of your book.
Exactly.
Hence
yes,
the title of your book.
But look, from my perspective though, do you feel, because here's the thing, like I know a lot of rodeo clowns and a lot of grade A assholes I'd love to give that house to, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm just sort of, sometimes when I hear you talk about it, it's almost like, and I hate to say it, but like, a little Stockholm syndrome or a battered wife syndrome where it's like, yeah, he slapped me around, but the flowers really brighten up the room that he bought me afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, there's no shortage of assholes in the world. But, and we've had, no shortage. Honest to God, I could point them out just walking in front of this house. But,
so why do you want to save the house? Like, you know what I mean? Like your connection to this house, I mean, I know there's good stuff in it, but do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
no, I do, connection. But no, Gary, understand this. I was 12 years old. I just turned 67 years old. I've had time to think about this, to process this, to purge whatever needed to be purged. I've had time to heal and to know that what my mother went through in that house and what my sister Cindy went through and what my sister Christine went through and what my sister Nancy went through and what my sister April went through was nothing in comparison. What I went through is nothing in comparison to what they did. I had, for lack of a better word, a multi-dimensional relationship with the spirits. I know that sounds bizarre. I am not sitting on your show trying to convince anybody.
No, it doesn't.
Of any
I speak about this all the time, interdimensional stuff with my documentation. So please speak your mind and speak your truth. Well, we'd love to hear it.
Well, I'll tell you, there's been faith. All right, I'm going to quote Khalil Gibran. Faith is a knowledge within the heart, beyond reach of proof. There is no proof And we've got evidence up the yin yang. Oh my God. I mean, thousands of hours of evidence that has been collected in that house, and years and years and years of people getting EVPs that are like class A EVPs and all kinds of stuff coming back through computers, and the Echo box and the Spirit box and the this box and the that box. Right. I don't need a box. I am the box. They just come to me and they talk to me and they interact with me. And whenever I walk in that house, it doesn't matter what group of people is in that house. Every one of their dinky little light shiny devices light up like Christmas trees. As soon as I walk in the house and I greet the spirits and they hear my voice, I do tours of that house with groups, or I used to, over the phone. And all they had to do was put it on speakerphone. And all I had to do was greet my spirits. And the whole entire house would come alive. And everybody's oohing and eyeing and crying and clapping. And unbelievable emotional response to being actually present with spirit and allowing them to allow us to interact with them. They are real. Spirit is real. Spirit is true. And anybody that is touched by it, you cannot be untouched. Once you have been touched by spirit, that is a permanent condition. There's no fixing it. There's no going back. You can turn your back on it, on that open door, but eventually something is going to come through and tap you on the shoulder and say, I'm right here and I've been here all along. And I think
we agree with you for sure. We're not debunkers here. We're of the believe first sort of place.
Well, good, because believe first is the best way to go. Because you know what, Gary, it's all we've got. All we've got is hope. That's all we've got. And for us to be able to be in a position now technologically, but also spiritually, to be able to determine what spirit is active around us, to be able to feel the presence of my mother after she passed away last year, to know that she is right here with me, to know that my sister is right here with me, to know that they gave Christmas gifts to the dogs. They gave Christmas gifts to the dogs that were under the tree. We don't know where they came from. 2 years ago, before my mother passed away, April brought Christmas gifts to her dog and put them under our Christmas tree. They were not there when we left for the family gathering. They were there when we came home, and no one was in this house except April. You know, this is, when I tell you the power that they possess to be able to manipulate objects, to be able to literally work in outside of 3D, outside of 4D, even maybe into 5D and beyond. We live in a multi-dimensional universe. We only think that we live in our little 3D shell. Okay, but we have to peck our way out of that and find our way to the truth. And the truth will set you free.
Annie, I want to ask you, because, you know, you talked about it took you years to process, and based on what you just said, you know, the multidimensional self. When did that conclusion come to you? That was not a 12-year-old within 5 minutes saying we're living in multiple dimensions. So when did you?
No, I was about 15 and I was reading Emerson. I was reading his essay Circles. And it made sense to me. It resonated with me. And on Hawthorne resonated with me too.
So you'd already been living in the house for 3 years. You start reading, you're a teenager, you start reading these books and with the metaphysical, and that sort of puts you in this space to sort of really take a grasp on this outlook on life. And did any of that, has that evolved or changed at all, that worldview versus metaphysical versus spirituality, as you've progressed and learned more about yourself and the house?
Well, keep in mind that I was thrown out of the Catholic Church for asking too many provocative questions.
That's fine by us. We're cool with that.
Completely fine.
Both John and I went to Catholic school, and we are totally like anti-Catholic Church. The church, you know. Yeah.
Well, I love Pope Leo. I'm totally cool with Pope Leo. I'm all down with Pope Leo. but I am never going to self-identify as any specific religion. I mean, I come from an ancient sect. My mother, my father is pure French, from the Alsace-Lorraine area. Their family immigrated to Canada in 1518 and then came down into New England. My mother is Scottish and Cherokee Indian. She was Welsh and Irish and English and a real Heinz 57 mix, but she was also part of the Pecht. She went back to her lineage when we did her ancestry, went back to the Vikings. So my mother was when she was alive, was one of 9 women left on Earth that had the mitochondrial DNA of a Viking queen.
Wow.
So I come from good stock.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's sort of what you walked in with, that sort of belief system. And then it slowly changed as a teenager. And then afterwards, did you ever look back and say, I thought this was this then, but
Yeah.
now that can you give us a specific example of what you thought it was then and when you were living through it versus how you look at that spirit or entity now and what you think it really was or is?
Our first Easter in the house, we all went to our new parish, which was St. Patrick's in Harrisville. And we had been in the house for several months. Everybody knew what was happening except my father, who is king of denial, who's like, no, it's all your, all you hysterical females. They're like, fuck that noise. There was nothing hysterical about any of us. And he didn't believe us because he was scared shitless. And that's the fact. And you know what? He's just going to have to deal with that and live with that. He's 90 years old. I think he's come to terms with the fact that he was scared shitless, that he had moved his entire family into a house that he had absolutely zero control over. So we all go to church on Easter Sunday. And my sister, we filled our own pew because there were 7 of us. And at the very end of Mass, the priest said, and the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. And April turned and looked at my mother, and at the top of her little girl voice, she was only 6 years old, and at the top of her voice, she said, "See, Mommy, God's got ghosts just like we do." And every head in that church turned, and the priest followed my father out with our family, and he said, "Mr. Perrin, I would appreciate it if you would take your family and worship elsewhere." And that's what the Catholic Church, with
priest.
their rituals and their seances and their expulsions and their exorcisms, that he was as scared as anybody else. He didn't want to lose his flock. He didn't want the weird family that had just moved in coming into his church. And my mother and my father got in the car, and my father was livid, furious. My father had been born and raised in the Catholic tradition. He attended parochial school. He was an altar boy for most of his youth. He joined the Navy right out of high school, and then he met my mother and married her. And he was going to come back after the Navy and go into the seminary to become a priest. That is how serious my father was about his Roman Catholic upbringing, and to be shunned and discarded as though we had absolutely no value at all in that parish as a new family moving into the town. He got in the car. I was sitting in the back seat, and I could see he was just grinding his teeth. And my mother turned and she looked over into the back seat and she said, "Girls, if you want to know God, go to the woods. Go to the woods." And we did. So if we are pagans, then we are pagans, but we went to the woods.
Wow.
And there I found God.
So I was actually going to ask a question about that. There's always so much talk about the farm, but there's so much woods on the property. And when I was, just doing some deep dives, I never heard much about it. And now you're speaking about the woods.
Very active, John.
I would love to hear about the woods if you would like to share just a little bit.
April had an experience in the woods that I think is the most compelling. I think it's in volume. No, Nancy too. Nancy had a very compelling experience in the woods. But April went down into, we had 200 acres. And she was about 10 years old. And she went down into a pine forest grove that we had back on the acreage. And she saw children. She saw at least 10 children. And it was right across, it was like a half a mile away, not even a half a mile away from the Nipmuc River, which flooded occasionally, like really badly flooded. And so she was walking through the pine forest and she could see little children dressed as Indians. She said they had the moccasins and they had the little coats, and it was springtime, and they were stepping over lady slippers that were in the pine forest, and they all died together in a flood 200 years before. All those children were swept away by a flash flood.
You're not making me want to keep this house. You're not making me want to keep this house, Annie. I'm telling you right now. I don't know what we're talking about.
But it's brilliant, Gary. It's brilliant. Can you imagine? They were in real time. They were in real time in a pine forest that did not exist when they lived. It was not there.
What do you think after all these years? What is it about the place versus the spirit? Is it a place? Is it a time? Is it a spirit? What is the connection? Why there? What do you think it is? What's going on?
I think that it's a portal or a vortex of some kind. I think that there are extraterrestrials that are definitely involved, and that might make some of your listeners' heads spin right off, but I am very tight with our galactic family. We are not alone in the universe, and that is just a fact. And nobody has to believe me. I don't care who. I really don't give a shit who believes me.
No, it's fine. I want to know. I want to know about your connection.
Listen,
I
as I stated before,
connection.
the viewers that are going to listen to this, I document interdimensional entities all the time. All the time. So
you do have, yes, your reputation precedes you for that, John.
Yeah. Thank you.
How do you connect extraterrestrials to spirits?
I think that everything is the same thing. I think that everything is energy. I think that if anybody wants to know what's really going on, that they need to read Einstein and they need to read Tesla, because these were two of the greatest scientific minds of this or any generation, and both of them were deeply faithful people. And Einstein came to it later in life, but he understood that MC squared, E equals MC squared, is divine. And he understands that. And it's just the titular point of us understanding our universe. But we live in a multidimensional universe, which is why in the 1940s, when we started exploding atomic and hydrogen bombs on this planet, they came. If they could get here, they came. And the reason that they came was because not only were we destroying our own planet, we were also doing damage elsewhere in the universe. And that is why we have had the influx of technology, and we have had the influx of sightings, and we have had the influx, although you do not hear of visitations or abductions very much anymore. And there's a reason for that, because the Federation called an end to it. That just has to stop. They have to understand that even if they're just partially humanoid and partially AI, that we have feelings. And do
you believe in past life regression?
I don't know. I've never had it done, and I don't think that I've been here before. And I had a very, very famous, world famous hypnotist that literally threw a check back at me and said, "I can't hypnotize you. You're not from here. Get out of my office."
Well, that's awesome, by the way. I find that
well, I cried.
Really fantastic.
I went into the goddamn parking deck at the building and sat there and cried for a half an hour because I was only in my 20s and I didn't understand what he was saying to me.
Well, the one thing I did an interview with a QHHT therapist, right? Quantum hypnosis healing therapy and past life regression. And the past life, what I've come to learn about it, what many of them believe in, is that it is not, saying past life is a misnomer. It's more of a
Yeah.
everything everywhere all at once.
Thank you very much. I now am madly in love with you. Now I am madly in love with you. Luckily, you are on the other side of the country and you can't deal with this crazy woman person to person. But that is exactly right. You are exactly right.
What you're talking about with energy and dimensions and other, and there's aliens and extraterrestrials, rather, I should say, and the connection between that energy is all something that they believe in wholeheartedly, because it's less about what you were before, but it's what that timeline of you is.
That's right. And it's
right?
what you are becoming. It is what you are becoming. We are in a rapid evolution of human consciousness. We are in that right now. And I call it the paradigm shift. And it's very simple to explain. The paradigm shift is what happens when everything changes and nothing is ever the same again. And we have a complete new open opportunity to examine our universe in a completely different way. I wrote a little piece, a treatise as part of one of my books a few years ago, and it's called The Chicken and the Egg. And one night, excuse me, just a second.
I don't know what came first. If you're about to ask me what came first, please don't. I don't have an answer.
No, I have your answer for you.
All right, let's hear it.
I went outside. Well, I was working on a screenplay, actually. And I used to get pushed around quite a bit in the middle of the night. I still do. I'm usually out at about 3 o'clock in the morning every morning talking to my galactic family. And the sky lights up and they are beautiful and nobody's around to see. And so it's very, very personal. And I bring the dogs because the dogs are not afraid of them except up close. They don't like them. At a distance is fine, but not up close. But I went outside because I got pushed in my bed. I had already closed down the computer and I went to bed. And it was about 3 o'clock in the morning and I got pushed while I was in bed. Well, I was in Florida and it was winter, which meant that I had to put slippers and a robe on to go outside. And I didn't want to go outside. And I said, no, not tonight. Leave me alone. Nope. I got pushed again. I got up, I put my robe, I put my slippers on, I went out into our expansive driveway, and I looked up at the sky and I said, what is it? I was aggravated. I was tired. I was depleted, and I just wanted to go to bed. What is it? And instead of seeing a flash in the sky, or seeing an arc of golden light, or a green streak that literally traced the circular circumference of the world, because sometimes they're far enough out that when they're flying that fast, you can literally see the arc of the world. I didn't see that night. Gary, what I saw was a flash of light that was so bright that it almost knocked me back in the driveway. And in that split second, I was 12 years old again. I was 12 years old, and we had just gone to the chicken farm. And because my parents wanted to be gentlemen and gentle lady farmers, and they wanted their kids to have good fresh eggs. And so they took us across the border to Connecticut to a chicken farm. And there were all the chickens. And there were the farmer and his wife. And the farmer's wife took my mother and all 5 of us into the, I think they call it the candler shop, where they've got all the little eggs set up in incubators. And my father was talking to the farmer. And when we went in there, one of the eggs started to move. And I got so excited. I was just a little kid and I got so excited and I wanted to hold the baby chicken so bad. And I reached over and I put my hand on that egg and I started to crack the shell. And my mother pulled my hand back and she said, no, honey, if you crack the shell, the baby will die. I was mortified. And what she was trying to tell me was the amount of energy that it took for that chicken to peck its way out of its own encasement, out of its own egg, was exactly equivalent to the amount of energy and stamina that would require to live outside the egg. And so all of a sudden, the chicken and the egg took on completely new meaning for me. And I understood that the reason why I never had that memory again was because I learned my lesson that day as a 12-year-old. Do not crack the egg. If the egg does not crack from the inside out, the chicken will perish. And that is true of us. It is true of every single one of us. We have to find our way through our own spiritual evolution. And it's not vertical. It's not horizontal. It's all over the place. And it's every single one of us every day is confronted with 1,000 different things that we need to make a decision about. And how do we want to live? And every morning when we wake up to a new day. And every morning we decide, whether consciously or subconsciously, how do we want this day to be? And I choose to live in the light, and nothing dark can touch me, not even cancer.
I'm feeling a little guilty about eating scrambled eggs this morning. I'll tell you that after
Well,
that
you should, because you know what? I had them yesterday morning and I felt guilty too. But I have to eat something because I've lost so much friggin' weight so fast.
I got to tell you, your energy is top shelf. I can't. Yeah. I mean, if you didn't tell us you were battling cancer right now, I would never guess it.
We would have known.
I mean that truthfully.
Yeah. Because I'm not putting up with this bullshit.
Yeah,
okay, now that I know, I mean, you started this show with a fuck. Okay, so yeah. I'm going to tell you my daily mantra. My daily mantra is get the fuck out of my big fat fluffy temple now, you rotten son of a bitch. Go back and live with your father, the devil. Amen. That is my mantra.
That's intent.
That is intent.
That is intent. I speak of intent all the time. That is intent. And it's strong.
Andy, how do you tell people, or do people come to you and ask you, like, what do I do with this ghost in my house? Or what do I do with this? How do you?
I thought you were about to ask her how she like her scrambled eggs.
No. No.
Sauce with cheese.
I love it with cheese.
Baby.
Little corned beef.
Yeah, corned beef, a little hash, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I hate corned beef.
Oh, John,
corned beef
you're going to have
never
to come over. We're going to have to chow down. I'm telling you.
Oh, we're going to have to, definitely.
Gary, I don't know. I don't know if he can handle it or not.
No, I'm not a corned beef eater. Not a chance. Not for me. There's certain things I won't touch. I can go through the rest of my life without ever having it. But it's when you have such a strong outlook on it, but not everybody is. I'm going to say not everybody's as strong as you are. I'll tell you that right now. Even some of the people we've met and dealt with. So, how do you help? What kind of advice do you give people? One, to identify with what they're dealing with, how to process what they're dealing with, and how to live with or leave that situation.
All right, I'm going to say something now that is going to be difficult to hear. A lot of these people have mental illness issues. A lot of these.
I say it all the time. I say it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I do not do home investigations. I've never done investigations. Why would I need to investigate jack shit? You know, I'm going and looking for something I already know exists. That's ridiculous. But I know a lot of people that do home investigations, and they will walk into a house of squalor and screaming babies and dirty diapers and dishes in the sink and pets that have not been cared for. And then they walk in and they say, you know, what can we do to help you? And the woman says, I have a demon in my house. She's the demon. She's the demon. I don't believe in demons. I've never seen a demon. I don't know what a demon is. I know that there is evil in the world. All you have to do is turn the news on, and on any given night, and you can watch all the evil that you could possibly want to see. The proof is, you know, I mean, good and evil exist in this world. And that's just how it is. But she is the one that's attached. She is the one that's struggling. She is the one that is scared. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. My throat is so dry.
Take your time.
Orange juice.
Yo.
It's the good stuff.
With vodka?
Okay, and this happens, sadly, much more than you might think that it does. But there are actual cases of infestation, and there are actual cases where I believe that an exorcist is a necessary fixture in the placement of it. And Ed and Lorraine Warren dealt with some of that themselves. And I have had some personal experience with it as well. Not for me personally, but from a very, very close friend of mine who was invited to assist on an exorcism. And the woman in the room turned to him and told him things about his childhood that she could not possibly have known. And he was completely and totally freaked out, and he had to leave the exorcism and he had to leave the house, and he's never looked back.
It feels, let me ask you this, because when I hear about exorcisms in that sense, which is a very religious ceremony.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a bit performative? Is it more just a way to show?
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It is.
Okay.
And that's very unfortunate. You know, there was no exorcism in our house. My mother was not possessed. My mother was attacked by something that Lorraine Warren's spiritual medium invited into the house during a seance that my father did not want to happen. And within 5 minutes, Gary, I am telling you, I'm looking directly into your eyes. I am telling you, within 5 minutes, my mother was levitating in a chair and was tossed 20 feet from the middle of our dining room into the middle of our parlor. And when her head struck the floor that night, I blamed the Warrens. And when her head struck the floor that night, everyone that was present in that house thought they had just watched my mother die. So I know about childhood trauma. And that was, of everything that I have ever had to deal with in my entire life, that was the worst moment of my life. Watching my mother fly was the worst moment of my life. And she was out of it. She was completely like not comatose, but catatonic. She never knew, right till the day she died, she never had any memory of that night. But everybody else that was present in that house that night, including Ed Warren, that took a punch right directly in the face from my father because he tried to stop my father from going to my mother. And that was a big mistake. I mean, that was a big mistake, like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake.
Let them eat cake.
Except that she made a bigger mistake. And what she said after that was that cost her head was never party with peasants. Party with the fucking peasants, okay? Party with the peasants. You want to party? Party with the peasants.
Poverty made her uncomfortable,
Annie.
Poverty made her uncomfortable. I get it.
Yeah, I guess it did. I'm sure. But, you know, just as an aside, because, you know, my mother always said that I was the queen of high strangeness. And she always said that I row with one oar in the river of consciousness and go in circles and circles and circles. But you know what? Here's the thing about the river of consciousness, the river of life. When we're little kids and we see this incredible body of water spread out in front of us, our life ahead of us, we're excited, and we might actually toe dabble, and we might go sit on the bank of the shore and let the water run over our toes, but it's scary because it's so fast and it's so powerful. And then we get older and we get older and then we get older, and then we start to crave jumping into that life body of water. And then we think that what we want is up around the corner, around the bend, and we can't see it, but we jump into this raging body of water and we start swimming against the current, because we think what we want is someplace that we can't see it when it's right in front of us. And when your lungs are on fire and your arms are burning and you have got nothing left to expend, flip over and float. The universe knows the way.
I mean,
I agree.
That's a wildly powerful way to think about how to just get through any tough time.
Flip over and float, baby.
People panic. Roll with it.
Yeah.
Roll with it.
And then they drown. They drown in their own despair, and they drown in their own struggling, and they drown looking for faith that was right there with them all along.
But is that an advice tip for someone who might be going through a similar experience of what you were going through? It's like, look, get on your back and roll with these things around you.
I have been through this last 8 days. I have had 3 PET scans, 3 MRIs, infusions, building a mask for radiation for the 5 tumors that they have discovered in my brain. And it has absolutely nothing, I'm sure that you can tell from my conversation with you, that 5 little tumors in my brain, a couple of lesions and a couple of little tumors, are not in any way impacting me negatively. I am not putting up with this. Get out of my fluffy temple now.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that there is a possibility that what you're experiencing now is due to your exposure to these interdimensional energies and powers?
No.
No?
No, I think that I'm supposed to have this cancer so that I can heal from this cancer, so that I can write a book and tell other people how to heal from cancer. I think that that's exactly what's happening, and that it's part of my mission. It's part of my journey, and I embrace it. I embrace it, not as a perversion. Because of this cancer, we're going to get the farmhouse back, and we're going to save that farmhouse because people care so much about me, and I am so deeply grateful, and I am so humbled, and I can't even tell you the outreach for me, for Jason Hawes to be able to fulfill my greatest wish, which would be my greatest legacy. It would be my greatest legacy to be any part of a pivotal part of changing the outcome and the history of this house and
Well, let's
giving
talk
it
about
a
that.
future.
Well,
What do you want
I
it
think
to
your
be?
positivity alone
Well, yeah, I mean,
towards your affliction right now is amazing. And I think so many people hearing your words about that subject, you probably do a lot of good, helping a lot of people. So that's awesome. Your attitude is just incredible. I mean,
even the attitude towards this haunted horror show of the house is amazing to me. Like, first of all, I mean, I don't even know. That's, like I said, if I bought the house, I'm burning it down. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to build a new house.
So therefore, you're not allowed to buy the house.
No, you don't want me to have it. Now, I'll support whoever. But so, what do you want to see? Why do you want it to be bought, and what do you want it to be in 10 years from now? It's bought by somebody you respect. They bought it. What is happening there?
What is happening is that we are making films and we are making documentaries and we are documenting evidence that is irrefutable evidence. And we are capturing and capturing and capturing more and more and more. And what we are doing is we are letting people into the house to feel the fire of this house, to feel the energy of this house, to feel the blessed, burning, sacred bush of this house. It is.
Is there any fear? Is there anything in that house that's off limits that you wouldn't want people to go near or experience?
No.
Just even though what you lived through and seen?
No
what
fear.
your mother went through?
No, there should be no fear. As soon as I walk in that house, as soon as I'm associated with that house, everything is calm. Everybody steps forward. Everybody has whatever they have to say. You know, I've worked with Cody and Satori in the house. They are absolutely brilliant. They practice Numanism, which is a very rare spiritual art, and they are brilliant at it. And I don't care what anybody ever has to say about Cody and Satori. Cody and Satori are my children. They are my adopted children. Thankfully, Jason Hawes was kind enough to share his daughter with me. Cody's parents are totally fine if I just take them, take him completely off their hands. And these are my people, and this is my tribe. And Friday night when I do my show, I have a podcast called A World Awakening on, well, it's everywhere. It's just kind of everywhere. KGRA radio, but it's a multicast all over the world. And on Friday night, I'm going to have the entire team of caretakers from the farm and all of our plans and everything that we want to do. And I will be there, and I will be taking my friends, and I will find a way to get on a plane, and I will find a way to bring my agent with me so that if I need any help, I will have the assistance that I need. My dear Greta Reefer, who's my agent and my dear, dear friend. And I will go to the farm, and we will welcome and embrace everybody, because that's the thing. This farm is for the community. This isn't Jason's farm. This isn't Cody and Satori's farm. It doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to everyone. He just has to facilitate the sale. So we're talking about money. we can raise
Sure.
the money. The money's almost raised. We're
Sure,
doing
and
really well.
we'll be sure to put a link to this GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio and in this description of this when we drop this episode for sure. Is there? When was
Thank you.
there had to be a point of absolutely no, thank you. There must have. What was the point where you realized that even a spirit that might have appeared to be combative,
Yeah.
now
yeah.
is not? When did that realization click and sort of the discovery of that and how you classified it?
Well, my attitude about it was knock it off, and I had a couple of incidents where like some smoky gray stuff started seeping under my door. And I'm like, I'm busy. I'm doing my homework now. You're going to have to come back another time. That's always just been my attitude with them. And then, it just smoky seeps away and just goes away. I mean, I have an ongoing relationship with the spirits at the farm. I have always had that. I will always have that. There are members of my family that my mother never went back after the day that we left that farm. She never went back. My sister Cindy will never go back. Christine will never go back. Nancy would go back in a heartbeat. And April is still attached to our little Henry Richardson, or Oliver. We don't know if his name was Henry or Oliver, but the little boy that she met at the farm that she befriended. And I have animals walking. Sorry.
No,
animals.
we're all about, especially cats here. So you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got the kitty and 2 doggies, but they're being good. I had to shut down everything so that they get distracted while I was doing my interview.
No, it's all right. So your connection. Do you feel that you have left some of your energy in that house?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. But it's all positive. It's all positive, and they know that I love them. Even the cranky ones. They had hard lives, Gary. I mean, these people didn't have electricity. They didn't have running water. They didn't have heat unless they cut it down off their own property.
Say no more. My idea of camping is 4 seasons where the TV's down.
Yeah, I know. So a total nervous breakdown. Oh my God, the cable's down.
No way.
Really? We have no idea
I'm a
the
princess.
hardships they faced. Bathsheba Sherman, she lost all of her children except one before the age of 4. What that woman went through and then got blamed for. She didn't do anything wrong. Bathsheba didn't do anything wrong. I know Bathsheba. She didn't do anything wrong. It was Mrs. Warren that decided to pin everything on her and then wrote it up in a case file that got made into a fictional film. The real story is so much more compelling and so deeply spiritual and so filled with empathy and compassion. These spirits had hard lives, and who knows? I mean, think about 200 years ago. Everybody's all freaked out about their religion now, okay? Now imagine 200 years ago,
sure,
when you have decided that it's the end of your life and you have climbed a ladder and hung yourself in the barn. Okay, now, do you go to the light, or is that light fire and brimstone of hell everlasting because you dared to challenge God and take your life, which was the predominant belief system at the time? So suicide was considered the ultimate sin. Or do you stay where you're comfortable? Do you stay where you are known, where the other spirits are, where your family and your ancestors still are? Do you stay comfortably at home even though you are free, finally, from a body ravaged by wounds and pain and age? Do you stay home, or do you go to the light? And what does that light mean? And is it the light of everlasting salvation, or is it the light of damnation? Now,
that's a great point.
Ghost 200 years ago and ask yourself that question.
Right, perspective is a great.
Would you
a piece of this that you don't ask?
Would you say that? Let's say people believe in attachments and spirits following them and whatnot. Would you say if somebody walked in there with the spirit that has never been on the farm, would you say that the farm would have a way of elevating or amplifying that
and welcoming them? I have 2 friends. this is a very important story, and I know we're running short on time, but this is very
Please take your
important.
time.
And this,
Take your time.
John,
I have as
take your
much time
time.
as you do. If you get tired, you
Yeah,
want a
if you
break,
got time, yeah, definitely.
we've got it.
John, this will particularly appeal to you because of your research. I have two friends. One of them has passed away now, but had two friends. One of them had a profound hearing loss, and one of them was blind. And when they went to the farm, their sensory perceptions were completely healed for the time that they were on that property. And then when they left the property, the impairments returned. What is that?
Wow. You know, and just, I just want to point out, this is a place that the media, you know, in Hollywood and everything has turned into, you know, a horror. And here's a beautiful story. And that goes into another question I was going to ask you, but you just answered it there. What a beautiful story of two people with, you know, going, you know, one's blind, one's deaf, and then all of a sudden having the chance and the experience to hear and see. I mean, that is just amazing. That's amazing.
Return.
So what do you think that is? Why do you think it was the spirits there allowing them to see and hear?
Yeah, the house is on ley lines.
Okay.
There's rivers and creeks and water, and it's on the Lost River of New Hampshire that was buried during the last ice age.
Yep.
And that's the well for the house. It was 700 feet down when they finally struck water. My father had a new well put in, and 700 feet down is pretty damn deep to go. And they found the Lost River of New Hampshire. You can literally stand on that property and you can feel the raging river moving 700 feet
underneath
below where you are standing. You can feel the vibration in the stone walls. You can lay on the bridge overneath, over above the Nipmuc River, and you can feel the trembling of the earth. This place is absolutely alive. I don't know if you're familiar with FLIR technology, but I have a FLIR picture of that farm that looks like it's on fire. It's a nighttime shot of a FLIR picture of that farm with energy coming off of it to the extent that it looks like it's fully engulfed in flames.
Was this an aerial shot? Was this taken from like a aerial, like a drone?
No, it was taken from the ground.
From the ground. Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
But this speaks to a lot of what a lot of people we've spoken to, you know, different mediums or even witches or people who have experience when you have this thought of vibration and energy and how everything vibrates and everything's connected in that energy.
Frequency. Yes.
Frequency is another one. And let me ask you this. Here, this is John's theory, and I tend to sort of lean into it. And John, I'm going to speak for it. I'll articulate it for you a second, of what spirits are, which is sort of our, we all have energy within us, right? We all have energy.
It's what keeps our heart beating.
Right.
Yes.
We have a literal electric synapses firing at all times.
At all times.
And so the belief is that spirits are our memories or our consciousness, because we really don't know what the mind is or what that does. Attached to that energy that gets dissipated when we pass.
Yes.
That consciousness. That's kind of what.
But it doesn't dissipate. It transforms.
It
does not. Energy cannot be destroyed, and it cannot be created.
Yep. It transforms. It transfers. 100%.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So that's kind of how we look at what a spirit is. It's this consciousness, this memories of ours, taking on a new space or whatever that may be. Yeah. Do you feel that the house, the farm, is somehow a magnet? That might be a bad word for that energy.
It's an excellent word choice. And I am magnetized to the farm, and the farm is magnetized to me. And I have that, and my father has it too, and my sister Nancy has it too. Absolute magnetism. My father had a relationship with one of the spirits that was very problematic with my mother. It's like a big chunk of volume 2 of the trilogy. But the third volume was the hardest to write. And even though it is the shortest of the 3 volumes of House of Darkness, House of Light, it was also when we left the farm. And I thought it would be the easiest to write because, okay, yada, yada, we, did our thing. and now it's time to leave the farm. But oh my God, that's where everything opens up in volume 3. That's where everything opens up, and we realize there was a spirit. My sister refused to move. She refused to move. She was so angry at my parents for selling the farm, my sister Nancy. And when we left the farm that day, there was an apparition standing right behind her. And 2 days later, when we got to Georgia and Cindy was waiting at the new house in Georgia, that same apparition was standing behind the window in the new house in Georgia, 1,200 miles away, 2 days later. And my mother grabbed my hand and she said, "This is not over. This will never be over." And no truer words were ever spoken by a mortal soul.
Wow.
Wow. I look at, why do you think that your family has that, how do I ask this question? What makes you think that you're more of a magnet or an attraction for spirit?
I have absolutely no idea, other than I'm not from here. I am on the earth, but I am not of this earth, which is why I know I can defeat anything that comes my way, and then I can show other people how to do exactly the same thing. And that is my mission, and that is my purpose. And I am here to spread love, because love is our superpower. Love is everything. And when we tap into that frequency, and when that resonates with each and every one of us, and we understand that we are each and every one of us a member of one common human family, and that we are not alone in the universe, and that we are loved, and that we are protected, and that we are envisioned to live lives of promise and purpose. And I live a life of promise and purpose, and I don't let anything dark come near me. Nothing is allowed to come near me.
Well, that's for sure. I have no doubt that you're going to attack this latest ailment with the same level of intent that you've kept
definitely.
Spirits at bay, without question. Do you consider yourself like a medium of any kind?
No.
Not at all.
I'm everything. We're all everything. I don't put labels. I do not, I manipulate energy, but I don't list myself as a witch. I have witchy characteristics. I am able to do things that other people cannot do. I am able to leave my body when I'm laying on a table and look at myself being, like a CT scan. I watched from above, and I didn't move a muscle because they had to line that mask up exactly right. So I didn't move a muscle. I laid there like I was looking at a dead body on an ice slab. And that was 2 days ago in the hospital in the morning. I am unaffected, completely unaffected by anything in this realm that challenges me. I will not tolerate conflict. I will not tolerate discord. I will not tolerate hatefulness. And I am all about spreading the light and the love. There is one message and one message only. And I don't care what people do or what they say or how this perversion of faith that has happened around the world, perversion of faith. That's how we got Hamas. That's how we got this. That's how we got that. We are in a place now of absolute revolution and evolution. And the word love is in both of those words. The word love is in both of those words.
I blame social media.
Our attention on that.
I blame social media, even though that's terrible to say because we use it
for everything.
I mean, we unfortunately we're social media babies here, and it's John's. That's where he built his audience. It's sort of the new way of doing things, but I truly believe it is an existential threat. Certainly to civility.
It's an existential threat to civility.
And it's really been, people can just say things and they don't think about consequences.
And they don't care who they offend.
It's like
care who they hurt.
When I deal with spirits and I tell people, everyone's like, "Oh, it's so negative. This is so negative." And it's like, no, it's not. The problem is that the negative, for some odd reason, is more loud than the positive. And it's the same with social media. Social media can bring people together and bring communities together, but at the same time, it can tear things apart. when it tears things
Because
apart,
Well,
it
enragement,
seems louder,
and
but it's not.
and they're
enragement
not
is
mutually
engagement.
exclusive, John. They're not mutually exclusive. Both
Yeah.
can be true at once.
I agree.
And that's
Yep.
therein lies your problem.
Exactly. You know, it's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a world
It
we're
is,
living
yeah,
in.
it's a-
What
Yeah,
a world
and-
we're living
What
in.
a
But
world,
we can
what a
change
world.
it.
Because
We have the power to change it.
we do.
We do. And
Yeah.
I believe that, and I will believe that till I draw my last breath on this earth. I will never stop. I will never stop. I want to bring light into people's lives. And you know what? When I am in a group of people and I'm doing an event and people walk up to me and they wrap their arms around me and they start to sob and they tell me things that they've never told anyone ever. Not their parents, not their siblings, not their spouse, but they tell me because they know that I'm trustworthy, and what they're telling me, I can say to them and look in their eyes and say, I believe you. And those 3 words are just as powerful as I love you.
That is true. That is true. When you give somebody you let them know that you're listening. Being a listener as opposed
Yes.
to talker is great.
And they sob because they've been touched by spirit and they don't understand, and it's scary to them. And I tell them, be not afraid. There is nothing to be afraid of. We are more powerful. When people tell me they're having an issue in their house, I'm like, sit down and make 2 cups of tea and put a nice little piece of china on the table and have a talk with the spirit that you consider offending you.
Annie, what if first of all, again, thank you for your time here, and I don't want to keep you too much longer. You've given us a lot of time, you know.
Yeah, really
and
appreciate
I really
it.
appreciate
Thank
it.
you. An amazing interview.
What are some questions
oh, no,
you?
It's my pleasure. You both, you couldn't be more delightful, and I will join you anytime. I know I'm in like really metaphysical headspace today.
I love it. No, I love it because what I want to know is you have put so many pieces together. You have made very clear decisions of what you have experienced. Categories. What questions do you have still about what you've experienced? Are there any?
No.
You have no questions you want left unanswered that are
I
unanswered
wanted
to you?
to make sure that my mother, I have a friend who's a medium. She called me a few months ago. When my baby sister April died in 2017, she died quite suddenly and tragically from a fentanyl overdose that was given to her by her doctor. And she was only 51 years old. She was 2 weeks away from her 52nd birthday. It fucking devastated our family. We lost our baby girl for no good reason other than a really botched prescription. And April came to us, and before she was supposed to go in and have surgery on her neck, she came and she brought her little dog Sammy down here so that he could stay while she was in the hospital. And the next morning when my niece went to pick her mom up to take her to the hospital, she found her body. And it was that was like kind of the beginning of the end. Because we were no longer a family of 7, and yet we still are. And yet April is there. So anyway, my friend Kristen calls me, and she's like, you have a question for your mother. And Mom passed away in June of last year. And she said, you have a very specific question for your mother. And I said, well, let me think, because I didn't expect to hear from her. And I said, yes, I need to know if Mom and April are together. That's all I need to know, if Mom and April are together. And she got very quiet. And then she said the most important, impactful words to me. She said, pineapple upside down cake. When April came down, she wanted Mom to make her a pineapple upside down cake. And Mom kept putting her off and saying, I'll do it after your surgery. But she never came home. And I knew that when Kristen said that they were together, because my mother regretted that to the last breath, that she never made that cake for April. And that's all April asked for, and it's all she wanted. And Mom didn't make the cake for her because she was going to make it when she came home to recover from the surgery. And I know that they are together. And I know, as hard as it is not to be able to feel them in my arms anymore, I feel them in my heart. And I embrace them. And I feel the healing that's coming from them. And I am so grateful to you and to John and to everybody who is being supportive and so kind and compassionate and generous of spirit. We are all spirit. Each and every one of us is a form of spirit. We're just having a human experience right now. And all we need to do is breathe and flip over and float and find our way, because the universe knows the way home.
You know what's top shelf about you, Annie, is that I ask you a question of like, what is there something you know that you don't want to know? And the story, and you say no, and the story you give is so personal. And like, I know, I got it. I'm covered. I know my mom's there. I know my sister's there. Yeah. I got it. I got all the answers I need. And that is quite
I agree. I mean, listen, remove all the experiences you had at the farm, remove all of this. And Annie, you are such a pleasant person to speak to.
That is wild.
It's, this has been an amazing interview. So thank you for that. Thank you for,
listen,
everything.
And we will, of course, we're going to put the GoFundMe up again. That link will be in the description here and in the link tree in my bio for the Conjuring House that they're trying to keep it preserved. I think that's being, the face of that is Jason Hawes, who you guys would know. Yes. The OG from Ghost Hunters, who spawned a lot of babies here in social media and elsewhere to get into ghost hunting. I don't know if he realizes what he's done to the world of the paranormal by doing that show and creating people like my nephew here to start, but it's I
love it.
It's funny, but great. We'll post that for you. I mean, you clearly have a passion for it. We want to help you out any way we can. We thank you for your time, and your story is wonderful. And I think I want people to look at it as your story is one of survival on many fronts and coping and living with what one would think might be the most horrible situation to be in, and recognizing you can easily get through it with understanding, education, read a fucking book, learn about what this is, understand what you're dealing with, and you can get through all of it. And I really find your outlook on not only on what spirits are, but how to deal with them and how to move past it is something that is, I hope our audience likes it. I love it. It's sort of, it paints a bigger picture for us in this quest of trying to figure out what are we dealing with and what are all these people talking to on these spirit boxes. And I love getting your perspective. Annie, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
And I will join you anytime. Pick a subject. Any subject.
That is great.
Except cryptids. Because I'm pretty sure that Harry and the Hendersons are extra dimensional beings that just pop in, and we're never going to find a carcass. That's all I got to say about that. They're just, they're visiting. They're just visitors like so many other visitors to the planet. And, that's my take on cryptids. We can skip that episode and just go right into the extraterrestrials next time, because I have friends in high places.
We would love that, as I would love that. I would love to dive into all that.
I know, we haven't even gotten into, I haven't even gotten my head around. I'm just trying to get a handle on ghosts. Now, it's like, trying to figure out like skinwalkers and shit like that. I mean, you got to be out of your mind. It's like, I got to worry about aliens now too.
Yeah.
It's like,
no, there's nothing to worry about. You see, we're the danger, not them. They pose no danger and no threat to us. We're the danger.
What I always say, fear the living.
I don't want to probe this.
Yep, fear the living, not the dead. Fear the living, not the dead.
Well, if they're alive, they might want to get all up in this and probe things that I don't necessarily want probed.
Yeah.
You might like it, Gary.
No, you
might
don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I might like it. That's fair enough. All right.
And
Guilty.
I did not say that. John said that.
I
said
know he
that.
did.
Okay.
I know he did. All right. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Give people some time to get into the chat.
Give them some time. Give them some time. Spirits here have all the time, you know. Except for the ones that straight up tell me they don't have time to talk to me. I've had that happen. It makes no sense to me. It's like, wait a minute. What do you mean you don't have the time to speak with me?
Right.
You know?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Like what? Well,
It's like, what are you doing?
is it, what is time? You know what I mean?
them.
Is there time to them?
Yeah. Space time.
Yeah, right?
Maybe it has a cost in the afterlife.
I don't know, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that
let's-
music sounds popping.
Oh, does it? It's coming through
Yeah,
hard.
yeah. It sounds sharp through here. I
Too
like
loud?
it.
Is it too loud or no?
I like it. I don't think it's too loud.
Okay. Let's see how I can tell if people are getting in the chat or not.
It's that hot beat.
Live stream chat. This is the internal chat.
Dude, I'm trying to convince my wife to let me either get the gold tooth or the regular tooth with the cat diamond in it.
Okay. Definitely not a gold tooth. No.
No?
No, not gold, dude. It's just not going to look
I'm
good.
just- I know, I'm only fucking around. I'm
Oh.
not going to do either. But
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
It's just fun messing with my wife about it, you know?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure she's still excited for you to get that tooth.
Yeah.
Because if you ask your wife, do you want to be married to John with teeth or John without teeth?
No teeth.
I'm willing the answer is with teeth.
With teeth. It's a great album. Great album.
It is. Hey, what's up, everybody? All right, we're getting some bodies in here.
Hello.
Hello. Let's lower. Welcome, everyone, to Splintered Spirits, the podcast, hosted
What's
by
up,
me,
guys?
Gary, and John Santa, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? This is one of our live Thursday episodes. We're going to have a little fun today, for sure.
Yes, we are.
I've been reading a lot about... Well, first, let's talk about what's coming up. Tuesday, new episode with a bona fide Salem witch, Lori Bruno. She is so much fun. 80-something-year-old woman, Salem high priestess, and she can trace her family back to, like, the 1600s, if not earlier. It's bananas. It's bananas.
It's wild.
And, like, our old ancestors were burned at the stake at the Vatican or something, and it's... Yeah,
What's up, guys?
it's
Yeah.
it's
She's wild. She was great.
She's so fun. It's a really
She had such an energy to her.
I
you
know, right?
Like, it was wild. It was
Yeah,
like
man.
you wouldn't think that she's as old as she is
No,
with that fire. You know,
no,
like
dude, she's got big witch energy.
big witch energy. She got that witchy sauce.
She's got that
got
big
it in
witch,
buckets.
big witch energy.
Yep,
You know, it's
yep.
crazy. Heather, welcome. Tuesday, Robin. I recognize some of these names. Hey, everybody. Hello.
What's up, guys?
So that's the first thing. That's happening Tuesday. I've also been reading about. You guys are excited. John and I have done some interviews. These episodes will be dropping later in the month with one of the most popular psychics on social media, Amy Belaski, and as well as, because you guys asked for it, I'll get a crash course in past life regression, which is the most mind trippy thing I've
Grab
ever
your
experienced.
battle axe.
It's a whole thing, man. Past life regression is not. The woman's name is Myra Rath. She's amazing. She just knows her stuff, and it's not past lives, John. It's everything, everywhere, all at once. And
All at
it's
once.
we're talking about interdimensional stuff, which you like to talk about.
Listen. One thing I love to talk about and have a little experience with, and you know, I know it's like diving into like Marvel, but that multiversal theory is has so much, validity to it and so much strength to it.
That's the only I had to compare it to Marvel. That's what my reference is. I'm a big nerd. How do I explain this to anybody without any sort of understanding?
The multiverse,
Dude,
everything now, my whole thing is, does time move the same way in every universe? I personally don't think it does.
There is no time. If this is to be believed, time is not a thing.
Yeah, space time is a thing, not actual time, right?
Dude, I don't know, bro. All I know is it's mind bending. It's mind bending.
It is. So I think of it like this: what if the act of deja vu, is your magnetic field resonating with another you's magnetic field in the multiverse, and you're literally getting those memories? It's just, to you, it seems like deja vu. It's like, wait a minute, I've done this before. I've said this before. I've had this conversation.
It could be which version of you is it?
Exactly. Is there a main version? I highly doubt it.
And then there's this whole concept of the higher self, which is self, and then there's spirit guides, which is a whole other.
Yeah. People love. It's so funny, dude. I have no data on spirit guides. I never have. I've never anything that has to do with anything.
Maybe that's not how they come
years
through.
that I've been doing this, the spirits never talk about spirit guides. It's always humans speaking about it. It's a very odd thing. Like, when people bring up spirit guides to me, I'm like, hey, I have nothing to talk about with it. I have no data on it.
Yeah, man, and I don't want to spoil the episode, because I ask her, well, how does this fit into this? What does she do? What she does into what we hear? And she has, she has an interesting explanation for why the energy might still be around to. Anyway, I have to read.
You don't want to spoil.
And plus, honestly, dude, I have to listen to it. It's like reading a textbook. I have to listen to it again to fully absorb it and memorize it. It's so much information and so new to me.
Wow.
That it's just it's another world of stuff.
Yeah. It's not new to me, but it's still just so complex.
Yeah, dude.
And how just crazy it gets. And it's almost like mythos, man. It's almost like something out of what's his name, J.J.R. Martin or
George R. R. Martin, yeah.
George R. Martin,
it's bananas. It's very Matrixy. It's all this stuff. Snippy on the chat says, "Mine gave up on me years ago. If they do exist in regards to spirit guides, yeah, for sure."
I might have mistakenly ate mine. You know what I mean?
I don't know, dude, but it's crazy. It's really interesting episode. People are gonna really like it, I think.
Real quick, you want to hear something crazy?
I do, please. I love crazy.
That happened today?
Yeah.
I walk into the tower, and there's a pigeon.
Inside.
Voxy and the pigeon are destroying the tower.
Is she chasing? Is the cat chasing?
She's chasing it, trying to get it. This thing's going back and forth, shitting all over the place. It was
like
pandemonium.
Sylvester and Tweety Bird.
Yeah, so I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. And so I called up my driver, and I'm like, hey, man, one of my drivers, I'm like, hey, man, listen. I was like, he has it's almost like a BB gun, but it doesn't, it's like airsoft or whatever. So it won't hurt whatever it hits. Okay. It'll just not, it's light. It'll just knock it down so we can pillowcase it and get it outside.
Okay.
And, dude, it was like out of a movie from the 90s, dude. He comes in with the certain type of it sure looks like a kid's toy, okay? And he goes and he's like, all right, we're gonna get ready to catch it when it falls. Dude, he pops this thing in such a way, dude. Blood hits the the window, and this thing comes crashing down. I'm like, holy shit! It gets crazy. It's crazier. So he's freaking out because he loves animals and whatnot. He's like, oh my God, what did I do? What did I do? He goes, I have to eat this now. And I'm like, you have to what? And he's like, I have to eat this. I'm gonna eat this, dude. And I'm like, oh no. Shit! And he's gonna straight up make a stir fry with it. Because listen, he's got strong beliefs about the circle of life.
He's gonna get some sort of bird disease. This is where COVID. By the way, he's gonna be patient zero. This is where the next COVID pandemic starts.
Dude,
eating a pigeon.
I felt so bad. I'm like, how can I get this animal out safely? There's no way you could get a broom or whatever. Once you whack them, they're so fragile. They'll dude.
I'll get in my house because I'll leave my door open. I'll get birds in, right? Little ones, sparrows types.
Yeah, the little
sometimes
house yeah.
or sometimes whatever. And they get on the window and they just like freeze. And then I usually have to just like get them in my hat and scoop them and then try to get them out, But it's like I've never had to shoot one with some air gun and blow its brains out.
The first floor and the second floor of the tower are destroyed right now.
Oh, just
there's
feathers,
literally
feathers
and bird shit everywhere, and Voxy just literally knocked everything down in the process. Like,
oh my God.
like, dude, insane. Like, I couldn't believe what I walked into, and I was just like, this is how my freaking day is starting?
Unbelievable. Yeah, Tay, you're right. Bird flu. Exactly. It's going to be.
Yeah, the bird flu. The bird zombie flu.
The bird zombie flu. That's where it starts. It's 28 days later. It's all starting right now. Guys, today we're gonna do something fun. On that note, we got the spirits. Are the spirits here with us?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Guys, we're gonna do a wildly bastardized version of a Zener card test. I thought that I want to check telepathy, spirits, mind. Like, we got to get in the zone. John, close your eyes for a second. I'm going to show the people. Hold on. I'm just going to show the people something.
Yeah, I'll go off like this.
Guys, you guys can all see this. Give it a second to kick in. Right? So, all these stupid, weird symbol things, right? Okay, you can look again.
I can come back.
You can come back. So, we're going to see. You can see these cards here, right, John?
I can see them, yep.
I'm going to shuffle them around like this. There's 25 cards.
Okay.
I'm going to point at one, right? And then they all have symbols and colors. Like the Zener card test. You can shapes, various random shapes. But there's only 5 types, so you got a good shot.
Okay.
So first I'm going to touch it. I'm not going to see it. And we're going to see if you feel what it is. Then I'll look at it without showing you and see if then I can transfer it to you. We're going to go through all 25, and then we're going to see what you get right.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I'm not going to show the people either, but maybe I will. But because then they'll think it's fake anyway. But it's like, but anyway.
I'm ready.
All right, here's the first one. Okay? This one. Feel that energy, bro. Feel it. See if the spirits say anything. If we hear any shapes out of them and whatnot. This one. Tell me if you're getting an image.
It's funny, the spirits just said something about stripes.
They said stripes?
Yeah.
Ghost said stripes. Hold on, I got to write this down. I'm going to look at it.
What do you think that card is? You think it's stripes?
All right, I'm going to look at it.
The spirit was like, John, what?
Hold on. Okay, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
I'm going to go with a yellow circle.
Okay.
Spirit just said you're wrong.
The spirit said you're wrong? John,
Yeah.
Close your eyes real quick. Close your eyes. Don't look. I'm going to show the people. I'll tell you when to open them.
Okay.
Guys, you see that? Don't say shit on the chat.
Was there?
All right, next card.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
I'm just picking one at random.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Do you feel it? If you feel it or the spirits feel it, tell me.
Spirits, what card is that? The usual one? What? And what card's the usual one?
What about you, dude? Do you feel it?
Do I feel it?
Yeah. What do you think? What's hitting you?
That card? A slight case of IBS today, but that's about it. All right. I want to go with a. Is there a red triangle with squiggly lines?
It's going to be one shape, one color. They won't be mixed.
Okay.
So just
we'll
feel
let's go with red squiggly lines.
red squiggles.
Yep.
This is
Red
the blind.
squiggles. Spirit just said, "Good job, John." Thank you, Spirit.
All right, now I'm going to look at it, and then I'm going to send it to you and see if that changes when I send it to you.
Okay.
I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Choose. Blue circle. Blue circle.
Okay. We getting anything from the spirits? I'll give them one chance.
Spirits, what do you think that card is? No, I'm not hearing anything.
All right, close your eyes. I'm going to show the people. Okay. Ready? Next one.
Yep.
Let's go. We'll just fly through these.
Yep.
All right.
Red square.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to look at it. All right, I'm sending it to you. Does that change?
No, it doesn't, Egon.
Nothing? You're sticking with red square?
Yeah, red square.
What are they saying?
Spirits, what do you think? What color do you think it is? What do you think it is in the card? Yellow? Yellow what? Yellow triangle.
All right, just close your eyes. You don't have to move your whole head. Just close your eyes.
Okay.
I trust you. No, he's not looking.
No, I'm not. My eyes are closed. I can barely see anyway. I gotta lean forward to see.
You guys see that? Okay. All right, next one.
Okay.
Hold on, let me write down what it was so I don't forget what it was. All right.
Ukraine.
All right.
Red square.
You're going red square again?
Red square again.
Just go. He comes in.
All right. I'm sending it.
Go now.
Blue squigglies.
That's you?
Yeah. Blue squigglies. Blue.
What about the ghosts? Do they agree?
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
It's gonna give us.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything from him.
All right. You said red square when we couldn't see it. When I sent it to you, you said blue squigglies. We got nothing from the ghost. Close your eyes. All right, next one. Okay.
Green circle.
Play it in the. As well.
You get rowdy.
I'm sending it to you.
Actually.
Yellow triangle. Spirits, what do you think? What do you think that card is?
People with.
All right, they're too slow. We'll be here all day if we wait there. You ready?
Okay.
Close
Yep.
your eyes. I'm going to show the people. Just as a reminder, he said green circle first. Then after I looked at it and sent it to him, he said yellow triangle. The spirits, we heard nothing. Here's what it is. All right, next one.
Very spiritual.
Here you go.
Red triangle.
Okay, red triangle. That's what you're feeling.
Yeah.
I have trouble picking these things up.
Door
All right.
behind.
Okay, I'm sending it.
Spectator.
That's
Blue circle.
Radio.
Okay. Oh, do we get anything from the ghost?
Who's radio?
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
suppose I wasn't.
Reach the limit. You keep playing.
All right, I'll keep playing. Nothing
Okay.
from them.
Yeah, all right. Close your eyes.
Cap.
So he said red triangle. I sent him the message, and then he changed to blue circle.
One
All right.
in the world. Are we?
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
You guys are gonna tell me this motherfucker's not a medium? Okay, come on, let's go.
Blue triangle.
I need.
Okay.
Blue squigglies.
Newspaper.
Spirits, what do you think the card is?
Some Brit.
I think it's blue squigglies. That card right there under his hand. Oh, shit. Red circle.
We're excited.
You heard red circle?
I heard red circle, then they said very excited.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, he started out with blue triangle, then said blue squigglies, and the ghosts say red circle. Here we go.
Hawaii.
All right, next one.
Oh, Vladimir.
If this is boring, we can stop at 10. We're almost at 10.
How many are we at now?
This is we could do 3 more.
Okay. Green circle.
Okay, hold on.
Being on a
Some news. No medical.
Yellow, red square. Red square.
Spirits?
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
Problem at
I said probably not. Green what?
You heard green?
I heard green. I didn't hear a shape.
I'm sending it still.
No, nothing.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, he said green circle, then changed to red square, and then we just heard the spirits say green. But John went from green circle to red square.
Somebody tried to.
tragedy.
All right, 2 more.
2 more. Here we go.
You know,
Feel it. Try to connect to the universe, bro.
Blue circle.
That's way.
Okay.
Rituals to their encourager.
because he can't. COVID.
Connect with me, dude.
Blue lines. Blue lines.
But
Anything from the spirits?
Spirits, what do you think that card is?
Keep it.
Nothing.
All right, close your eyes. Remember, guys, he started with blue circle, then went to blue lines, and we got nothing from the ghost, but this is what it was. All right, last one. We'll stop here at 10.
Okay.
That are gonna give me.
Feel it, dude.
Yellow triangle.
What? That was quick, dude. You felt that quick.
Yellow triangle.
Ate me out.
Let's stick with yellow triangle.
You're listening to my thoughts?
I'm trying.
Spirits?
I'm trying to figure out if the voice in my head that keeps saying titties is me or you or a spirit.
It's saying titties?
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Well, you know, it's funny that. Anyway, anything from the spirits?
Spirits. What do you think that card is? The one underneath his hand.
He will leave.
Eventually, I'll leave.
Maxine thinks it's a red circle. Interesting.
No, didn't hear
Nothing?
anything.
Close your eyes. All right, dude.
All right. What were the results?
I'm going to tell you the results. Hold on. Let me close this camera. 1 second. Let's get rid of this.
Leader,
All right. Here's the results. All right. So these are the cards. There's only so many shapes. There's like 5 different versions. But, all right. So the first one, nothing came to you in the blind. You said yellow circle. You said yellow circle. And the spirits said blue stripes. And the spirits were correct on the first one.
Really?
Yeah. Spirits were correct on the first one.
Wow.
The second one, so you felt the blind was red squiggles. Then you changed it to blue circle. There was no spirit talk, and that was a green star. So that's wrong.
Ah.
Third one, you felt red square. Then you kept it at red square, but the spirits said yellow triangle, but it was a yellow circle.
Oh, okay.
The fourth one, you said red square. Then you changed it to blue squiggles when I looked at it. Nothing from the spirits. It was, in fact, blue squiggles.
Blue squiggles. Wow, I got one right.
That was
telepathy.
That's sort of one. Yeah, one right. The next one, you said at first green circle. Then you switched it to yellow triangle. And the answer was yellow circle. So you got half right. You felt the color.
Half right. Yo, Mars, appreciate that.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay. Where we at? 5. No, wait. Sorry. Whoops. Yikes. Hold on.
Appreciate them cat treats. Meow, meow.
Okay. Red circle, red. So we were at number 5. Said green circle, or did I just do 5? No, sorry, we did 5. Sixth one. You said red triangle blind. Then you said blue circle. And after I looked at it, the answer was yellow circle. Again,
Yellow
half
circle.
correct. Switch.
Half correct.
These next 3, they were all wrong, pretty much. Well, no, this one. So number 8, 8. You said green circle. Then I read it. Then I looked at it and sent it to you, and you changed to red square. The ghost said green, but you changed from green circle to red square. The answer was a red plus sign.
Wow.
You're feeling colors more than you are shapes. And the last one, yellow triangle. Then I looked at it. You said you still felt yellow triangle. We got nothing from the spirits, and the fact was a yellow circle.
Yellow
so
circle.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4, like 1 totally right, and then 3 others half right.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
Out of 10.
So that's an interesting stat. We got to keep that going once and do it and see, like, what would it be out of 100?
Yeah.
Because is that like, and you don't even know. There's only so many shapes and colors. It's not like there's not like 100 different shapes and colors. So you're guessing totally at random, not
random.
Taking a 1 at a chance. Look, dude. I mean, I'm fucking born for this paranormal psychology and parapsychologist. Was it now? Like, be honest. Was it just random guessing, or were you even trying to like sort of get a sense of is anything popping in your head? Because you said titties, but it was a circle.
It was a circle. No, I was just. I don't even know where my mind was. I was like, I don't think it was random guessing because I was taking a second, and I was like, okay, this is what's popping in my head.
Right.
You know.
Well, you talk to all these mediums, and everybody we're seeing, and it's like, it seems like they can't control what's coming into their head, and it's just a matter of accepting that which is entering your head as being something from another place, as opposed to like, oh yeah, I don't know, it's just the random thought that pops in my head, right? I guess that's sort of the.
Yeah, I mean, that's what most of them say. A lot of them, you know, and some of them have to, you know, try to apply that to things they experienced. You know, some of them just get these downloads in their head. It's not specifics. It's not exacts. You know, a lot of them are like feelings, you know.
Yeah, right.
And, yeah. Now, I wasn't getting necessarily any feelings while we were doing all that. You know,
I gotta tell you, when the thing said blue squiggles out of the gate, I thought we were in for a ride, dude. I thought we were about to go down a road of like
a rabbit hole.
Yeah, like holy shit, the spirits are. But like, they sort of teased us with that first guess.
Yep.
Which is kind of in and of itself.
Well, you got to think of it like this: like, who knows what the spirits were trying to say that entire time that wasn't coming through? You know.
But even this, John. You're sitting in a cemetery. When was the last time you heard a spirit say blue squiggles?
Never.
So it's like, it's just the fact that there's a response.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's. It's not like.
Never, dude. I don't think I've ever heard blue squiggles.
I mean, that in and of itself. Oh. It's weird to me.
It's weird. Blue squiggles. You know? And it's not like any of the. When was that test developed? In the 70s?
I don't know. I'd have to do a little research.
We'll find out
test?
Because it's like, you know, here I am. I think dude, 1943, the death date here, 1865, 1912, 1954. I mean, you know, and what are the chances that any of these spirits
the 30s. So the Zener card test, they used a special deck of 25 cards with 5 repeating symbols. That's all we have, 5 repeating symbols. And those are these, right? A circle, a plus sign, 3 wavy lines, a square, and a star. Originally created in the 30s by perceptual psychologist Carl Zener, working with J.B. Rhine. So it's also known as the Rhine test, ESP test, Rhine test. It's an interesting look at consciousness, but right. Why did the app and the spirit say blue squiggles, John?
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah. It really, it's like, wait a minute. Like, how would they know that? You're telling me that out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 headstones that are in this vicinity, plus whatever other spirits are wandering by, they knew what that test is? They knew what those cards were?
No, I don't. The more I think about it, the more it freaks me out a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It just sort of seems very...
Yeah.
What cemetery? Where are you right now? Is that the one we were at together?
No.
This
This
is
is
different.
another local one.
Gary
this is
likes
another-
Gary likes spirits at the best time. Oh, I know that guy. I got a guy, one of the dads. So I have from a buddy of mine, right? I learned this cheers whenever we have a drink, right? And I promise you this works. I don't care who you're with, whenever you're with them. And I did this with you when we were out. It's like, just say, when you cheers, just go, best day of my life. And I guarantee you there's someone in the group is going to laugh. Just make sure you say it straight. I learned this from a friend of mine who's the funniest person on earth. Just like, best day of my life. And it's always funny. No matter how many times you do it, and no matter what the circumstance, somebody will laugh at that, right?
Yep.
Like, cheers, best day of my life. It's just sort of like, it's going to, if they don't laugh, get better friends, right? Because then they have their humor.
Right.
But one of my boys is in there. He's chiming in. But yeah, man, I think that's weird that his spirit just said squiggly lines. Now I'm trapped on it.
Yeah.
I'm having a mind bend about it. It's weird. What do you guys think? What does the chat think about it?
Yeah, what do you guys think about it? That I want to try something real. You still have the cards available?
Sure, yeah, right here.
You won't even need to set up the other camera. We can do something else real quick.
Okay.
You know?
Do you want me to try to guess and put it on my forehead or something?
Well, no, what I was going to say is, we could do it I wish I had I got to get a deck of cards for that.
Yeah.
And then we could do it on my end.
Yeah.
No, after we figure out what the chat thinks of it, we could try a lightning round where you throw it up, and I try to think real quick and fire it out without even getting the spirits, and we could do it quick. You could show it too.
Okay.
And be like, nope.
Yeah, we can do it.
Nope. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What do you guys think, guys? What's everyone thinking in the chat?
What do you guys
Where
think
your
of the
mind's at?
Zener? What do you guys think of the Zener test or consciousness? Can you think consciousness can travel? I like bringing it up because John always talks about QDE, a quantum device entanglement, and we're going over the airwaves here, see if that plays out. But I think he also, if he's in the real zone, he can connect. But what do you guys think? Anybody got anything to say interesting on this point? Someone said the spirits like to guess dice. I guess that's something you did.
Yeah. That was a Clapper thing back in the day. Clapper had a gift where you'd roll dice, and it would randomly, we'd guess what it is, and the spirits would guess.
Got it.
Yeah, I like the test. I like tests. I like things like that. That's
All right.
Yeah,
Let's go. You ready for a speed round?
Yeah, let's do it. Speed round.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'm just going to look at it and send it.
Okay.
All right. Let me make sure you can see. Okay. Let's do it like this. All right. There's 5 shapes and 5 colors.
Yep.
Okay. So now you have a little bit of make it a little easier to guess. All right. You ready?
And what I'm gonna try to do is guess it before you throw it out. So I'm already gonna be on the next one. So this first one's gonna be a red star. Ah, shit. Blue circle. Damn. Red triangle. Damn. Blue triangle. Shit. Yellow circle. Ah, there we go.
Even if you get it half right, I'm going to put it in the correct pile.
Okay. Black plus. Ooh, shit. Red square. Damn.
Take a second. Think, dude. Yeah. Connect. I'm trying to connect with you mentally.
Yeah. Oh, you're trying to connect with me too.
Yes.
Okay. Ready? Blue circle. Black squiggly lines.
Blue squiggly lines.
Red star. Yellow triangle.
Close. Yellow circle.
Close. Blue square. Red plus. Blue plus. Green circle.
Hold on.
Yellow plus. Green circle.
Think, dude. Connect.
Yellow
Connect.
yellow triangle.
No, you were right the first time. Go with your gut. It was red plus. I'm going to give this to you because you said plus.
I did. Blue circle. Red star. Ooh. Red squigglies. Red plus. Black square. Red square. Green circle.
Now, what's interesting is this. All right, so there's 25 cards here. I'd say you got these half right. Now, the original Zener test doesn't have colors associated with it.
Okay.
Right? It's just shapes. Okay. So that's why I'm giving you the win for the either or. So I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You got 11 out of 25. I want to see what the accuracy rate.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what the overall accuracy.
The Zener card test, pure chance guessing would get you 5 correct out of 25.
Okay.
Right? So if expected by chance is 5, your score is 11. The difference from chance is a plus 6. Statistically, that's quite a jump. Right?
Okay.
So 11 to 25 would often be flagged for further testing to see if it's a fluke or a repeatable result. So, like, if you went in blind and did that, they would be like,
let's try it again. One more time the same way.
Now,
we got time, right?
Yeah. I got time.
We got test it out.
So let's test. So listen, just go. Look, they don't. We could do. What do you? Let me ask you this before we play. What's hitting you first mentally? A color or a shape?
Shape.
The shape? Let's just go with shape.
Okay.
Don't worry about color this time.
Okay.
Let's just go. Let's go with shape. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just shaking them up. Remember, there's only 5 shapes.
Yep.
So.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Black. Square. Plus. Plus. Star. Circle. You know, it's funny because I was thinking squigglies too.
Were you seriously? Are you lying?
I seriously was.
I'm gonna put it over. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. No, I really was. I was
Okay.
like,
I believe
it was squigglies before too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking. I was like, it's squigglies.
Go with
again.
your initial gut, dude, that I'm sending you.
Okay. Square. Square.
Open your mind.
Star.
It's interesting though. Okay.
Yeah. Triangle.
You know what's weird about this? I say this is not a joke. It was underneath the card that you just did, and I looked at that first. And then you said star, but it wasn't the right card. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, it was like this in my hand.
In your hands. Yeah.
It's weird. Anyway, sorry. Okay, next.
Square. Plus. Triangle. Triangle.
Bro, there is no triangle, by the way.
There is no triangle?
There's 5 shapes. Squiggles plus, circle, star, square.
There's no triangle.
No. You're seeing a triangle?
Yeah.
Maybe that means star in your
Maybe.
mind.
All right.
So just think about, remember, there's only 5 shapes.
Got it.
All right, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Square. Circle. Plus. Squigglies. Square. Square. Plus. Circle. Circle. Squigglies. Plus. Squigglies. Was that them all?
That's all of them. But let's see. I think you still got more than 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only 2 more this time than 5.
Wait, so I did better this time?
No, you did worse this time. But you still did better than 5.
Okay.
The odds are 5 is what most, the average.
Right. And I got 7.
You got 7, and the first time you got 11.
I got 11. Wow.
Because we counted color as well.
All right. One more time.
Okay.
And when I think of triangle, I'll say star.
Okay.
All right?
Oh, that might have upped the odds. Yeah. You ready?
Ready.
Here we go, guys. You guys can
Square.
play too. You guys can play too. Ready?
Square. I'm ready. Okay. Star. Circle. It's going to be another circle. Star. Squigglies. Squigglies. Plus.
You're not listening to my thoughts. Let's go. Get in my head.
Getting in your head. Getting in your head.
It's not titties.
Star. Squigglies. Square. Star. Ooh. Square. Plus. Star. Squigglies. Star. Square. Squigglies.
I wonder if when I think squiggly, you think square.
Maybe.
As opposed to maybe I got to change my mind to like wavy lines.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
All right.
All right. Next.
Plus. Circle. Squiggly.
I thought differently.
Yeah. Star. plus. Damn it, I was gonna say squigglies.
Go with your
That's
gut.
why I was battling in my head for
Go
it.
with your gut.
Star. I mean, nope.
Ah, shut fuck.
That's all right. That's fine. That's fine.
All
Plus. Square.
So
Is that them all?
That's all of them.
All right.
So that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So better than last time.
Better
Still-
than last time.
Yeah,
It's still above the average.
above the average.
Still above the average.
We gotta maybe try we'll have to try getting in a meditative state.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Actually, you know what? How much time do we have?
I got time.
Okay. I need to try something, and
Is
it's
it-
medically. It's
apples?
What? We'll try apples another time.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a off real quick off candy cane,
Okay.
and see if it sets my brain. Think about it.
Okay.
Think about it. Right?
We're not on. Does that set up? We're not on TikTok or anything.
No, I won't set anything off. Plus, I'll still keep it off for editing purposes
Okay.
and whatnot.
Got it. All right. Well, just enjoy that for a minute. What else has been going on while you do that? Or do you want to do it while you're doing that? No.
Yeah, we can do it while I'm doing it, so it's like a more relaxed.
Is it more relaxed?
Yeah.
Does it help you? Interesting. All right. What do you guys think? Is this worth? You guys like this sort of test?
Apples is definitely something to try it on too.
I like to try it with
with
shrooms.
some it's micro dosing. Yeah.
No.
Oh.
It's a real sort of different vibe.
I'm ready.
You sure? Okay. Let me mix it up. Open your mind, dude. Get in.
It's open.
Lock it in.
You let me know when you got it.
I am. I'm just shaking them up.
Shake it up.
Remember, there's 5 shapes, 25 cards.
Yep.
Put your mind into my mind. Get in there. Not too far, though. Don't get too deep in there.
Not too deep.
Don't go.
I don't have any mind condoms, man.
You don't get yourself mind aids.
Yeah,
Don't do that. You don't want to go in there, dude. It's dark.
MTDs.
Dark.
Mind transmitted diseases.
The dark place. It's like, my uncle's scary. All right.
Ready?
Go.
Square. Plus. Circle. Square. Plus. Circle. Circle. Star. Plus. Circle. Star. Star again. Wow.
Cigarette's not helping.
Yeah, nicotine for the block.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Plus. Wow.
I'm going to say something interesting after this is over, but go ahead. Let's go.
Star. Okay. Squigglies. Circle. Wow. Plus. Star. Okay. Square. Circle. Circle again. Plus. Triangle. Star.
Yeah.
Yeah. Square. Squigglies.
Okay, you got one
Wow.
right. You only got one right that time, but I want to point something out to you. These cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's crazy.
These 8,
Yeah.
they were the card behind the card I was looking at that you got right.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
The card behind the one, so then I made a point to look at both cards.
Yeah.
So I was looking at 2 cards every time. And then 8 times you picked the second card.
Yeah.
That's
Is that interesting?
weird. I don't know what the odds. I don't know what the odds are of that.
Of that in itself, you know.
But you
now,
know what I mean?
does the chemicals in the cigarette inhibit something in the brain, make it delayed?
I don't know, dude. That's weird.
It's weird. That is weird. I started noticing that too. That every time, it was always I was a card behind.
Yes.
You know. So. And there's no way I can count the cards without knowing exactly I didn't even know I thought there was a triangle, you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's fine. It's not about it. It's weird. That's crazy, dude.
That is crazy.
I don't know.
That's bizarre.
Right? It's really bizarre.
That's really bizarre.
What's your weekend looking like lining up? And what are you doing tonight? What's the plan?
So tonight we're gonna do a classic cemetery walk. I've just been listening to the people, and I've just been getting tons of messages that they love all these other spots, but they really miss, the OG walking in the cemetery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm now doing cemetery walks every other live, and so tonight's a cemetery walk. Friday is either the marshlands, the tunnels, or the pre-war burial ground. I haven't decided. And then the weekend is up in the air. There's going to be a day live, at least 2 day lives mixed in between tomorrow and Sunday.
Are you going to do some cleaning, some headstone cleaning?
Yeah, some headstone cleanings. And then
I nick myself, yeah.
And then I mean that's
Yeah,
that's
the headstone stuff is awesome.
Yeah. I like cleaning headstones.
I think it's cool. You're the only person I've ever seen in the world do it. What is the? Have you ever done it at night?
Yeah, I've done it at night. I've done 2 headstone cleanings at night so far. I was thinking of starting to do it also in the regular rotation, but like in every other.
Yeah.
Because most of the time I just sit and I connect with the community and I talk to everybody and laugh and have a good time and whatnot before we go for the walks. So.
All right. So it sounds like I was thinking of maybe doing some promo shoots at Hollywood Forever. Just trying to get some, going down there maybe on this weekend at some point.
Cool.
Shoot some just basic stuff to.
Now they show old movies on the mausoleums,
dude,
right?
We used to go all the time. So it used to be like I forget what night it was. It was one night a week, and it would be classic movies. Not like old movies, but like older, right? You can go watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off or something called
Caddyshack, things like that.
Fun thing. And you'd sit right in front of it. It would be broadcast on the big mausoleum there, and you'd sit, get beach chairs, wine, whatever, and you just hang out. And when we first started going, it was cool. It's always cool, but like it wasn't as crowded. And then towards the end of I forget, God, when we stopped going. Because then it would just be a mob scene. Because parking's not easy down there, and then it's like to get there, you're parking a mile away, and then you're walking with your beach chair, like your picnic chairs and stuff. And
it got too much.
It just got to be a big scene, I mean, I don't know what it's like. I don't know if it's died down or if it's just as big as ever. I've been going in since I had, kids, really.
Let me tell
So
you
I haven't
something.
gone in like 20 years, but it was really an amazing place.
It's cool to hear that because there's been a stigma, I guess, since like the 50s, the 40s, 50s, when it comes to cemeteries, like, and people like hanging out in cemeteries. All these weird like social rules, like you can't do this and you can't do that. When back in the 1800s, people were picnicking.
Oh,
And
dude, the thing to do out here that's super fun there that we went to with the kids is on Day of the Dead. Because, we have a big Mexican population and obviously Spanish population, but they have a big Day of the Dead festival. And it was like, it's packed. There's all sorts of people selling stuff. Like, it's like going to a street fair. So there's food trucks and booths set up and DJs playing music, and you're just like walk around and you're walking among the graves and around the cemetery, and then you could buy stuff, and it's like whatever, it's just like
it's so
a
cool.
wild
It's
so
thing. Cool, man.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
That's a fun thing. It's Hollywood Forever School, and then there's obviously a lot of famous people buried there. I mean, it's still a cemetery. It's got one of the biggest mausoleums in the world.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place with the water and the fountains. I'll shoot some stuff down there, and you can see it online. But it's I was thinking about doing that and getting some promo stuff in there, and it's fun.
Cool.
I think it'd be fun too to. Well, I don't want to spoil it. I'll tell you about it offline. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's learning about that, and then I've got some editing to do, and I'm planning the future eps. You know what I mean? Yeah. And as we dig into this thing, because it's doing well, guys. And if you're watching, I think you're watching us now on either YouTube, Facebook. If you're on Facebook, be sure to follow both Santa Paranormal and Splintered Spirits page. If you're watching on John's YouTube channel, Santa Paranormal, follow over at Splintered Spirits. Follow the podcast channel. Wherever John is, Splintered Spirits is. So follow in both places. Help us. We are so close to hitting that 1,000 sub mark on YouTube. On YouTube, so close. Help us get there. Like, share, subscribe. Listen on Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcast. Tuesday's episode with the witch is going to be great. She's so fun.
That's so fun.
It's a real Salem witch, and it's a real interesting, probably oddly enough, the most political episode we've done. She's got a lot to say, remember?
Oh, a lot to say. She's
got a lot to say about our leaders, which is, I don't disagree. She's great. And I'm like, this woman's going to put a curse on somebody. She's going to curse.
Someone's getting us.
Someone's getting a curse, and it ain't going to be me. And it's like, real interesting take on spirit and just sort of, again, energy. Good energy, bad energy, putting it out there. But we're talking to some interesting folks. I'm glad you guys are liking it so far. Everybody share with a friend.
That's it. Spread the word.
Spread the word, bro. Share.
Spread the word. All right, Gary.
All right, there's a good one.
Fun.
There's a fun one. We'll come up with more games, games. These are like parapsychologists find this to be an actual test, and I'm making a joke about it, but it is. Yeah, that might have been a very horrible way to do it, but we'll keep at it. We'll see how we do. And see what else. Maybe as the spirits get warmed up, one day we'll come on and we'll just throw a test. If you get a night where it's like hot spirits, give me a call. I'll jump on and we'll do this thing with them and see if they're in the mood to talk. They're feeling chatty.
They're in the mood to talk, yeah.
Yeah. All right, John. Be safe out there tonight, everybody. Right. Thank you so much
thank
for
you guys.
following, for watching. We appreciate you tuning in, everyone. We'll see you next time. Thanks for checking out Splintered Spirits. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your